Welcome back. What is happening, party people? Welcome back to the Playlive Melbourne Millions. We are here in the booth for the mini main day 2, and I am joined by a new guest, the one and only my housemate, Mr. Luke Martinelli.
Hello, everybody. It is I.
What's happening, baby?
Not much. Just getting ready to rail this lovely tournament, I suppose.
It does seem like, if I'm not mistaken, we're final 2 tables. We're gonna get the ribbon updated. Still left over from the Creator Invitational game from yesterday. For anyone that missed that, that one was action-packed.
I unfortunately was at a wedding, so I did miss it. How was it? How was the...
there was a lot of straddles. There was a lot of all-ins with very much not the nuts.
I can imagine. Yeah. Oh, for the first hand, this guy picks up kings under the gun.
Must be nice.
Yep. So it looks like the blinds are 40-80 then.
40-80 with an 80K big blind ante. Now, do you like a jam here with the 9.8 bigs, or are we just putting in the min raise?
I am a big advocate for min raising here, especially deep in the tournament. I think you want to get the max value out of these kings, and I think min raising is the best way to do that.
Strong enough to induce.
Yeah, he's gone a little bit over min raise. This guy.
Look at this fold with the ace-9 suit and the hijack.
I like it.
Very tight fold.
Oh, and here's Katie. She has all the chips.
She
is sitting there with 6 million.
What was the text message she sent you a couple hours ago? She's like, I think I might be chip leading.
Yep, and she had this many chips like an hour and a half ago. So I said to her, I imagine you are chip leading, actually.
I think she has at least 12 to 15% of the chips in play, with still 18 remaining, so...
Always a very nice mark. And it's a bit of a tricky hand here, I would say. I like the fold.
Yeah, very nice laydown with the ace-6 of hearts. We've seen 2 very intelligent, tight folds. I don't think those spots are easy to find, especially this deep in a tournament. Yeah, nerves are high.
Well, the pay jumps are really starting to matter, so...
Yeah.
Getting to that stage where people start to play a little bit more conservatively, and...
Let's talk about this mini main a little bit. $600 buy-in. Got just under 1,000 runners. I believe it's 93K, 92.93K for first.
Yep, they've already looked up 4.2K, I believe, so...
7 buy-ins, definitely not a bad day at the office.
Not at all, but I think everyone's got their eyes on the fun first prize.
Yeah, I mean, in these giant fields, right?
Yeah, the pay jumps just start going insane.
I mean, 92K, that's 150 buy-ins. That is a bankroll to play $600 tournaments for a lifetime and a half.
Yeah. You should be good for the next few years at least, I think, if this is your usual buy-in.
So, for anyone just joining us, I am your usual host, Mr. Josh Abity, with Luke Martinelli here in the booth from the Playlive Melbourne Millions here at 129 York Street in South Melbourne. We are in our mini main event. We also had day 1B of the main going today. I believe that got about 200 runners, so that guarantee is going to get well and surely smashed. Have you found a bag in the main yet?
I have found a bag. I found a bag of 50K, which is half starting.
Beast.
Unfortunately. I think I will be firing again, trying to bag a bigger one and collecting that $600 for a 50K stack.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. with half starting, right? You want to give yourself more of a chance on day 2. Some commotion going on in the background.
Yeah, something. There's a lot of what's the tournament? The main event actually, Flight 1B is going on in the background.
Yeah,
so.
1B, and then upstairs in the wild card, kind of the low roller main event.
Yeah.
100K starting in that one, $350 buy-in, and it got over 100 runners already last time I looked, so that one's going to be quite a big field as well.
I think so. Yep, the gentleman just jammed 10 big blinds with King Deuce off there. I think that's a pretty standard play. I like that a lot.
Standard blind versus blind, right? It's one of those funny hands where it looks kind of junky, but King High obviously going to be good against the vast majority of hands.
I think that just taking you down pre-flop is what you're trying to do there. And he did so successfully.
Yeah, decent blocker.
He did have the guy's hand crushed. The other guy had 6-2 off something, but, you know, it's still, I think winning the pot with King 2 is pretty nice.
Always feels good, right?
It does, yeah, getting it through.
So let's talk about the elephant in the room. You already won a tournament this series.
I did indeed.
It was the biggest tournament we ever ran in terms of total entrants, 1,401 runners. So I believe that 1,401, that's your second bullet, right? Without that second bullet, it would have been 1,400 even, and we would have had a different champion.
That's true.
So a very lucky 1,401.
Yep, I put that last one in just to bump it up. It was a very nice tournament to win. I was very happy with it. I ran extremely hot, especially on the final table. I got aces many times, and I got the full stacks with the aces. So.
Yeah, I remember I texted you, and you're like, I'm on the FT. And I was like, how's it going? And you're like, oh, it's going well. I'm running good. And then you just sent me GG's. I was like, GG's, and then a picture of the trophy. And I was like, oh, anything interesting happened on the final table? And I believe your exact words were, nope, I just had aces every hand.
It's very nice when you're playing a tournament and that works out. Not much thinking, not many tough spots, that's for sure.
Things just going your way. Look at this open in the cutoff.
King
The King
7-0. That's an interesting open here. He might have opted.
Look at this flop. Is this just going in?
I guess so. He's probably gonna bet, and I imagine with bottom 2 at this stack size, you kind of just want to protect your hand, right? So I guess he is just gonna check raise, and it's pretty hard to fold the second nut flush draw here.
I mean, yeah, if you're gonna be playing the King 7,
yeah, this is one of the better flops for it. That's for sure.
This is pretty much what you're asking for, right? So,
and this guy's been playing with this table for the whole day, so I imagine he's got some reads and thinks that maybe they're being a little bit too tight, and so he's therefore opening up a little bit wider.
Any insider info from Katie on how the table's been playing? Any scouting reports we can provide to the viewers?
She hasn't told me much. She's very focused on the game herself, and yeah, she hasn't really sent me too many reads. She's mostly been sending me posts that she's been winning.
Must be nice.
Yes.
Obviously, now
which there's been a lot of, yeah.
Yeah, don't get to 6 million by accident. Now that they're on the live stream, of course, the players do not have access to their phones. Stick them in a bin, all on silent and airplane mode, so they can check them on break, but they are going to be fully locked in.
Yeah.
I do think Jai Yixin should be finding the raise here with bottom 2 on the monotone board.
Yeah. Let's see what he likes to go for. He might even just shove, honestly.
Yeah,
he does call.
He does opt for just a call.
That's fine.
And he just boats up on the turn.
That's a very, very nice and a very unfortunate turn for Scott here, because I imagine he's going to check back because he doesn't want to get check shoved off his hand. And now if he hits that diamond, he's going to be in a bad spot. But he is fated disaster.
Do some hearts on the river.
Yes, unfortunately, that's the problem with not raising a hand like 8-6 on the flop here at this stack size, where now he probably would have gotten all the money on the flop, and now he's going to win a much smaller pot. But, you know, this is the times that he has air. There will be other times where and he will double barrel it, and 8-6 will, you know, pick up some more chips, but it just hasn't really worked out for him in this spot here.
Yeah, definitely some downsides, right? I think traditional wisdom in poker, when you have a hand that's vulnerable but clearly a value hand, generally good to try and bump it up, get your value now while you're definitely ahead. If you're just joining us, we are live on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. We got the Facebook and YouTube chats open right now. Get the Twitch chat open at some point as well.
And there's not really much. I mean, you do beat some hands. You beat 9-7. You beat Jack-10, and a myriad of like 1 diamond hands as well. Like maybe even Jack-7 off with the Jack of Diamonds, for example. Even Jack-7 with 7 of Diamonds because he bet very small on the flop. But I think fold is just the prudent.
Let's find a fold.
Prudent decision there.
Ever an opportunity to turn our hand into a bluff there with the King of Diamonds?
Look, it's always an option, but I think in a spot like this, people are gonna. It's not gonna be very credible because I think a lot of people just double barrel all their very good hands at that point, especially on an 8. If you have a flush, it's very likely that your opponents just turn trips and you can get some more value out of a hand like that for the fourth roll diamond rolls off as well. So I think it wouldn't be very credible. You would get him to fold all his bluffs, his aforementioned bluffs that he has, which would be nice. But you have the best hand against that anyways. So yeah.
Story not totally adding up. Now, outside of Katie, which of the players on this table do we recognize? Do you have experience playing with some of these guys?
Let me just have a quick look. I definitely have seen Jason around. He's sitting there with 10 bigs. He's been playing for a very long time. I've definitely seen him around at Crown and other places, even at APL and stuff like that. Apart from that, a lot of new names. That's for sure. I'm not the best with names personally, so that doesn't really say much about how much I know these players or whatever. But yeah, it's always I'm always surprised when I look around at Playlive. There's always new players that I haven't seen, or I'm always like, where do these guys come from?
Yeah, community constantly growing. Definitely very grateful. We've seen a lot of new faces this series specifically.
Yes, that's very true.
People coming from interstate and internationally. I think this is the first time having internationals. Shout outs to a bunch of people in the chat. Shout outs Ashley, shout outs Mikey. Shout out VJ, says Luke is in there. GG legend.
Thank you very much. I see Michael Parker in the chat as well. Luke, I love you. I love you too, buddy.
Oh, that's nice. We like to bring the good vibes on stream. Do love seeing the love. We had a bit of some toxic moments. Some people trying to battle in the chat yesterday. Had to put an end to that.
It is the internet, after all.
It is the internet, after all. Had a great time with the Creator Cash game, though. Definitely a wild one. If you guys want to check out... I could have watched that. Well, that's a great segue for me, Mr. Martinelli, because if you do want to watch it, we have a brand new VODs playlist on the YouTube channel, so you can check out anything you like, all of our past streams.
Yep. And it looks like he's outflopped the ace-4-0 here in the cutoff. I like this open, and I like to defend up the stack size. And I think at this point, you just have to go with it. You do not have many chips.
So talk to me about why this is a defend when you're this short, as opposed to either a fold or a jam, which I think might be intuitive to some people.
Yeah, well, I definitely would not like a jam here because you have no fold equity pre-flop. If you jam here, he's calling with 100% of his hands. Now, you actually could get it against some worse hands here, funnily enough, because he's opened the cutoff. But I think it just plays a little bit better as a call. At this stack size, you're going to realize your equity pretty well. So, and he flopped a pair, and he managed to fold out 2 overcards, which if he jammed pre-flop, he'd have to realize his equity again. So it's actually worked out perfectly for him.
Very good outcome, right? Chipping up significantly and denying equity. Oh, we got a pop off in the background.
Yeah, it's actually a tough spot for ace-4 off there because the big blind can have a lot of different gut shots, which you're ahead of, but. It's one of those spots where it's quite tough to play. You know, I think I would have liked either a call of the shove or just jamming on the flop. But bet folding if you think you have an edge in the field and you only got 20 bigs. And, you know, you're calling off a third of your stack essentially with ace high on this weird board. I don't play folding at all.
Yep, taking the low variance approach. Shout outs to the boys in the Docklands, Rail Burden from there. Shout outs Wayne. Also, shout outs to folks in the YouTube chat. Good on you for having international players. Yeah, we are very grateful. We had players come from Asia, Europe, from New Zealand, and from the US. So, US, Oceania, Asia, and Europe. That's a 4-continent one. I said to Mr. Monk, we got to get an Antarctic grinder out here next year. Africa and South America, I reckon we can definitely get that down. Oh, and look at this. Bullets in the big blind. Very standard open with the King Jack of Hearts. Now, off the 23 bigs, what are we doing here? Are we ever getting greedy and just defending?
Look, I don't think so. I think you should 3-bet this hand. The problem with 3-betting a hand like this from this position, first under the gun too, is it's going to look very strong. So you can either be the kind of guy that has a bluff here, or you can be the kind of guy that calls and tries to play it for what it's worth or whatever. That being said, you can't really go wrong here, obviously.
Hard to go wrong with the aces.
Very hard. And he does 3-bet to see. I like this sizing. I think this is a very well-played hand so far. And with King Jack of Hearts, you're in a really tough spot, honestly. You're deep in this tournament, you know. Pay jumps are getting big. if you lose this pot, you're going to have 3 bigs and very likely be out quite quickly. You're committing quite a bit of your stack right now. You have such a nice hand in position there. So
Yeah, all 3 options definitely possible, but all feel a bit awkward, right?
Yeah. Fold feels bad
Too
because you
tight?
have such a nice hand. I think you in real life, I think you probably should fold.
Yeah.
Because as I said, most people, particularly in
bluffing
the
enough?
line, here we go. Well,
And,
GG
I mean,
for
this
one person.
is almost certainly going to be an all-in on this texture. We could see it go just bet call.
It could. Good. King Jack of Hearts is definitely a hand I think you want to get on the flop, just because if you call and they jam the turn, you kind of have to fold, and that's something you don't really want to do with a flush draw.
Shout out to Patty Russell. Shout out to Erica. Just got that banner updated. So it is now correct. This day 2 final table. Not at the final table just yet. Final 2 tables right now. I think that meant to say featured table, but look at this. $600 buy-in. Oh,
I love this tiny bet.
All in
I
on
love
a
this
call.
Jam, and I love this call.
off to the races.
Here we go.
We got some action. Now, if you haven't been in the booth yet, not sure if you've seen, but it's been brutal runouts all the way down.
Really?
So just
Okay.
assume whoever's in the lead is going to lose.
Okay, aces, close your eyes.
9 of spades. Gonna need a heart. Oh, and the aces do hold. Perhaps finding a new tradition here. And look at this. Yifan Yao, 5 million
Shoots
in
up to
chips
5.
now.
That's a huge pot. Worth a lot of money in this tournament. And unfortunate for the King Jack of Hearts, they're really a tough spot, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, not much he can do when you flop that much equity. Even against the aces, doing all right.
You are, exactly.
And against any pair where your king is also an overcard, at least flipping, right? If not ahead in some instances.
The problem is it's kind of hard. Like the only hand you have an overcard against, I guess, is queen.
Yep, queens, maybe jacks.
I think jacks might just shove pre. You very rarely see it because it just needs a little bit more protection, and people are a little bit more scared with it, as they should be. And of course you've got the live jack against ace king if they have ace king. I mean, they might fold ace king to a jam, though, to be fair. That being said.
So look at the stack distributions on this table. We've been talking a lot about ICM on this stream. Katie with 60 big blinds in the chip lead. Now Yifan Yao moving very clearly into secondary table captain territory.
He's still going to have to play a little bit carefully just because Katie has position on him and she has the capability of stacking him. And losing a 10 million chip pot at this stage of the tournament is a disaster.
Shoutouts to APS in the chat. Jason's an adopted Aussie based in Brisbane from Colombia. Regular on the circuit. Awesome. Yeah, he did look familiar to me as well.
He's a very nice guy as well. Always says hello to me. Very friendly.
You ever been to Colombia?
I have not been to Colombia. I've heard good things about it there.
Yeah, food, Colombian food, some of the best food in the world, in my opinion.
Yep. My friend married a Colombian, Lewis Murray.
Shoutouts to Lewis Murray.
Yep, shout out. He had a lot of Colombians at the wedding, and they were very nice people. They loved to party though.
Yes,
They were
definitely a culture very warm.
Yep.
Partially because of the love and partially because of the drinking.
I was definitely getting in the mix a little bit. It was like quite a long time ago now, actually. Years ago. Jeez, time is flying. Time is flying.
Getting old, buddy. Welcome to your 30s. For everyone who doesn't know, some happy birthday Luke's in the chat. He did turn 30, joined us on the other side of that spectrum.
So I feel good about it still though. I haven't let it, ruin my perspective or whatever yet.
That's good. That's good. Still voting the same way. No changes there.
No.
So glad Melbourne got a live stream. We feel the same way. It was not easy. I think you were around for quite a bit of the setup process. Probably saw me complaining and whinging about it quite a bit.
Yep, it's definitely been a long time coming. Shout out to Guy as well. He's the tech guy. He's made all of this possible with Maddie
And Seth.
And Seth, yeah.
Shout outs to the boys. Shout outs to everyone in the YouTube chat. All the love in the commentary. We appreciate you guys so much. That is going to be a call.
Here we go.
From the ace-9.
It's a very standard jam, I think. And I think with ace-9, 6 bigs, pretty much have to
Quite a good call. Now this pot, despite the fact that it's a small all-in in terms of big blinds,
it's huge. It's huge for either player.
Yeah, it's quite massive, right? Affecting the table. Oh, and
he just flops him dead.
Jacks in the
Damn.
door, and that's it.
Oof.
Oh, and just screw the knife in, you know. Now this is more in line with what we've come to expect.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah.
Best hand not holding and just
You know,
deaden him immediately.
At least he didn't hit that tilt ace in the river. You know,
Yeah.
that's one to happen.
To remind you that you could have won this one.
Yeah.
Okay. What do you think is the worst run out feeling in poker?
The worst run up. It's got to be the double paired board, right? You're just never expecting it.
You just get counterfeited.
Yeah, you get
Oh,
counterfeited.
man.
That's got to be the worst. Especially when it's like with a decent pair as well.
It's just like Jack, Jack, King, Deuce, King.
Yeah.
And you're like,
whoa,
my 8s are 8 high somehow.
It is not the final table. It's the final 2 tables.
Yeah, it is final 2 tables, so we'll get that graphic adjusted, but reality is going to make the graphic become accurate pretty soon here. Look at these payouts. 93K for first, 57, 35K. Even 18th, a little over 4.2, so that's going to be 7 buy-ins and some change.
Yep, they're going to be close to a pay jump here, which is a consideration for David, who's going to be under the gun with 2.7 bigs, I believe. The graphic's a little bit wrong. Katie's in the big blind in his hand. Yeah, and I think with King 9, even despite this pay jump, you just have to go with it. With the big blind ante especially, you're about to be all in.
The concept we've talked about does do the hipster, leave a little bit behind.
He's made the prudent decision, so now he can tank for a little bit and try to hit that pay jump. But it's less considerable when there's only another table. It's like less likely someone else is going to bust. But you know, it's why not?
Yeah. It slows down the game. That's why not.
Yeah, I was copping flack for that in the Bahamas on my bust out hand when I used a bunch of time banks when I was too off the pay jump.
In my opinion, those are yours to use as you like.
That's how I feel about
They
it.
grant you an amount of time banks, and you can use them as you wish. Otherwise, if they want you to use less time, they should give you less time banks, right?
Yeah, and I'm a pretty fast player, so I don't really use my time banks for decisions. So I like reserving the right to use them for a pay jump if I really need to, which I was trying, even though the pay jump was very unlikely for me to get it. Yeah.
Say why not, Katie?
Katie Lowe with the reluctant get in here with the 3-4 off. Do believe that is going to be correct, as funny as that looks.
Yeah, and I'm not feeling good for King 9, given the way she's been running today. I'm just going to put that out there now. But let's
see if we can keep him low.
Okay.
A miss all around. Gutter for the King 9.
Okay.
Oh, and that is going to be
like-
dead on the turn.
Chop it up.
Chop
Says.
announced. It will not be a chop, however. That is going to be King 9 finding the double. Now, if you're David, that's massive.
That is.
Now you can actually afford the big blind ante, and the small blind. Still have 4 bigs when the button comes around, assuming you folded all your other hands, and buy yourself an orbit of 2 of survival. And of course, if he finds a cards here and can double again immediately before the taxes set in, and doesn't have to pay off. What's the Australian equivalent of Uncle Sam?
I mean, we got the ATO. I don't really know. Oh, you mean what's the?
Yeah, there's no nickname for them.
Not really. That could just be me.
Tax man.
That could just be me being out of touch, though.
Yeah. Again, this is not financial advice. No fiduciary licenses here.
Pay your taxes, everybody.
Yeah, everyone pay your taxes. Also, if you're just tuning in with us, drink some water, sit up straight, check that posture. We're gonna do that ourselves. Make sure that neck isn't pushing too far forward.
I think if I tell enough other people to do that, I might eventually start doing it myself. You know? Okay. These jams with ace jack. I like it.
Jam here with the ace jack.
This is another spot where you could consider a min raise.
And look at this.
Katie with the
Katie
ace
Lowe.
king.
Ace king in the small blind. Now the question is here. Oh, well, the big blind's so short that
Yes, and it's pretty standard to just shove. I think.
calling, shoving, clicking, it's all essentially
just
the same
calling
thing.
is the same, right? Cause
Yeah,
the big blind has less.
because he has so little.
Yeah.
But it's going to be ace king versus ace jack. If Lowe can hold, she is going to be quite the chip leader.
This is why min raise is a consideration there. When this call happens, you kind of get away with it. That being said, he still has 30% to get a full double up here, or even chop. So
A lot of chop outs.
no one's got a diamond.
Jack, 6, or a deuce. That's not going to do it. No diamonds to be found, so the ace king high is going to hold. That's going to be a KO for Katie Lowe.
And she picks up even more chips.
Almost 7 million now.
She's starting to get to that point where she's covering your fan by almost 1.5x, and that's the point where you can really start putting the pressure on, because even if the worst case scenario happens and you lose a big pot, you still have 30 bigs to play around with in that worst case scenario. So, and once she gets that, she can really start putting the pressure on with direct position.
Now 15 left, just got that graphic up in the top corner. 970 entrants for this. Were you expecting such a big prize pool?
I guess with the way the rest of the series going, I kind of was. Yeah, it was. I mean, everything's just been popping off. I unfortunately didn't get to play as myself because I had a wedding on yesterday, and I thought I would be too hungover to play a day 2 today. So I made the decision to not to not play this.
Now, is that fair? Are you too hungover to have played day 2 today?
I would have been. Yeah, I would have been fine now. But then again, I would have been probably, if I was still in, I would have been probably playing for.
Quite a bit of money.
Like 7 hours.
Oh,
right?
yeah. I mean, you've been going all day.
I would have been wrecked, yeah. But yes, if I, I'm glad I made that decision to not play.
So we got a jam here. Jason Rojas, Queen Jack O for 7.5 bigs. Pretty standard jam. King Queen, 18 bigs in the hijack. This is quite an awkward spot.
He's decided to go with the King Queen here. I think he's recognized that Queen Jack knew it was going to be in the big blind ante and might be pushing a little bit wider. That being said, I think Queen Jack's a stand shove. He's unfortunately not got it in good here, though.
King Queen, the exact hand you don't want to see.
Yep, because you thought that maybe you might have folded that out. And
There's going to be another casualty. Down to 14. Seeing some blood early in the stream, as predicted. Not as many suckouts, though. Quite a few holds. GG for Jason Rojas.
And is that a ladder for Mr. O'Day?
That
I think it is, which is pretty nice. It's pretty nice when you're just sitting there with 5 bigs and you pick up an extra $1,100 or whatever it is. So.
Wait, it's 14, 13 left. Maybe not. We might be
because there's 15 left and we're on the 15th.
Oh, yep. You're 100% right. So what is that? That's an $1,100 ladder. Is that right? 1070. I mean, man, almost 1,100 bucks just for holding with the King 9 one time and then folding it out. That's what we were saying, right? Gave him some survivability.
And that's why folding is such a powerful thing deep in these tournaments, because you do nothing and you make money. So sometimes not getting involved is the right play.
Yeah, we've been talking about that collision effect, and a common theme here on the stream. Does look like the players are waiting for an additional player to get rebalanced.
I'm sure we'll see some spots in the final table where that collision effect really starts to impact people's decision making, and other people's stacks will start to, affect the ranges of the people playing. Right now with final 2 tables, I think it's
still it's always such a strange feeling, right? 1,000-person field. You're 15 left. You feel like you're pretty much there, but the gap from this point to the end, in some ways, is as big, if not bigger, than what you've achieved so far, right? You've gotten through 955 people.
Yeah, and you've gone from $0 to 5.3K. Well, actually, you've gone from negative 600.
Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly. Gone from buying in to 5.3K.
And then just 14 more people is the difference between you and, 88K or whatever it is.
Yeah, I think it's even more. I believe it's 92K up top.
Yeah, well, I mean...
Oh, 87 additional.
Yeah,
yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah. Oh, look at this. 93,109. I mean, that's essentially a 6-figure score is going to go on someone's Hended Mob after today off a $600 buy-in tournament. Not something you hear every day.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what... Jason busted. He
had
the Queen Jack.
Yeah.
Yes, he did.
So while we have the downtime, Just to remind everyone, if you are just tuning in, we're live on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. Get in the Facebook or YouTube chat if you want to harass us. Please don't harass the players, say anything negative. Don't harass each other. But if you want to bother us here in the booth, that's kind of our job. So we're here to chat with you.
They pay us for a reason, you know?
Yeah, all in good fun. So we are going to be down to 2 shorter-handed tables.
Looks like there was maybe a bust out on the other table. Is that why everyone
I
had
believe
gotten up? There was maybe a big hand.
It does look like we're going to be 7-handed, 6 or 7-handed. So I do believe is late registration closed. If you mean in this tournament where there's 2 tables out of 1,000 people, it's been closed for about a day. But there are other tournaments currently running. The main event, Flight 1B, and we have Flight 1C coming later in the series. I do believe late registration just closed for that, but the wild card, our low roller main event, is currently running. That's a $350 buy-in if you choose to subscribe to our hospitality package, which of course comes with lunch, dinner, snacks, tea, coffee, desserts, Red Bull, these Genki Forest drinks. I'm trying to put Luke onto these. They're
I haven't tried one yet, but I'm looking forward to it.
Telling you, the lychee. Is it lychee or lychee? It's lychee, yeah? Lychee flavor is the nuts.
Folds Queen King 5 suited there. Is that
Blind versus blind?
blind? That's an interesting fold. Is that? I'm almost assuming that that's a reader error.
Yeah, it
because
looks like he jammed.
He jammed the King Deuce off beforehand.
I believe
right?
he jammed and got it through.
Oh, okay. Is that what happened?
From watching the action, it looks to me like what happened.
Okay, because he did jam the King Deuce off before, so to jam King Deuce off for 10 bigs, then fold King 5 suited for 15 doesn't really make sense.
Doesn't make too much sense. Does seem like he knows his short stack ranges in these blind versus blind situations. So let's talk about the elephant in the room. The other one.
The other elephant?
Yes.
How many elephants
Well,
are there?
yeah, you brought home the Playlive spade that's now stuck in my apartment after spending however many hours looking at it when we designed it. They're pretty sexy, though.
It is a nice trophy, that's for sure.
Not bad having it back around, home where it belongs. But you also recently had a deep run in the Bahamas in the WSOP Super Main Event, 25K buy-in. Talk to me a little bit about what that experience was like.
I did. It was pretty insane. I got to play with a lot of famous people. I even played with Alex Foxon.
Yes,
I was on the same
Mr.
table
Alex
with him.
Foxon on Luke's direct left.
We were playing on the bubble of this 26K buy-in tournament, and he had, I think, 5x average. It was quite daunting. I will say that much to have the Fox sitting there
with piles.
And I had a decent stack myself. You know, I had like slightly below average or whatever, and I just couldn't do anything. I was just completely handcuffed.
I remember when you texted me that it was going to be on your left. I was like, well, from a social point of view, that's nice. I'm very happy you get to meet him and spend some time together. Seems like you guys got along well.
Yeah,
but obviously from a poker point of view, where I'm rooting for you in the tournament, that's like the worst possible.
He's not the guy you want on your left on the bubble with a 5x average stack, that's for sure.
Certainly not. Pocket Nine's opening it up here. He's going to get it through with the C-bet.
I like it.
You like C-betting just your whole range on a board like that?
I think at that stack size, yeah, I think just on an ace high board like that, you've got all the strong hands and the big blind. I mean, on a board exactly like that, we might actually not have deuces and threes, and the big blind also has 5-4 off, which is interesting. But I think just having so much ace X at 25 bigs just makes it a range c-bet for us. I think at a deeper stack size, or maybe if your opponent covers you by a lot, you might want to play that kind of flop specifically a little bit more carefully. But in this spot, I like his decision to c-bet. And pocket nines, needs a bit of protection. If he has king queen, you get to fold that out. Queen 10, all these like overcard hands. Even a hand like jack 6 of diamonds or whatever with a backdoor flush draw. Still nice to fold out an overcard.
Yep, denies quite a bit of equity, right? For these junky hands that always feel like they have more equity than they deserve.
And they're just completely handcuffed against the undergun range. They just you can't really do anything tricky at this point.
Yeah, gonna have such a strong range in general. I think that is one of those funny, unintuitive concepts in poker where you're more likely to bet nines there for value than kings because it requires more protection, right? They're both strong enough to get value from worse hands.
Yeah, and from a pair perspective, nines is the same as kings in the sense where like your opponent doesn't really have 10s through kings because they probably threw at them pre-flop. So you're actually not really like in terms of direct hand strength or whatever, nines and kings are quite similar. In the sense where they lose to an ace, obviously. And
they beat everything else.
The difference is kings you don't mind if you have king's name, jack 5 suited, or jack 6 suited or whatever, and hit the jack, because you've still got that hand beat. Whereas with 9s, obviously that's not the case.
Katie flops the flush draw here. Open up with the jack 10 of clubs. Is going to find the continuation bet with the flush draw. I do think that's just going to get it done.
I think so.
Don't expect anything too tricky. If we weren't so deep in the tournament, no ICM considerations, could consider doing some funky stuff here with the 7 of clubs. Some relevant play, but that is just going to go in the bin. The rich are going to get richer.
And that's the kind of the problem with defending a hand like that against the chip leader, you know.
Do you prefer a fold pre?
I think with queen 7 in this exact spot, I do prefer a fold pre when you're covered by this much. And Katie is quite the aggressive player herself, so she's not going to make it easy for you. If you flop middle pair, she's there's going to be some bets going in. So if that's the spot that you want to put yourself in and be put to the test, then you can call and try to figure it out. But I
very difficult to navigate and realize your equity.
It is.
Even if you could see her hand, would be quite difficult to continue.
And she hasn't been getting too out of line opening crazy hands, so she's going to have a relatively strong range when we done now.
Yeah, finding some balance. For those who don't know, my nickname for Katie, Lethal Weapon. It's a healthy mixture of ironic and completely serious. She definitely knows how to apply max pressure. Not a fun person to have at the table. I mean, a fun person to have at the table, but not a fun opponent.
Exactly.
Just the jam with the ace 8 of clubs here, 14 bigs from Tony, and uh-oh.
He's run into it. Oh, this guy has 6.5 million chips. Did he just sneak under the table?
Yeah, he just sat down.
He took Jason's spot, huh? I recognize him as well, actually.
Yeah, he does look familiar.
He's a long-time grinder.
Does opt for the jam. Kitty's already folded, so the only person with a similar stack out of the mix. So this jam is just going to be for...
He's shot for 50 effective.
Well, 50 effective against Yifan Yao. A little bit sketchy there.
I might like a call with ace. Obviously, with ace king suited, it doesn't really matter because you would call for jam anyways. But, if you have a hand like 8s or like ace jack suited or something like that, I don't know if you want to jam and risk 50 bigs. And then if you just call and you don't call a hand like this, then you could be...
Range quite unbalanced. 7-7 deuce. Some chop outs.
Turns the spades.
Turns spades as well. King on the river. Ace 8 of clubs.
Unfortunate.
Going to lose. That is going to be another casualty. We are losing players left and right.
What's the average stack? Do you know?
Let's see. 13 left. Looks like the average stack is going to be right around 40 to 50 bigs.
40 to 50 bigs, really?
Yeah, structure quite good in these main event structures. Mini main and the main. And the wild card, which is day 1A going on right now.
An says, I predict Katie will ship it. I hope your prediction is correct, my friend. I was heads up with An in the opening event. Very tough opponent.
Heard you guys made kind of a cute, I guess deal is the wrong word, because you did battle out for the prize money and the trophy. But I heard you gave up the coveted water bottle.
I did.
For a match well played.
I did. I could tell he really wanted it. And I'm nothing but a nice guy, so I decided to give it to him.
That is some peak sportsmanship. I honestly, my only regret is just that the stream wasn't ready yet to show that heads-up battle.
Because we did play on this table. It was just unfortunately not streamed.
Yeah, I heard it was quite a battle, too.
It was. The heads-up was probably the longest portion of the final table almost, like, relatively speaking. It went for quite a few hands. We'll definitely trading some big pots back and forth.
King Queen O with the effective jam here, and King Jack, and look at this, another King Queen. What a weird spot.
This is interesting. I guess you just call, huh?
Just call, yeah.
Maybe you can get a bit tricky and just 3-bet, try to isolate him and get him heads up. He has only shoved for 3.5 bigs, and he has shoved under the gun, so he's probably shoving a little bit wider because he's coming into that big blind ante. So maybe you're thinking of the best hand with...
Does opt for a call.
And now Katie
is
also
with the King Deuce.
She's getting an amazing price.
What are those hands, though, where very hard to realize their equity? I think I like the fold there.
Yeah.
Obviously, we're seeing the cards. We know King Deuce in terrible shape. All the kings out of the deck.
Given that there's a dry side pot or whatever, you do realize your equity a little bit better than you usually would, because people don't really have as much incentive to bluff, and blast you off the pot. Excuse me. That being said, you're not going to be doing very well against these ranges. Let's just put it that way. And as you can see, every person had you dominated in this exact scenario. But if someone had a pair, you'd be in even worse shape.
Jack
you know?
on the turn. Look at this. With all the kings dead, that's going to be a bit of a miracle card. Only 2 queens
Damn.
live to spoil the party.
That's unlucky for David. He's been really grinding out that 3 or 4 bigs.
But he did make not 1, but 2 pay jumps.
Oh, yes, he has actually.
Up to 6.6K now.
I think he'll find it hard to complain too much then, or to feel too bad about it.
Yeah, one of those things where you're going to be pretty happy with the end result given how short you were.
It's that expectations versus results kind of thing. You know, he had 4 bigs. He's probably thinking, damn, I'm going to bust anyways, whatever. And then picking on an extra couple K, you feel a lot better than if you had the chip lead and bust out in 11th or whatever.
That always feels terrible.
That feels the worst.
Still has some outs here.
Yeah.
10 or a queen.
Unfortunate.
Not going to do it. King Jack is going to win that one. And we have a new table captain. Look at that. 9 million chicks for Sayakra Tool. 90 big
He just won
blinds.
2 huge pots in a row. And now the same thing that happened with, was it Yufan? Was that his name?
Yeah.
With Yufan and Katie. Katie is now in a similar position with this gentleman where he covers him by quite a lot. She's not incentivized to play a big pot with him.
Essentially, once he's out of the hand, then she can go back to
Being
playing
the effective
table
chip leader.
captain, effective
Exactly.
chip leader. But if he's in the hand,
You got to be a little bit careful.
maximum ICM pressure, right?
I guess all the chips are on this table, huh? Because there's what, 50 million chips in play, something like that.
Yeah, it does seem like it.
And there's actually, what is it? 20, oh no, it's about 25 million or 25 million on the table, huh? So there must be another big stack lurking. That's for sure.
It does seem like we're gonna have a long final table potentially.
I mean, if the average stack's 30 or 40 or 50 bigs, then absolutely we will.
Yeah, it might be a little less by that point, but it's gonna definitely be some healthy poker. Always do want to make sure that in these main event structures that maximum playability, right? You want the winner. I mean, look, if you're gonna play a $600 buy-in and win almost 100K,
Yeah,
you really
he
want to
wants
earn
play.
that one. Yeah, you want maximum playability. Now, Tom McMahon with the ace 9-0. We've been talking about this throughout the streams. This hand is now officially called the glow up.
I think I've heard you guys refer to it as this.
And do you think that that's a fair assessment? You started poker at a similar time to me back in the day.
Yeah,
Obviously, we've been friends a long time.
We have been. I started poker 10 years ago. I'm trying to think. I think I might have just been there when Ace 9 was starting to get like in fashion. You know, where some charts were starting to be released where that was well within the opening range for a lot of positions. I wasn't really there for all like the 2010s and stuff. So I'm not really sure what the wisdom was back then.
Yeah,
you know?
back
I know
before-
people were very button clicky back then. That's for sure.
Absolutely.
Which is kind of funny because everyone was like folding Ace 9-0 pre-flop, but then like, you know, 5-bet clicking, like Ace 5 and stuff like
Yeah.
that. You see, there's plenty of famous EPD
Getting into the
hands, I'm sure
leveling
you-
wars.
Yeah.
And I actually had a conversation yesterday with Mr. Mike Del Vecchio. Shout outs to Del Vecchio. Once chopped the Aussie Millions main event. Had a piece of him that year. That was pretty good for me.
Yes.
And we were chatting, catching up, and I remembered funny story he told me about playing cash at Bellagio 2008, and he had discovered the delayed C-bet, and he said that that was enough to just crush 5, 10, 20 at Bellagio for a whole year. Then people caught on to it, and then he thought, what if I check flop and turn and double delay on the river? And that got him through 2009. So
Yeah, and then I'm sure in 2010 it went all the way back to just C-betting the flop, and then it's just like
and the cycle continues.
exactly. Tell you what, the delayed C-bet, it's pretty OP. You should try it sometime, fellas.
You find yeah, 10-7 of hearts. Saw Amin Riazati bust the 6-max with this. Had an up and down straight flush draw.
See, this is like an interesting open here with the dynamics that I was previously talking about. But in this case, it's even worse because you're covered by two
the chip
players
leaders.
by a lot, and they can really put some pressure on you if they decide to. But he has gotten it through and gotten the big blind calling, and this is the best case scenario for him, obviously, when he covers the guy by 2x. Out of position, he flops huge.
Massive flop with the combo draw.
Yeah.
Don't think he's gonna get much out of the Queen Deuce of Clubs, but he is gonna get the best hand to fold.
There isn't going to be much resistance, but when you got 10 high and take it down, you cannot complain.
Seat 1 bet, 225, yeah. 225, right?
Jai Yixin looking to float
He's
here?
deciding to.
Might have some nefarious intentions on future streets.
Seat 8, call.
Interesting. the way he called there was very interesting.
Mm.
And now, this might be the exact kind of run out where it might go check, check, and if the board bricks out, how would you pronounce his name? Jai
Yishin.
Yishin. Might go check, check, and now, like, once it's gone bet call and this exact run out run comes off, it's a tough call with the 7. I will say that.
He's lucky to have turned a pair.
Every straight. Well, I think it's almost unlucky in this scenario because this is the one where he can lose the pot.
It's funny, yeah. Just a flush draw, more incentivized to just get it in. But your opponent chooses a slower route.
Yeah, and I think you're forced to bluff here. Obviously, this is the stone cold bottom of your range. Arguably, it shouldn't be in your range.
Looks like he is gonna find a bluff. What's up to everyone in Twitch chat?
Yeah, we just got it up.
Just got it open. So you can stay around in Twitch chat. What's up, everyone? If you don't already, follow us on Facebook, on YouTube, on Twitch. It is free 99, the greatest price in the world. $0.00, and it supports us a lot. Now, if you're Yifan Yao...
This float might just have worked out for him, huh? This is a tough spot. All the straights have come in with either a pair or a straight themselves. Obviously, you can still value bet King X for this. If you think he has a bluff with hearts, you have the 10 of hearts in your hand, which
one
takes
of the
away.
Worst cards.
It is one of the worst cards. You block some 10-9 combos, which is nice, obviously, but I like his fold here.
Does find the
I do like his fold
fold.
here, and his float with the Queen Deuce of Clubs has worked out.
Paying off. Jai Yishin showing a lot of heart. Nefarious intentions turned into nefarious action.
That might have been, again, these players have been playing with each other for the whole day. I'm sure they've got many reads that we do not have as we've just come in now. And maybe he thinks that, you know, he wasn't going to double barrel the turn enough, or that he was going to, if he turned clubs, he was just going to go with it, or whatever it is. It ended up working out for him, so kudos, and that's a big part of the stage of the tournament.
Ace 3-0, Yifan Yao showing
He's
very unafraid to get after it.
Now, it does say under the gun, but he is the hijack.
Yeah, we are short-handed, only 11 left.
That being said, I'm gonna hop on this quite a bit, but this is not the kind of hand you really want to open into two chip leaders who have position on you now as well. Again, it's worked out for him, so that's nice.
Shoutouts to Pokemon Master
And he gets
Spud.
the fold. He gets it through.
In the
That's
Twitch
nice.
chat.
So yeah, you found definitely mixing it up a little bit.
Feels like he thinks he's not getting punished enough by the chip leaders.
And if that's the case, then you become the chip leader, you know?
Yeah, funny spot when you're in the middle, right? A lot of figuring out how to navigate is just based on the dynamics that are at play at your table.
Yes. And a lot of this stuff that I'm saying, it only matters if the chip leaders are actually taking those 3 bets and putting you in tough spots. If they're not, then you have free reign to do whatever you like. But we will see what happens.
So no pay jump for the next person eliminated.
Looks like they'll go for hand for hand at 10, I believe.
Yeah. When we get to 10-handed, we are going to go hand for hand to prevent tanking. Obviously, there's a lot of desire to make the final table.
It looks like these players are doing pretty. There's not much tanking going on at all, which I like.
It's always good to see people with the integrity of the game in mind. Ace 6-0, gonna be a very classic open from the chip leader. Yifan Yao, Ace 4 diamonds in the big blind. It's the chip leader. This one's a weird one. Do you like a 3-bet? Do you like a call?
I just like calling. I think against chip leader in a spot like this, you want your bluffs to be a little bit more polarized, in the sense that if you get 4-bet jammed on, you do not want to fold a hand as pretty as Ace 4 diamonds. You flop a lot of things. A hand like, you know, Ace 4 off, you feel much less bad when you get ripped on, and it's much more clear you're bluffing anyway.
Yeah, segregate it into clear value hands and clear bluffs, right?
And then when you get a little bit deeper, you can start putting some suited hands into the 3-betting range, because now you're expecting to get called a lot more often than 4-bet jammed on. This is the power of being the chip leader. just get to make a lot of bets. And in poker, most people it's mostly nothing against nothing. So in that case, the person that bets is the person that's going to win.
C1 call.
I like this check call, but it's not a nice spot
Oh,
already.
and a 4 on the turn.
Now it is a nice spot.
On the double flush draw board, as the chip leader, are you ever just going for it here?
I'm expecting a check back, but if he did decide to go for it, I would not fault him one bit. There's a lot of hands you can fold out, a lot of straight draws that have a ton of equity against you. Even a weak flush draw is going to consider folding right now. You're also ahead of those hands, which is nice.
Ooh, and look at this. So they are chopping, maybe a little bit unintuitive for some people, but ace, jack, 7 is the effective hand for both parties.
Yeah.
So the kicker not playing, even though the 4 got counterfeited. This is a 7 on the board. Imagine that was a deuce or something and their 6 high kicker is suddenly good.
Yeah.
Now here's the question. Are we value betting here? Are we ever assuming we're folding our opponent off a chop by betting?
For the size that I would want to value bet, I would never be expecting to fold out a chop. I would bet like maybe a third pot if I was gonna go for a value bet here.
Try and target 7x,
Yep.
some 4x.
Exactly. And even a hand as weak as like king high spades or something like that, they might decide to look you up because you are the chip leader and you're going to be opening very aggressively. So I would never expect to fold a chop out.
Does
I
decide to check
don't
back.
blame him for checking back there. I do not blame him for checking back.
It's gonna be a weird chop.
Yeah. I think ace 4.
Look at that. Tell me we don't have the best dealers in Australia here at Playlive Melbourne. Not a second of hesitation wondering if that's a chop, right?
Not at all.
Around the world, you'll see a ton of dealers, and to no fault of their own, not super intuitive, just pick up instantly, but we're very blessed to have some of the most experienced dealers around here. Again, if you are just joining us, this is Josh Abney in the booth with Mr. Luke Martinelli. Special guest today. We're here, mini main event, 11 left, almost 100K up top, 93,109 up top on a $600 buy-in. Absolutely insane. Bankroll for life to play these stakes, but I think for most, probably an opportunity to maybe take a crack at some higher stakes. Are you a conservative bankroll manager by nature? You've obviously been playing a long time.
I definitely wasn't in the past, especially when I was just first starting out. I think a lot of people, when they first, I was 20 years old, and you know, you kind of when you're that age, you kind of feel like nothing can go wrong. And to be fair, going busto when you're 20 isn't as bad as going busto when you're 35 and have a family, for example. So there is a little bit of leeway to. Oh, he picks up.
Can
kings.
take some more risks. Pocket
can take
kings for Jai Yixin.
Opening into all.
Raising it up. The blinds are up now. 60-120 with a 120.
Katie picks up ace 7 over here.
Now with the stack that you cover, are we ever finding a 3-bet here as Katie?
I think even jam is considerable against the cutoff. With the max ICM pressure on, I wouldn't blame her at all.
Does opt for a
look to
call. Also very defensible.
Probably the standard play here, I think, for most people. And flops a whole lot of nothing.
That's you know, you get these boards sometimes where it kind of feels like the
Snap checks back.
wow, very interesting.
He's played some interesting hands. This gentleman. He just called the 8-6 and turned the full house. He floated the queen 3 of clubs as well, and then he snap checks back. I like this play.
Yeah, now maybe can get 2 streets from a hand like ace high, right?
Yeah, but
Hand's not super vulnerable with kings.
The problem is just, I think most people expect you to see bet your air once you get to a board like this where both people miss, and well, he's bet tiny. And Katie with the ace of spades here, I think she's just gonna call, but on the spade river, things could get interesting.
Shoutouts to Amanda Pike in the chat. What is happening? Again, we got you open on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. We are streaming. We can see all the chats now. Come say what's up. Ask Luke all your burning questions about poker. You can ask me your burning questions about life. We even do the birds and the bees talks on here if we have to. Whatever it takes for the education of the populace.
I think she's coming for a raise here, reading weakness.
Now, we obviously know this isn't going to work, but I do like this.
I do. I think when a player bets this sizing on the turn here, they very typically do not have a strong hand. And with the ace of spades, blocking some continues. I like her decision. Let's just see what she elects to do here.
Is she going to give up after meeting some resistance?
She is repping pretty thin. That being said, she's definitely tricky enough to play a deuce here some of the time like this. But I think if she jams, I think the kings are just calling. But she ought not jam, actually.
Yeah, there might be other sizes. Could jam.
Could jam.
Would be a...
Jam would be...
a juicy over bet, but...
Say 3-bet, 800,000.
800,000, 3/4 pot. Do just expect to see a pretty quick call here from the kings.
I think this is going to get looked up. I honestly think that you could even value jam these kings against this sizing scheme.
Calls quickly.
And he slams the kings down in her face. I know she's not going to be happy with that one.
Definitely a big pot. Very unfortunate for low, but I actually do quite like the line that she took.
I like her reading into that sizing and making a play. Like I said, if she reads some weakness, she's going to put you in a spot. And if he's sitting there with ace king instead of kings, I mean, it's going to get very, very tricky for him.
Lethal weapon, still second in chips.
What's Luke's best Daniel Nielsen experience / story? I've played quite a bit with him in Asia, actually. He, I think, I mean, I can't really remember that well because we were playing a tournament in Cambodia, and I think we both sunk quite a few beers and had a very fun time playing the tournament. I think he went on to maybe win that one. Again, I can't remember because we had so many drinks. Of course, in Cambodia, they're very cheap beers.
Very cheap. I do believe I had quite a few. Our mutual friend, Mr. Josh McCulley, shout outs to him. He won the WPT main there.
Oh, yep.
Chopped it up with another friend as well.
That was that year. Yep, with
Mr. Kobe.
With Kobe, yep. That was the first time I met Kobe, actually.
Me as well.
Very nice guy.
Legend of the game as well.
Had some very nice results recently, I believe.
So we are hand for hand now, guys. So you're going to get a little bit of story time with us as they work out some of the commotion. That's going to be 2 tables of 5.
And they're on the pay jump for... There is a lot of just stuff going on in the background, isn't there?
Yeah, we do also have the main event and the wild card going today. That's actually why the stream started 2 hours late. I had to adjust Luke's call time and let him know, hey, we were literally too busy to stream. So very grateful for everyone who's turned out. This has been an unbelievable series. If you haven't seen, we actually posted on Facebook and Instagram our series dates for all of 2026. Next series beginning Grand Prix weekend.
It's exciting. And given the way that this gentleman's been playing so far, I definitely expect an open here. He surprises me, though. He surprises me. I like the fold.
Yeah, might be deciding. I feel like I'm getting a little out of line.
Yeah, well, maybe that final table bubble pressure is
starting to set in
a little bit, and I like that fold.
The rail getting hyped for the chip leader. Sayakra Tool, never played with him before. I do recognize him though. Have seen him around the venue. He just has a heaping pile.
He has 20% of the chips in play.
No question. Look at those stacks of greens and blues. How nice is that feeling when you just have an actual mountain in front of you?
I'm a bit weird when it comes to that stuff. I prefer having the compact stack.
Interesting.
I prefer the big chips because I don't know, something about my brain, it gets too confusing when I've got too many chips. I get annoyed when I can't count my exact stack, you know?
Too much, spending too much time counting your stack, looking at it.
Yeah, exactly.
Figuring out what the number is.
Katie with the 5 deuce here.
The suited 5 deuce on the button. This is going to be a funny spot.
It is.
Could see it go either way. On the button, obviously, can open quite a wide range of hands. Certainly not a mandatory open, though.
Not by any stretch of the imagination, but...
Low, no stranger to aggression.
Not at all.
Did you teach her to do that, or is she just crazy all on her own?
I don't know if this hand specifically, but I like the moxie, that's for sure.
2 peas in a pod.
Yeah. Now this guy, this is a tough big blind to play against. He's shown he's been willing to play trappy with his hands. He's been willing to float, you know, queen high versus c-bet and stuff like that. So this should be interesting. And she flops bottom pair.
This is an interesting board.
with the
Backdoor
10
hearts,
flush draw.
gut shot, 2 overs against bottom pair. We see that the equity is still quite close, basically flipping from this point. 56-44.
And again, this is a hand that can definitely go either way. I do like a bet here for some protection. You know, not many turn cards are very good for a hand like this. And I think at this stage of a tournament, you can probably expect to not be check raised that often. So
Especially
I
when
like
you're
to see that.
covering, right?
Yeah. And the 10 just completely bricks out.
Offsuit 3, definitely going to be one of the turns you're most happy about if you're Katie.
Definitely. Obviously, looking at the hands, I would like to see a double barrel here, but...
Does opt for a check back.
Okay, and I think this actually should go check. It's tough for 10-9 to bluff on an ace river like this.
Yeah, instant check from...
Instant check.
So
she might consider bluffing here.
yeah, could turn a hand into a bluff. Obviously, does have a relevant blocker to the wheel.
Yep, and to 2-pair, ace-deuce,
And
which
2-pair.
is most likely deuce that he'll have pre-flop. I think a lot of other deuces
Can
are getting
incredibly
folded.
rep a
And
lot
she
of ace
does decide
highs.
to take a bluff here. I like it a lot, and it's gonna mega work against 10-9.
Yep, certainly 10-9 never calling here.
No.
Could see Jaishin deciding to
That would be
check
spicy.
raise.
That would be spicy.
If he has some immense heart, but I think when covered, just going to go in the bin.
That would be if he decided to do that, you've earned the pot, my friend. That would be quite sick. When you're 10 left with 90k up top, facing a very ace-x dense range.
Takes some
It would
chutzpah.
take some guts to
Some
check
moxie.
raise that there, that's for sure. And so I definitely do not blame him. And in fact, it might just be bad to do that anyways. So like, I don't fault him and commend him for folding, I guess.
So we are hand for hand, 10-handed. Players 6,600, so 11 buy-ins locked up. But look at this, we have a $1,600 pay jump, and then every pay jump from that point onward, 2K, 2.5K.
It's very, very top-heavy tournament as well. It looks like the pay jumps from like 4th to 1st are quite steep.
Quite steep.
That incentivizes aggressive play because getting these smaller pay jumps isn't worth as much as those big ones at the end. So chipping up and getting big stack now, that counteracts the ICM pressure a little bit. When the payouts are like that.
Some more influence pushing you toward just Chibibi ranges, trying to have a stack that can win it all.
But it is very easy to say that sitting here from the booth. Less easy to play more aggressively when you're facing down the barrel of potentially tens of thousands of dollars in pay jumps.
Yeah,
So.
absolutely. Got a nice, healthy, good job annual salary up top here.
Oh, very nice, and tax-free as well. So, at least in Australia. And King Queen could have decided to rejam here, covered, but I do not blame him for calling, keeping in a few dominated hands and whatnot. And I think 7s is a very standard open. I think he's going to c-bet his entire range here. This one, it's a slam dunk. You have old, strong hands. He decides to check back. Interesting. I would have liked to have seen a c-bet there, but then again, 7s, you're only really folding out better hands. It's just going to be tricky if someone goes bet, and you're going to have to, make the decision whether to call down with 7s or not.
Yeah, very likely to have to give up in that spot. Could think, if I am betting, I'm trying to deny equity against things like Queen Jack, Queen 10, Jack 10, but those hands probably aren't folding. So
Absolutely. I can see some reason there. And then I think checking the turn once you check the flop is pretty reasonable.
just try and reach showdown for
Yeah.
cheap. Now, if you've seen 2 checks and you're Tom McMahon,
I'm thinking I have the best hand very, very often. So I would like to see a very small third pot bet here.
yeah, little blocker value bet.
Yeah. He's definitely going to have a very showdown heavy range, that's for sure. Because I think most people, if they rock up with 10-9 of diamonds here, they are just c-betting that flop and praying.
Yeah, not just checking it all the way down,
No.
right?
So I think his hands here are typically going to be queens through 6s and maybe a hand like King Jack, King 10, even King Queen himself. So against that range, King Queen is doing very fantastically.
Got a shout outs. Let's go, Zach from Darwin, Northern Territories. Coming all the way from Darwin. Wow. Seen a lot of Let's Go Zachs in the chat. Shout outs to him.
He's cooking up a call, and this is just one of those spots that's very tough. Pocket 7s. See, the thing is, because it's gone check, the big blind can have a very, very wide. You haven't narrowed his range down at all, and so from that perspective, your 7s their blockers aren't really that relevant. Maybe you block some complete air like 7-6 that's taking a stab now because it just knows it can't win, which makes it bad to hero call if that's what you're thinking. But honestly, there's such a wide selection of hands that Tom could choose here. It's just one of those spots where we either think he's bluffing too much or he's not.
He does opt to look him up.
Look
He's
him
going to
up.
get the
Don't
bad
blame him.
news.
I think he lost a similar amount as if he'd just c-bet. Unless he was planning on doing a multi-barrel bluff there, which he obviously wasn't because he checked it down. But I think if you c-bet the flop and it goes check, 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 that would have also been the most likely line.
Similar outcome.
8th time, who's coming second behind Luke when he wins the main?
That's a great question. Who are you trying to get heads up with?
I hope Katie.
Luke and Katie. That would be the power couple heads up.
I am a little bit biased there.
Yeah. Have a piece, I assume.
Well, if she sells me one, if she wins this, she might not.
she might put you in the bin.
Yeah. She's had some decent results this year, and as she's been having more and more decent results, she's been selling me less and less of a piece.
Yeah.
Understandably so.
Man, forgetting the ones that what's the expression?
Zach is
Jai Sheen. Yeah.
Sheen.
So we'll call him Zach. Seems like the homies are.
I'll just call him Zach just so I don't horribly mispronounce his name any more than I already have been.
I think after a couple years living with me, your Chinese pronunciation has definitely gotten pretty good.
That's true. And we did just recently go to China.
We did. What did you think of that trip?
I loved it, man. I thought it was a lot of fun. You definitely took us to all the good places. It helps knowing someone who can speak the language and chat with the locals and whatnot. But yeah, we had a great time.
Made a lot of friends on the trip.
We ate a lot of food.
Ate too much food, honestly.
Yes, we felt sick after every meal, but not because of the quality of the food. Actually, not at all. It was because we were
our choices.
We were pigging out too much.
I think after we went to the Great Wall. By the way, folks, if you've never been to China, I think it's not necessarily on a lot of people's travel list automatically, but I couldn't recommend it enough. Beijing, obviously some beautiful historical landmarks. The view from the Great Wall was just insane.
It was unreal. The Great Wall is one of those things where, I mean, I've heard about it obviously since I was a kid, but being on it, it's a different feeling just hearing about it. Like seeing the way it just keeps going on the distance, like forever, and you know it even goes further than that. It's an amazing feat of human engineering.
Yeah, all built by hand back in the day too.
Yes.
Shanghai, obviously my preferred city. I did get to see my old university from where I studied abroad. Went into one of my old classroom buildings. Gave some people some confusion, I think.
Yeah.
Got a lot of strange and confused looks about this dude in his 30s just walking around the classroom. I think some people thought I might have been a professor or something.
And then we went to Zhuhai after that and played at the CPG, right?
Yep. Shout outs to China Poker Games.
That was a great series. It's looking like that's going to be quite big. I mean, it already is quite big, to be honest. It is a little bit difficult to get over there and play it as someone who's not from China, but I did manage to play a tournament over there, and it was.
Yeah, I made a final table in the high roller, if I remember correctly.
I did. I came ninth. Which I'll take for the only tournament that I played, pretty much.
Definitely a
which was
decent
nice.
outcome.
And the poker was great. Pan, who ran the series, is a great guy. I think ex-Crown dealer or ex-Crown manager. Yeah.
Worked at Crown with some of our staff, Tiger and them, back in the day.
He's doing a really good job running that series over there.
Shout outs to Pan Yu. He's also been quite influential in getting poker spread as a proper esport around Asia. I know there's some effort to get poker into the Southeast Asia games. That would be quite cool. Also, Thailand, I believe, recently recognized poker as a mind sport.
That would be fun. Interesting spot with your fan here.
Yeah,
I think he has an interesting
Jack.
3-bet candidate where you know the chip leader's going to be opening a wide range, and you know that Zach is probably not flatting the very top of his range. And with a hand like this with King Jack, you've got some very nice blockers, and taking it down pre-flop's really nice. And not only that, it's going to be, he's decided to do it. I love this play.
Does look like Yifan Yao is quite an experienced player.
He's not shying away from the moment at all, I would say. And
Seems
credit to
very
him.
comfortable.
Oh, yeah, 900K. I
Look at
love
this.
this. I love this. And that's the problem with making these flats when you've got aggressive players playing behind. They can just... You're kind of relying on the chip leader to protect you from getting squeezed, but when the chip leader's opening a really wide range, there's not really much you can do with 10-8 suited except for fold here. he might decide to call and play in position because the squeeze isn't that big, but it's just not going to be a good spot for you either way. And now you're in a tough spot.
A very tricky one with the wheel ace here. Some small percentage of the time, I do imagine you could flat and then back jam, try and represent pocket aces.
Yep, I think that would be, or even back click. Deep in these ICM spots, some weird things can happen with your sizings, where you can even 3-bet, 4-bet to half your stack, and it is supposedly solver approved. So
wow, that's crazy to hear.
And it wouldn't surprise me if that actually was a hand that did that some of the time, funnily enough. But obviously, we're talking about theory. We're talking about real life here, not theory land, and I don't blame folding one bit.
Shoutouts to the Darwin crew in Twitch chat.
Oh, they're loving.
They're
loving
railing their
Zach.
boy Zach.
Yeah, I'll tell
Shoutouts to you guys. Shoutouts to Darwin, the Northern Territories.
He's playing some nice hands. Yeah, when you're playing 5-handed like this, you definitely you get exposed. There's nowhere to really hide. You know, you're always going to be in the hijack, like minimum, and you're gonna if you don't pick up the chips, up the other players will. So
yeah, the orbits move quickly, right?
Yeah.
Blinds are expensive.
The big blind ante, you're paying 2.5 bigs per 5 hands. So
half big blind every hand essentially, right? It's quite not a cheap price to doing business. Does look like we have a sweat on the other table. We're hand for hand. Again, if you're just joining us, we are here, Playlive Melbourne Millions at 129 York Street in South Melbourne. This is our first ever Melbourne Millions, and we just announced our schedule for all of 2026. Got a lot of comments in 2025, people asking us, why can't you give us more advance notice? The answer generally being, it's very difficult to predict. Obviously, we've grown a lot. Things are a bit more established now. So able to kind of plan our operation a little bit with a further timeline. Decided to just release everything for 2026. And we teased, of course, Melbourne Millions, which will, of course, be returning summer 2027. Exact dates will be coming a little bit later there. And we also have some secret announcements. Can't say just yet.
not even I know about this, and I live with the guy. So
Yeah.
that's saying something.
Some collabs that we're hoping to cook up in 2026. Best commentators, shout out to you for being
Christian
here.
M252. I think I have an inkling who that may be. He's definitely his name is spelt in a way where it's almost certainly my brother. Thank you very much, Christian, for that very nice shout out.
Shout outs to your whole fam.
I'm sure my mom is watching. But
Shout outs, Maria. I will say, my parents are, obviously I'm in a faraway land. And grown man, but still their baby boy. And I think they're very, very happy that your family has been so loving, kind of adopted me.
Oh, yes. My family is a big fan of you, buddy.
Feelings mutual. I love going to the events too, man. The food is always so good.
One of those big Italian families.
It's insane, man. Big Italian family, and they own 5 restaurants. So, I mean, it's really...
Yeah, that's probably why it's been a little bit hard for you to lose weight since you've been in Melbourne.
It's definitely been a challenge. Had that good phase where I was really going to the gym and eating healthy, and it's been downhill lately. Planning on getting back on the horse, though. Have a gym session tomorrow, so shout outs to Ben.
That's my brother's friend as well.
Yep.
There you go.
Ex-roommate, keeping me from going too far in the wrong direction. Katie here with an interesting one.
Yifan decides to limp King 9 off. I like this. I think when you're covered by the chip leader by this much, limping your entire range is a perfectly prudent way to play. And I think is probably what you should do. With ace 2 off, I like a check back here. You want to have some ace X in your check back range.
400,000.
That being said, you cover, you're the chip leader. You're the effective chip leader in this hand anyways. This guy's going to be in a tough spot. You're on the FT. He wants to make the FT bubble just as much as everyone else. So I don't fault you for raising here at all. Who are the other 5 players remaining on the non-feature table, if you don't mind me asking? That's a great question.
Yeah, ironically, we're the worst people to ask.
Yes.
We are up in the booth, so everything is on a 20-minute delay. So it's live to us and it's live to you guys, but everyone downstairs is probably gonna have more information than we do.
Yeah.
And
You found limp calls with the King 9 here, which I like.
Flops a gut shot.
Gonna be dominating a lot of bluffs here.
Ace high still in the lead. You like a check back here, is Katie?
I think you can go either way. Ace deuce is just such a junky ace where checking back, you don't really, you know, keep in that many worse hands that you have dominated. For example, like if you have ace 9, for example, checking back makes much more sense to me. Because now you keep in all those lower ace X and even some dominated like 9/8s and those kind of hands. Ace deuce, you get to fold out 7/6 suited, 5/6 suited, all these hands. He's not really going to have that many deuce X's in his limp call range. So having that as a kind of like an anti-blocker is quite nice. And yeah, I think limp call is a standard. Sorry, check call is a standard play here for King 9. You beat a lot of bluffs. Katie. Her bluffs here.
Checks back and just finds the ace from space.
And I have a feeling it's going to go check here.
Barry Greenstein on the river. You don't like a value bet here if you're Katie?
Very hard to get called by a worse hand, I think. Your line just reps ace X. That being said, you are the chip leader and you are supposed to have a lot of junk in your range.
Can be good to balance.
It could be good.
Now, I was in the booth here a couple days ago with Mr. Jackson Young, and he had a hot take that balance is very overrated in a lot of spots. Where do you land on the I'm never going to play with these people in this spot again, so it doesn't matter, to balance is the most important thing in the world spectrum?
I'm on the I completely agree with Jackson. Balance is it's like a theoretical concept. It does not really matter in real life. What matters in real life is what your opponent's doing. And if your opponent's playing in a way that wow, she goes for a big value bet here.
Wow.
Putting him on a queen and targeting it. And Yifan might smell a bit of something might be a little bit off with this bet from what he might be thinking. He might be thinking of hero calling here. I would not. Katie's bluffs are going to come from the junkiest of junky hands, those super polarized, you know, 9-3 off, 8-3 off, 7-2 off even, although that's a pair. Those kind of hands are the hands pre-flop that you're really looking to, you know, put the pressure on as the chip leader. So you're ahead of all those hands. And he might be thinking that if Katie has a hand like ace 9 or even ace deuce, like a hand that she has, she wouldn't bet this sizing, which is 3/4 pot.
Interesting if she gets paid for that reason.
Yeah. So
right?
she's kind of like in a wide range V range spot. She's kind of polarized herself with a hand that traditionally wouldn't be in the polarized range if the positions were tighter. That being said, she rates to have the best hand with ace high very often, and I think this is a nice bet.
That's the JB Hi-Fi in the chat. Look at that.
JB Hi-Fi?
In the Twitch chat.
Oh.
_2, but I mean, still.
It's their second.
I wonder if it's one of the guys. We did a lot of shopping. Shouts to JB Hi-Fi, one of my favorite stores in Australia.
Oh, just sorry, before you do that, just to clarify, Zach is Jai Yishin.
There you go. Just gotta have a little more confidence when you say
Sorry,
it.
Yeah, I know.
You get it right.
I feel like I'm butchering it. I feel like I'm butchering it. Anyways, yeah, continue.
Yeah, we did spend quite a bit of money at JB Hi-Fi. I think I must be one of their favorite customers after buying 6 cameras and a whole bunch of other equipment, microphones and iPads, tablets, laptops, you name it. He really is considering a hero call here.
I don't think he's going to raise at this point, given these facial expressions that he's making. So I think he's considering either calling or folding. He does make the fold.
Does decide to let it go.
It's a nice value bet.
Might be showing off Katie's image that she's almost able to get paid.
Yeah, I imagine she showed down some hands that, when they've been playing previously throughout the day, that has led him to being the tank in that spot.
He asks, "What did you have?" We appreciate your purchases. Shout out to JB Hi-Fi. He asked, "What did you have?" She said, "You'll have to watch the stream and find out."
Cold. Absolutely cold-blooded.
I feel like that's always the best thing to say on the live stream. It's like, oh, you'll see it on break or whatever it is.
Yeah, I like saying that when we're not on stream.
You'll see it on the vlog.
Yeah.
I think there's a good vibe on the table.
I think everyone suspected she was bluffing, given the reactions of the people on the table. He'll be happy to find out that he made the correct fold. Tell me you didn't pay full price, Josh. Always ask for deals at JB.
Very happy to say we have a special JB business account, so certainly not paying retail prices. Not for the amount of money we're spending.
And Katie makes the nice fold against the chip leader.
Oh, look at this.
Which I like.
Chip leader had quite a hand.
She would have ran into it.
He's going to do that classic. Might as well show it because it's no info for anyone, and it's a bummer for me.
Yeah. I'm a big believer in looking at my. I know some people don't do it because they don't want to get tilted if they had like aces or whatever. I think it's funny. I like looking at it. Looking at what my hand would have been.
Not any notable names on the other table. The short answer is we're not 100% sure.
I think Daniel Desmond is on the other table with quite a big stack. I believe he won
Playlive main event champion.
He won the second one.
I believe
right?
so, yeah.
Heads up against Kale. Heads up against Kale Burns.
Wow. That is a tough heads up opponent.
And he took the win there. And now he's got I think you can actually kind of see him in the background right there, and that he's right next to the 10.
Yep.
Yeah, and he's got quite a lot of chips, it looks like.
Yeah, it looks like Desmond has
He's
piles.
going to be a tricky opponent for Katie and is it Sayak?
I believe so. Yes.
When he comes down and plays, he's a very aggressive player. Daniel is.
May as well watch this. Cards I'm getting in the wild card tournament is killing me.
I feel you, buddy.
Yeah, that's poker, unfortunately. Up and down, but yeah, we'll be here to entertain you in your headphones while you grind that. Maybe we'll even bring you a little bit of run good.
Coached by Josh Foster right here. I can't speak to who he's coached by. I do know Josh Foster is a coach. Shout out to him. He's a very nice guy.
Played with Josh much?
I played with him a fair bit. Yeah, I mean, he just plays at every series, so I always see him. Yeah, he released a very nice video on his Facebook page showcasing his coaching skills. I liked it.
Awesome. Yeah, I'll definitely have to check that out.
Yeah, check that out.
Final table is going to be playing down to a winner tonight, I believe. Otherwise, they wouldn't have us in the booth. Would have gotten a day off.
Yep.
No rest for the wicked. Am going to the tennis with Mr. Eric Baldwin one of these days, I believe on Wednesday. Should be.
It was good. We went the other day. It was. Always love going to the Aussie Open.
Yeah, shout outs to the Australian Open. One of the best reasons, one of the reasons, of course, that we have the Melbourne Millions in this time slot. So folks who are coming from overseas or interstate can enjoy the nice weather, enjoy the Australian Open. I feel like the city just comes alive in this part of January, right? Street performers, live music everywhere.
It's a very nice time slot to have a poker tournament because, you know, you bust out and you just go, there's a lot of things to do.
Plenty of things to do.
The weather's nice. It helps tilt you a little bit less when the sun's shining. You know.
I do believe tomorrow is going to be a scorcher. Now tomorrow, Australia Day.
Oh, it is. Okay.
Also, the 5K high roller. I do assume we're going to be seeing you in the streets there.
I will be. I have a dinner at 6 o'clock, but after that, I will be arriving and playing that. Yes. I didn't get to play the 3K because my friend got married last night.
Shout outs to Chris.
Yep, Chris and Carmela. Congratulations. It was a very fun wedding. I was quite hungover this morning, but I'm feeling good now. I'm feeling good now. Yeah, so I unfortunately missed shout out Mr. Richmond. A
very nice performance from him.
Nice. I mean, he's been around for he's such a character. You always know when you're playing with him, that's for sure. He's been wearing that hat for.
I was about to say, how many years have you seen that Richmond hat?
I really
at least a decade.
I'm not sure if he wears the same one or if he switches it around or if he's got like if he's got a roster.
Gotta assume there's at least some sort of roster
there. I would hope so, or that his wife puts it in the wash, one of the two. But yeah.
Yeah, we are going to be playing out tonight. I was it was tongue in cheek earlier, suggesting that we might not be at all. We certainly will be playing to a winner.
I hope we are.
Yeah, we definitely are, and you'll have me and Luke all the way to the end. 10-handed here, so this is going to be the slow part of the tournament as we're hand for hand, just to ensure some fairness between the two tables. But eventually, the bubble will pop. We'll be down to the final
no one
table.
Wants to bust at this stage. Final table bubbling is one of the worst feelings. Up there with bubbling itself, I would say. Someone shouting out Katie for making good use of his chips.
Now, okay, where do you land on that spectrum? Are you, you took my chips, so I want you to bust immediately, or I would rather be eliminated by the person that wins the tournament, so I can feel better about it?
Definitely the latter. I think if someone stacked me, then I wish them all the best. I hope they take it to the end.
Yeah, then you feel like, you know, your soul lives on in a way.
And she reckons she's the best remaining in the field, other than maybe Mr. Pessman. I assume you mean Mr. Desmond.
Uh-oh, spelling mistake on the internet.
Holy shit.
Time to get roasted.
Someone mute that guy for 5 minutes.
Shout out to Kanan in the chat.
Yeah.
Look at this with the 3-4 clubs. Now, when you make one of these greedy you know, chip leader pressure plays, and then you flop a flush draw. That always feels really nice.
Yeah, because now you've actually just got something. And Jai, he floated the queen high with the club earlier. See, that's interesting to me because in a spot like this, I would find Jack 9 with the club there a much more easy float from my perspective than Queen Deuce of clubs on that king. Was it King 8-6 2-heart board?
I believe so. Seems like he's picking that based on the opponent more than the.
I think that might be a part of Zach's strategy there. Yeah, so he's definitely more in tune with, and obviously there's a different spot as well. The chip leader covering you, bearing down on you, and again that FT bubble pay jump as well has not a spelling mistake. He's just needling him. You know what? Reinstated. Unban him.
Someone give this guy VIP in the chat. I do aspire to get this stream to a point eventually where we'll have moderators in the chat on Twitch and YouTube and stuff, some custom emotes and everything. For now, we're just going to be stuck with me and my various guests throughout the series. I really appreciate everyone tuning in. We got 5.7K unique viewers just in YouTube alone last night.
That's pretty nice.
For the Creator Invitational.
For the Invitational, yes.
Yeah, we of course had the Misfit Minds boys. Legends, the biggest YouTube channel in Australia, self-proclaimed, although I do believe they're actually getting close to that title becoming true.
I see he's picked up 4-3 of clubs again. I wonder if this is a reader error or if he just picked up the same hand twice in a row.
You ever feel like that's a glitch in the Matrix?
Sometimes. But it's, you know, and he folds it. He's happy with winning it last hand, and this guy has all his straight. Zach has all his straight flush outs.
Yeah, 3-4 suited not looking as good. Does opt for the call, blind versus blind. Do expect to see a check back here.
Yeah, with two people who have similar stacks, I think this is how you'd expect the play to go down most of the time.
A lot of waving the white flag.
Yeah. I wouldn't hate a raise here with 5 deuce suited. I don't think it would be the worst play at all. I think folding out a lot of dominated deuce X hands and 5X hands could be nice and obviously playable because it's suited, but I think the standard play is mostly just a call here. Luke, what was it like to the deep run in the Bahamas? It was a very, very fun and exhausting experience, that's for sure. Flew down there, took 38 hours to get there.
38 hours.
Three stops. I had a 12-hour layover in San Francisco.
Were you doing economy for that flight?
I got business on the way up and economy on the way back.
Okay.
I did it the wrong way around.
Yeah, keeping yourself humbled 50%.
Yep, it definitely wasn't because they were booked out, that's for sure, on the way back.
I was about to say, the way back after the huge score, that feels like when you shell out the money for the upgraded flight.
Luckily, I was still buzzing, so I wasn't too tilted with the bad flight.
Yeah, a little high on adrenaline.
With the economy flights, although it was 35 hours back as well. So I land there, and I pretty much played every day. I took one day off. I was playing the same tournament over and over again. They ran a very interesting structure over there where they were trying to hit that guarantee as much as they could. For people who don't know, it was like a 26K buy-in, 60 mil guaranteed. Was it?
Yeah, 60 million guaranteed.
60 million guaranteed, which they end up destroying. They end up destroying the guarantee. Kudos to them. Actually, I saw an interesting the prize pool of that tournament was more than all of the Australian Poker Series tournaments prize pools put together.
Wow.
In one tournament. Like just that's how sick.
That's insane.
Like, is that not crazy? And the way they were doing it was they were pretty much allowing maximum rebuys. You saw many pros that were in for 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 bullets.
Daniel Grano, I believe, was in for 13.
He was in for 13. He wasn't even the most.
Wow.
He wasn't even close to the most, I think. I think Texas Mike might have been in for more than 15. I'm not sure if you know. He's from the.
Of course, shout out Texas Mike. An absolutely lovely man as well.
I got to play with him a couple of his bullets. Actually.
What did you think of him as a player?
He entered and then exited the tournament very quickly on both bullets. So I didn't get to talk to him too much. But everyone seemed really friendly with him, so
lovely guy.
Like him.
Too rich to fold, potentially.
I think I caught him on maybe his 13th or 14th bullet, and he was quite over it by that point. He was just trying to spin up a stack, which he did too. Okay, Yifan defends the 6-5 off against the chip leader.
Mine's a juicy flop. 6. Don't expect Katie to c-bet this texture very often.
She just might, just because she's the chip leader into the FT bubble, and she can just c-bet a lot of flops.
Yeah, might just be going for a c-bet 100 strategy here.
Which I think is probably the best way to play.
Going to be profitable
Yeah.
overall.
And this is where this balance doesn't matter. Like if you, I'm sure if you look this flop up in the solver or whatever, it would have quite a high check back. But if you think the player isn't check raising enough or cleaning wide enough, then you can do whatever you want.
We got a question. What's on tomorrow? Tomorrow is Australia Day. We have our 5K high roller, and also, if you're looking for the exact opposite end of the spectrum, day 1B of the wild card. That is a 350 with a 100K guarantee.
And he goes for the check raise here. I like this play. Your hand definitely needs some protection, and this board is definitely you. And this is a board that the chip leader can definitely over c-bet. So Katie getting punished a little bit for making a c-bet that potentially wasn't approved by the solver, but again, there's plenty of exploitative reasons for making a play like that. And kudos to Yafan, he manages to punish. King Jack is the exact kind of hand he's targeting with the check raise there to fold out, where you have 2 clean overcards and your hand's going to have a lot of trouble taking the pressure down on future treats. That's a board that you can check raise just because you have so much 7x there. It's hard for the chip leader to punish you back. Whereas a board like, if the board was more something like King 8-6 and you want to take a check raise, the chip leader's going to have a lot more natural continues there. It looks like something's going on the other table.
We may have an elimination on the other table. At least, yeah, we got some
Something's
sort of
going
all
on.
in on a
There's
call.
there's a bit of commotion.
Yep, I'm getting a note from our tech team here. There is an all in and a call on the other table.
Final table?
Final table.
Final
Okay,
table
looks like it.
announced. Okay, so we will be combining down to our final 9. We're gonna go on a short break, but don't go anywhere. We have the final table action here in the Play Live Millions mini main event. See you soon.
So which one is it for? Forward system.
Welcome back. Welcome back. What is happening? We are here. You got Josh Abney and Mr. Luke Martinelli in the booth.
Hello.
Final table of the mini main event here at the Playlive Melbourne Millions, 129 York Street here in South Melbourne. We have 9 remaining.
Knee out there, Bridges' lovely wife telling the players what's up.
Yes, for anyone who hasn't played on a live stream final table before, it can be a little bit, you know, extra. Comes with some additional expectations, responsibilities. Got to put your cards over the scanner and stuff so we can make a fun product for the stream. So we have 9 remaining. They just hit a pay jump.
Let's just have a quick look at these
Yeah, what
chip
are we
stacks.
working
What
with
have we got
here?
So what I'm seeing here is the shortest stack is Oliver with 18 big blinds, and he's like, there's a couple of guys with around his stack. Tom, Yifan, and Zach are all around that area. Katie and Desmond clear mid stacks. Oh, and Kui. And then there's a clear chip leader with Sayak Ratul. He's got all the chips. So that's the current dynamic.
Think you could say all those names 10 times fast?
I do not. I'm just gonna nickname every single player, so I don't have to deal with that. And
So Ratul opening up the ace-3-0 on the hijack, doing the chip leader thing right off the bat. Now we got 93K up top. So I mean the pay jumps are gonna start out at about 2,000 bucks. So I mean already 3 and change buy-ins for a single pay jump.
everyone's deep, so I think everyone is kind of come to this FT with the expectation that they can win this thing if you know. If the
Yeah,
cards
if you're
fall their
sitting
way.
there, you know, 30-ish big blinds, 6th or 7th in chips, I mean, you absolutely feel like you have a chance to get first place. Not one of those final tables where, you know, average stack is 20 bigs and not as much playability. In a world with a short stack.
Yeah, or even with a super short stack, right?
Yeah.
So there's
In a world where the shortest stack is 18 bigs, I mean, this is anybody's game still. You a betting man, Lukey? You wanna?
Obviously I am a betting man, but I have to choose Katie, just because she would be very mad if I did not. So if I have to bet on anyone to win, I think it's gonna be Katie. I don't think it's gonna be close. That's what.
He's potty trained, folks.
Yeah. I'm a good boy.
Yeah, he's a house trained.
What about you? Got anyone? Got your eye on anyone?
I
Who do you think?
think in these spots, honestly, I think Sayak Ratul, obviously always easy to pick the chip leader. Gonna be the most plus EV guess.
Yep.
But he's really been using that chip lead. Seems like he's quite comfortable in this spot.
Yeah.
So I definitely have my eye on him.
My dark horse pick would be this gentleman right here, Jesse May. I played with him a little bit in one of the tournaments. I can't quite remember which one. Maybe it was the opening, or maybe it was the you know what? It was day 1 of the opening. That's where I remember him from. And he was playing quite well. I'd never seen him before. I think he might be from somewhere in Europe. He might be from maybe Scotland or something like that. I think. Don't quote me on that, folks. Sorry for any Jesse May friends or relatives in the chat. I could be getting that wrong. That's just from my vague memory. But no, I remember he impressed me that day that I played with him. So he might be someone to look out for anyways.
Jesse May leaving an impression with the 17th best player in the Bahamas.
Oh yeah, so I was explaining my my Bahamas trip. So as I was saying, they were making everyone fire max bullets basically because of the incentives. They had multiple ways of trying to get to hit that $60 million guarantee. I fired 3 bullets, 2 of which I satellited into, and one of
Found
which
a min cash on the second one, if I'm not
yeah,
mistaken.
so I did cash 2 of those bullets, which is another way they were structuring it, where you could play day 2A and then still fire off 1C and 1D and go deep. So I got Martin Cabral. I'm sure people know who he is.
Poker's most famous villain.
Yes, he cooled me and busted me out of my first bullet. And he was definitely getting in my face about it as well. I think he posted an Instagram story, either just before or just after. I mean, I was definitely getting needled. He was trying to test me a little bit.
Hitting you with the knot like this.
He was.
Look at this, Desmond with pocket kings.
Yeah.
Open it up here, and he's gonna get a flat from Zach in the hijack with the king queen.
This is always a tricky spot when you're facing a chip lead open. You've got a middling strength hand like king queen. It's very tough to know what to do with.
Yeah, can call, can 3-bet.
call,
Sometimes
can
can even
yeah.
just give up.
You
right?
could if the payout pressure was high enough, you could just fold. but obviously he doesn't feel that way. As I said before, very top-heavy tournament. Like even the pay jump from first to second is what's that, like 38k or something like that.
Look at
So,
that.
36k or something.
93-1, 57-6, and then 35-6.
So getting to those top 3 positions is going to be quite important here. Katie with the pocket 2s, I like this flat a lot. Pocket 2s is the kind of hand where it's very easy to like know where you're at. As I say that, a board where you don't know where you're at has just popped up. But it's basically you flop a set and you're good, or you don't and you can just fold the hand. And that's why I'm a big fan of flat. Oh, she's in the big blind as well. I thought she was small blind. Obviously the big blind, it's an even easier call.
Standard defend.
Call, yeah. Kings can go either way here. Don't need much protection.
Can definitely get value from some smaller pairs, right?
Zach's range here is very, very pair dense heavy. If you think about the kind of hands that you would flat here and not want to 3-bet, pocket 9s, pocket 10s, pocket jacks, ace queen, ace jack suited, those kind of hands. So even folding those out isn't the worst if you have kings. You know, folding out that 1 overcard.
Deny some equity.
He makes the float here with king queen, which I cannot say that I would advocate for, folks.
Yeah, that feels like he thinks the guy that's covering him might be getting out of line. Yeah. Maybe has some nefarious intentions.
It's interesting. An interesting decision here. The chips are so valuable. I guess he's just saying, I flatted king queen pre-flop. I'm gonna make this work somehow. And Katie Lowe. I am a big fan of this raise. I'm big fan of this raise. She's got very clean full house outs if someone does have a 4. Desmond is the only player in this hand that raised to have a 4, and that 4 is ace 4 suited. Katie, on the other hand, can have every single suited 4x. She has pocket 3s pure. Neither of these players should have them either. This is a very, very good board for Katie. And already Desmond is
not loving life with the kings.
I mean, you call here because you're beating some value hands and stuff like that. But if some bets go in on future streets, you are going to be in a world of hurt. And Katie can turn a lot of backdoor flush draws and that kind of thing. She gets counterfeited here, which might
incentivize her to bluff. She literally has the nut low now.
And another problem for Desmond here is now that if Katie was check raising a hand like 3x, it would only be suited 3x because she's defended multi-way. But if she was check raising a hand like 3x for protection, she is now booked up. This is an actual quite a good turn for Katie's range, funnily enough. Although her straight draws and whatnot have still bricked.
Yeah, all the 5-6s and the like still missing, but very funny spot. This is one of those classic big blind boards, right? All low cards, lots of boat opportunities.
I'm very interested to see what she decides to do here. This would be quite sick if she manages to pull off a triple barrel bluff here.
Does opt to fire the second barrel.
She goes a third pot.
1/3 pot, 850k.
If she does decide to bet the river, it is going to have to be for all in, I believe. That's the only size that in my mind makes sense. You're repping a full house. When you have a full house and your opponent can't have many full houses, the big size is generally the correct play. And if she does go all in, Desmond is going to be in a world of pain. This is as 2 mid-stacks colliding, and you've got a pure bluff catcher. You do not beat any value hands. I think even on the turn here right now, you probably don't beat any value hands.
Yeah.
Maybe she's got like a pocket 5s, pocket 6s type hand where she's going for protection again. But when
I mostly expect to see a check on the turn from those, right?
Because once this guy's bet calls you in the spot, he very likely has a pair that has you beat. He's unlikely to be fucking around, to be screwing around. So I think that he's gonna keep calling because maybe in his mind he can imagine her having a worse value hand. But on the river, if she does go all in, he's purely bluff catching.
So we just have lightning right off the bat.
Okay, and that's a river where if Katie jams now, Desmond, I don't know what he should do. It is an incredibly tough spot because now, if she had a hand like 5-6, it's paired up. People generally don't bluff a hand like 5-6. 7-6 has gotten in. Ace deuce has gotten in. 6 deuce suited has gotten in. And on top of that, all those full houses that she still previously has are very clear value jams. But she has.
If she ever did have a hand like pocket 5s, that's also boating up.
Pocket 5s has also come in. She has not got many bluffs here at all. I would love to see an all-in from here. And I guess we're going to see what happens.
2 blockers to the wheel, right?
Slightly relevant. I would say because there's no turn flush draw, Desmond doesn't have ace deuce suited himself ever. He might bet call the flop with that, but I think on the turn you just let it go, right? Once it's double paired.
When it's double paired.
Although, look, you do have ace high, you do have the best hand, so it is slightly relevant. Okay, let's just say it is slightly relevant. Well, let's see what she does here. I'm very interested.
Does she have the heart to just fire the 3rd barrel in cold blood?
I think if she jams here, Desmond just has to fold. You're looking. You have to be thinking, does this person have the required amount of bluffs? And she's got a lot of value combos. A lot of value combos. You can just count them out yourself right now. But I would imagine she's got over 50 value combos almost. 3 million.
3 million
Okay,
announced.
I like this sizing if you're not going to go all in.
Leaving yourself a little bit behind in case she does get looked up. But look at this from Katie Lowe. Now, if you're in Desmond's shoes, this just looks so strong, right? You're both mid stacks. You both want to ladder up. Let the short stacks go first.
This is absolutely cold-blooded.
This is just going to feel like the nuts every time.
She looks like she's so calm right now.
Yeah, look at that. No pulsing of the neck, right? Heartbeat looking very steady. Katie looking really just comfortable.
She's a very experienced poker player despite her age. She's played many an hour. She's mostly a PLO cash player. Maybe where this sickness comes from. The ability to make a bluff like this on a big final table like this it's quite sick. You know.
Most players, I would say, even strong players.
Oh, it's a tough spot. It's tough to be able to do
like this.
I love the heart. I honestly, I think it's going to work. I really hope it's going to work. Obviously, I am a little bit biased. I will, I will say that. But I'm trying to be as objective as possible, obviously. But man, he is in a tough spot. He's in a tough spot. And from his perspective, he's got to be thinking, is she going to have a hand like 6-5 and turn it into a bluff? Right? Because that's a hand that makes sense on the flop to check raise.
Continue on the turn.
Makes sense to continue. And now you might recognize that you have no showdown value against Desmond's range. Truly have none. Because
even though you've rivered a pair, right?
because ace deuce has come in. And he's not peeling the turn twice with ace high. I don't think so. So, yeah, it's not going to work.
Can we get ones in chat if you think the bluff is going to get through? A 2 in chat if you think Desmond's gonna call.
Desmond is quite the sticky player. I will say that much. But I think he would recognize that this is a spot where it is hard to bluff too much, and hopefully he makes the fold. In terms of his hand, as much as a bluff catcher, he does block King 4 suited, which is nice. It doesn't block King 3 suited, so it's a bit of a wash in that respect. But obviously, you can't do that. If he calls here, it will be a 10 million chip pot. He will go into the chip lead.
Look at how down the middle this is. We got 1s and 2s across all the chats. Pretty much an equal distribution. Another 1 in Twitch chat.
This is sick. This is sick. This bluff makes me want to marry her. Get in line, buddy. Oh my god.
Just stone cold now.
Stone cold.
Are you ever calling the clock here if you're Katie?
Okay, when I'm in this spot, I never call the clock on the person because I never know how other people are going to read it. So I'm just like,
just let it be what it is.
Whatever's going to happen is going to happen. But other people I know feel differently about it. The main thing is like, don't call the clock only when you don't have it, kind of thing, or one way or the other. Just yeah. I think he's gonna fold. I think he's.
Oh, thought about it.
He thought about it.
Shout outs to Paris in the chat. This makes me want to get coached by Luke. Now, Luke, you do some coaching.
I do. I've just started coaching this year. Katie is one of my
the proteges.
I would say my best performing one. She's improved a lot over the last year, and it's not. I'm not sure if we've gotten to this lesson quite yet, but she's obviously picked something up from me.
Learning some of the crazy tendencies.
Some of the crazy stuff. Oh.
Do you want to shout out Desmond in the Yankee hat? Can't tell you how. Oh, is he gonna do it?
Oh my god.
And he does put it in the bin.
All
and
right.
Unbelievable bluff.
Someone clip that. Probably the sickest hand on stream.
It's gotta be
one of
the
the sickest
most
hands on stream that we've had so
gangster,
far.
cold-blooded bluff we've
Holy-
seen.
Oh
I mean,
my
if Katie
God.
wins this final table, she is truly gonna feel like she earned it.
Oh, respect for that. Congratulate. You know what? It's a sick hand. She made the play. The flop check raise. I loved it. I thought it was a great play. She continued on the turn for a third putt. Obviously, you've got no showdown value, complete bottom of the range. And then, what a bad fold. Someone has said in the chat. I don't really know about that, my friend. If you really think about, I mean, it's easy for us to say. We're sitting here looking at the cards. It's pretty easy to be able to say that when you're there. But if you really think about her line, it is quite it's quite difficult to have a bluff there if you're Katie. It really is.
I mean, from Desmond's perspective, that just looks so strong. She has all the ICM incentives to not go after you, right? Your similar stack, you can cripple her or bust her from the tournament.
Even the hand that she had is not that is not the standard line from the average player in this tournament, I would say.
Absolutely. I don't think I'm finding that with deuces almost ever.
I would expect some pros to play the hand like that, and Katie is a pro. But the average person is not finding a bluff like pot deuces, and even if she does use deuces every time pure, that's six bluff combos. She's made a bet for I think it was 80% pot or whatever it is, and on top of that you have to have ICM considerations. But she has a lot of 4x combos there. She's got ace 4 offsuit. She's defending that, covering both players. She's got king 4 suited down to 5-4 suited, and probably even 5-4 offsuit, 6-4 offsuit, and then that's not even to mention her 3x range. Sorry, the 3x she has in her range. So I don't think it's quite as easy a call as you would expect, and I don't blame him for folding at all. Classy bluff and classy fold. I can't argue with that. Agreed. Whew. My heart's beating fast after seeing that. I can't imagine how she must be
That was
feeling.
just gangster.
And look at it, like she's just locked in. Love it. Wow. Rick has flopped the nuts here. I've played quite a bit of cash with him back in the day. Lovely guy. And he's flopped the absolute joint here. Everyone is drawing dead. Everyone is just drawing straight up dead. Sorry, actually, there is some backdoor stuff. Now everyone is dead on the turn. Katie has turned a pair, but I think multi-way she's going to realize that her hand doesn't have that much value.
I mean, just insane. If you're joining us, there are some folks who are asking if they are interested in coaching. Is there a way they can get in touch with you?
I'm not really taking on anyone at the moment.
Okay, the load is currently full.
But hit me up sometime. Add me on Facebook or whatever.
Yeah, come find him down here at Playlive as well.
Come say hi to me. Yeah, we'll work it out.
That needs to be snipped and made into a reel. You better believe it, APS. We will be doing that.
That's going to be on the... You're going to be seeing that... I hope you haven't gotten sick of that hand yet, because you'll be seeing it over and over and over again, I presume, on the Playlive page.
Absolutely. That'll be going on our YouTube Shorts. Are going to start working on those.
75,000 and 150,000.
I've seen this sentiment by a couple of people saying that once you call the turn, you should be calling the river, because that seems to make logical sense. And I would disagree with that for a couple of reasons. One thing is that when you call the turn, you don't necessarily know that she's gonna bluff the river if she's bluffing. She might give up and it goes check and you win. Or she might have a worse value hand that goes check and you win. She's giving you such a good price in the turn that I think that you're forced to continue with kings there, because she can still potentially have worse hands for value that she will check and not put you in the tough spot. When she does jam the river, which she's not guaranteed to do every time, now your hand is truly a pure bluff catcher, and the question you have to ask yourself is, does she have enough bluffs to make this a profitable call?
And I think for 99% of players, the answer is going to be no, right?
Even in this spot itself, the answer might be no. Even though she did have the bluff in this scenario, but given the entirety of her range, she actually might not have enough bluffs to warrant a call there. So he might have even made a correct fold ultimately in the end. I think she would have to bluff her 6-5 combos almost at full frequency to be properly balanced
Keep the
there.
balance toward
Yeah.
away from being too
Yeah.
value heavy. He's a robot for putting him in the blender. Yeah, I mean, that was just tremendous. I do call her lethal weapon for a reason. I think that on full display here at the start of this final table.
I have a feeling that after this stream, she's going to get a few less bluffs through than what she otherwise would have been getting through previously.
That is one of the weird things about the live stream, right? You do have to kind of adjust to the meta of how you're perceived overall by the player pool around you from people seeing you on the stream, especially when you run a bluff like that.
Oh, I'm sure the players will be getting, their phones will be getting blown up right now with everyone being like,
when you see this on break, she bluffed you.
Yeah.
Hey, when you see this on break, she totally bluffed that guy. Shout outs to everyone in all the various chats. All the chats popping off today. Really appreciate you guys joining us. If you are just joining us, this is the final table of the mini main event. $93,000 for first. It's our biggest prize pool of the series so far. Almost hit the guarantee in our main event in the mini main. Pretty crazy. Defend here from the King 6.
Yep, and Katie's made a very nice open, and I think she's just gonna...
On the
I think
ace
she's gonna
high
take it
board,
down.
I do think, yeah, we'll see a C-bet and a fold here fairly often.
Unless she's gonna go with the Del Vecchio delay C-bet.
The classic, the 2009 super strategy, or maybe that was 08, and then 09 was the double delay. Gotta hope the Patriots biff it tomorrow. I'm a New Yorker, so we share that sentiment. Go not Boston. New England. I don't know. There's no good way to like shit on the Patriots. They've had too much success. I have a million gripes ready for the Red Sox, but something Eli Manning. Anybody but the Pats, agreed. I'm a Steelers fan despite being a New Yorker, so we did our usual. Squeaked into playoffs and embarrassingly got destroyed in round 1. Luke's not much of a football fan, but Mike Tomlin stepping down from head coach of the Steelers. He coached the team for 20 years. And he never missed playoffs once in 20 years. Still,
he's retired.
He's resigned.
Oh, he resigned.
Yeah, unclear if he's going to go to college, another NFL team, or just pack it in.
Was it because of results, or was it his time? Or
They had 9 years in a row of making playoffs and losing in round 1.
Okay.
So I do think that's probably going to get a bit old after a while. Got some Canadians in the chat.
Oh, where's that?
On the YouTube chat.
On the YouTube chat.
Shoutouts to Playground Poker in Montreal. That was the very first. I used to live in Montreal, as Luke knows, in 2017. That was the first time I ever played it in a dedicated poker room outside a casino environment. Fell in love immediately. They had an amazing kitchen, great food service, and it was included if you were playing in the cash games. And that was actually largely a lot of the inspiration for the model here at Play Live. Place dedicated to the sport that we all love. And with a better kind of customer experience, eat and drink, chow down, have a good time.
That does not happen at many poker rooms, that's for sure.
Yeah, hoping to make it more of a growing trend around the world. You guys being here in the stream definitely helps with that. If you don't already, please give us a follow. It costs $0.00. You can change your mind anytime. We are on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, and YouTube. Biggest 1-2 crusher I know. I have definitely done pretty well in the 1-2 and 1-3 streets in my life. Yeah, I've won many thousands of big blinds.
The stepping stone to the biggest stakes. Everyone's been there.
I do remember when I was in Vegas, maybe my first summer in Vegas. Been playing full time for about 6 months, and was complaining to my friend Nick Thompson. He was here in the chat the other day. Shout outs to Nick. That I wanted to move up to 2-5, but I didn't have the roll for it yet. But I was getting really bored of 1-2, and He always very measured. Nick, also a chess master,
Mm-hmm.
brilliant gamer in general. Usually gave me very kind of measured advice, and his advice was suck it up and stop whining. And I
I'm
think
sure that's not what you wanted to hear as a 17-year-old young buck.
yeah.
Sorry, as a 20-year-old
20.
young buck.
Yeah, I think I was
22,
22, maybe 23.
It was 2017.
It was good advice. Honestly, I needed to hear it.
Oliver goes for the jam here for 13 blinds with a6 offsuit.
Do you like this from the hijack? I know probably a bit looser than the chippy V ranges are going to suggest, if I'm remembering correctly.
I think this might be a chippy V jam, but potentially not a final table jam, just because those pay jumps are affect your opening range. You can probably even get away with the min raise there. That being said, he is the clear shorter stack. There is a lot of ICM pressure on him, and he does not want to open and have to play post flop with his stack, given that he's equal stacked with 3 or 4 other people there. So I can see why he decided to take the open jam. He was also B-pipping into 2 of the chip leaders, Katie on the button and Ratul in the big blind, which is always a daunting prospect when you're a covered short stack on a final table like this. So he might have just been, you know what, I'll just shove and make the play easy for you, and make the play easy for myself, and it's worked out for him.
We have seen a lot of kind of similar scenarios, people choosing the higher variance, just, whack it in with the ace blocker. Has been a theme that's been talked about quite a bit. Why is Josh commentating? The one nice thing when you own the place is hard for people to tell you no. No, just kidding. Our staff are super duper busy, so I do like to get here in the booth, try and bring a different guest every day. You will have a couple of days without me entirely, so you can hopefully have some days off, but I do love joining you guys in the booth. Very comfortable here, huh?
It's quite a little like podcasty space. I would recommend anyone who wants to get in the booth come in and give it a crack. This is my first time commentating, so go easy on me, guys.
W's in the chat for Luke commentary.
Just come on, man. Luke Breen with a cook. Mikey P, he's loving it today.
Look at these pay jumps. So we got 2.1K, 2.5K, then 32, 39, and then it really starts to
Ramp up, and that's what I'm talking about with that top heavy, structure where when you're a short stack, jamming and potentially doubling up there, it's less of a daunting prospect than usual, because doubling up will reward you with some quite big pay jumps and make you go deep,
Love you, Josh. Just stop talking straight. You're the color commentator. That is very true. I've definitely been making an effort to either bring in color to match the color. Me and Monkey, the J squared combo. That's pure entertainment. That was obviously ideal for the creator live stream game. Don't think there was much theoretical knowledge to be gained in that one. That was definitely more of a for fun environment.
with Monkey.
But obviously in these spots, try and bring in some strong professionals. Now, bringing Luke was easy. Just had to drag him from home.
I wasn't doing anything else apart from recovering from my hangover.
Yeah.
Interesting spot here.
With the pocket nines.
Yifan with the standard open here, and Katie has just made the flat with pocket nines. I like this play. Yifan is going to be opening a very tight range here, given the stack dynamics. And pocket nines doesn't do too well when you 3-bet and get jammed on. And it's not really the kind of hand that you want to 3-bet fold. So I like calling here, taking advantage of her chip lead and position to really put some pressure on. And she just gets a board like this, and people just have to resist, and we'll have to kind of leave no resistance and kind of just let it win the pot. There's nothing they can do.
Mystery hands would go crazy with plays like before. Yeah, definitely in the future.
Oh, that maybe could be a good idea for some content. You can make it a mystery hand for people who haven't seen it, and
cover her cards.
Cover
her
cards up.
graphics.
Yeah.
I do like that. Is this a one-day event? Now this is day 2. We will be playing down to a winner. You'll have me and Luke with you the whole time.
I think there was 4 flights for this event.
Yeah, 4 flights.
Yeah.
Got 170 in the first flight, and then over 200 in every flight after that. I think the biggest flight was 276.
Yeah.
Just insane numbers.
Crazy. It's been going crazy.
200K guarantee, 478,619 in the prize pool.
Zach makes the call here with pocket 4s. Given the way that he's been playing, this is not surprising to me at all. He has definitely been quite sticky. I think that if you Now, he might be thinking, Katie's the chip leader, she's going to be playing quite a wide range of hands, and my fours are often good here. But I think in these exact positions, he's not going to be as good as often as he likes, and he's not going to get to a showdown as often as he likes if he's not good.
Difficult to realize that equity out of position, right?
650.
And Katie going for a double barrel here. I like this double barrel. She very, very likely has the best hand. Could get called by a 7 and a flush draw quite often.
Interesting sizing. Goes smaller. Makes sense for her exact hand, of course.
And it's targeting pocket fours almost perfectly here. You feel very committed to the pot now once you called, and one of the best cards realistically has come off for you. So I'm interested to see how Zach plays his hand. He's in a tough spot with his stack size. You know,
Yeah, with the double flush draw as well.
Katie is committing him to, and cutting out what looks like a call here. And I think there is no way for him to win this hand unless he hits that 4. I think if he shoves, I think Katie might call. But let's just see what he's cooking up here.
I think he might be reconsidering. Could see him wave the white flag.
But he's packing a lot of chips into his hand.
I haven't even tried the egg sandwiches there. Shout outs to Fee. Have you had them?
I haven't had one.
Oh, man.
I should have one there.
If
He finds the fold.
very nice
Very
fold.
nice fold. Very nice fold. I think he recognized what I was saying on the flop there about how tight her. It's a very different dynamic to if she had open raised and a double barreled.
Look at this. Katie Lowe just under
She just
10
finds the chip
million
lead.
chips.
Rewarded for that, I want to say insane bluff. I mean, it was an insanely sexy bluff, and it's worked, and it's paying off for her right now. She gets to really start turning the screws on these people. And the thing is like even when people look at the stream and see that she's bluffed there, that is, you're not feeling great if you're the other players.
Absolutely.
You're like, she's going to be putting me in the spot now. Putting me in the spot.
Gonna be such a difficult chip leader.
I'm going to have to avoid her, even knowing that she's, I mean, because she's capable of doing these bluffs, right?
It's one of those spots because if you do make a stand and she has it,
You just feel so silly.
and you ICM torch, you know, the opportunity to let other players collide, ladder up, you're always just gonna really regret that one.
And that was the spot that Desmond kind of found himself in with the Kings. He was facing a spot where it feels like they always have it. When they roll over ace-4 or whatever and you lose, you feel so dumb. You're just like, of course they always have it in this spot. And now I'm down to 10 bigs and I'm going to bust this tournament in 9th and I've got a nice mid-stack for some nice ladders. Unfortunately for him, he would have... if he made the call, he would have
been chip leader, right?
He would have had Katie's chip stack that she has right now, actually, which is kind of made passively through bets and stuff, like through chipping up and stuff like that.
Zach with the king 8 of diamonds, 14 bigs here, blind on blind. Do we expect to just see a jam at this stacked up?
Who's the big blinds, big stack like that? I would like a jam, I think. This is one of those hands where if you limp and get jammed on, I don't like this play exactly with king 8 suited.
If you're squeezing, you are gonna have to call.
If you get
right?
jammed on, you're
putting yourself in
you're in quite the disgusting spot because there are 3 or 4 equal short stacks. You might have the best hand. It's tough to it's hard to say what his jamming range might be. He's gone with a min raise, which I also am not loving, just because it gives the imposition player a really amazing price to call. And
yeah, we did talk about this in some of our recent streams. Min raising blind on blind, as the imposition player, you can pretty much call any two.
You can,
with
especially
the price
when
you're being laid.
especially when you cover them by this much. It'd be much more of a thing if the chip stacks were reversed, right? And then now the big blind, they're facing the possibility of being all in for their tournament life on some street. Whereas now, I think when it's the other way around, you cover them by that much, you're almost not folding any hands. But I think his C-bet should just take it through. It should just get through here. He does find some nice chips up. He has been playing unconventionally, but it's been working out for him a lot of the time, I will say.
Does seem to have kind of a clear game plan in mind, right?
He does. And honestly, that's one of the most important things, I think. I think just playing consistently and having your own ideas about how to play, as long as it's like internally consistent, you can't go too wrong.
Did make this quote yesterday from chess legend Anatoly Karpov, world champion. Worst plan in the world, still better than no plan at all.
Well, I mean, when you're Karpov, maybe that's true. I think for the average person, maybe some plans are worse than no plans.
Shout outs to Jen in the chat. I believe Jen won a ticket to the 5K in the golden ticket mystery bounty.
Oh, all right. I
Pulled one of the big bounties.
She bagged the first. There were 6 fights of that mystery bounty thing that you guys ran. She bagged 4 out of the first 4 bullets. 1, 2, 3, 4. I kept seeing her name pop up, and I was wondering if it was a typo or what. So she ended up getting 4 mystery bounties or 3 mystery bounties just from
off the
her
bat.
bags. Yeah, quite the incredible effort there to bag 4 out of 4. I don't think I've ever done that in my life.
Yeah, that's really tough, right? I mean, okay, we got a jam
and
here.
Katie's got the hood up. She has decided to be even sicker, I suppose. She's like telling everyone. I think she's realized everyone would have seen the bluff by now, and she's like, "I'm gonna hoodie up and really start showing people who's boss."
Go full reg mode.
Pocket 4s jamming under the gun here for how many bigs is it?
Oliver,
For 15 bigs.
15 bigs.
Uh,
Sacratul with Queen Jack off.
I'm not really sure what he's considering
He's
here.
been playing really solid.
Maybe he's just trying to get in Oliver's head a little bit because he's jammed a couple times, and I personally would not advocate for a call here if I was him.
Queen Jack suited obviously would be a bit of a closer
more
spot.
considerable, yeah.
But Queen Jack off, I think, against a 15 big blind jamming range from early position.
Maybe he just thinks the stack size is much smaller than it is.
That is one thing we do take for granted, the fact that we obviously can see how many big blinds everyone has automatically when you're in that final
bit of mind
table.
games there. Yeah. Anyways, continue. Sorry about
No,
that.
yeah, when you're in that final table environment, not always super obvious, right? Like you don't just know everyone's exact stack size
course not, no.
all the time. Takes quite a lot of mental energy to keep that.
Yeah, you need to be quite the experienced player to have that in your mind at all times. That's one of the things that experience kind of gives you, the ability to calculate that quite quickly and figure that out. Yeah, so he jams those 15 bigs under the gun with pocket 4s. Definitely a standard Chippy V jam. Whether you'd want to do it on a final table or not is more up to the flavor of player you are, I would say.
Yeah,
but
we were talking
if you're
about
going for the
this.
win, then jamming makes sense, right?
Oliver, no stranger to some big results of Play Live, has been on quite a few final tables.
Oh, yes, I do. Yes, that's actually true.
Yeah, definitely a face you'll see around, seeing some of the FT photos.
He loves it here at Play Live.
True grinder, lover of the game. Yeah, we were talking about this a little bit. It's funny how there's such a wide range of approaches to FTs, right? You have people who are really ICM obsessed, very by the book, and then you have the types that are more playing for the win, you know, getting a little bit out of line, sometimes punishing other people for their ICM knowledge.
Yeah.
Get
And
a little bit of rock, paper,
then you have
scissors.
people that haven't really thought about it too much, and they're just there.
Yeah.
So you get every...
People like myself. Just happy to be here.
And fair enough to be happy to be here. So Jesse coming in with the Jack 9 suited open, very standard, covering everyone.
Okay.
It's even considerable to go for an open jam here with Jack 9 suited, given the stack sizes.
Now, if you're Yifan Yao, 20 bigs in small blind, king, queen, I assume that we want to jam this in.
I think
Some shorter stacks, though.
I think the jamming just is going to be the correct play against a really wide chip leader opening range. The chip leader should be opening quite polarized here. Jesse has decided to min-range Jack 9 suited, taking the lower variance route. And he has decided to jam, which I think is the best play. Maybe he could have potentially left himself, like maybe he could have gone like 2 million, left off a million behind just in case it goes jam, re-jam, and King Queen's in like quite bad shape in that scenario where that happens.
Then you can take the ladder,
And you take the ladder and
live to fight another day.
And you're still in with like 7.5 bigs or whatever it is. But yep, I like the jam here. And that's one of the advantages of jamming a hand like Jack 9 suited. If you jam Jack 9 suited there, King Queen would just be forced to fold, I think, given the payouts and the stack sizes. And you have such nice equity when you're called by a hand like Ace King Race Queen. You obviously have Jacks and 9s less often, which are going to be very easy calls from both blinds. But at the same time, if you're thinking, I've got quite a big edge in this final table, I need to take a high variance push spot like that, min raising is perfectly fine. And unfortunately, he did run into it.
Look how quiet it's gotten downstairs. I think the main event.
Are they on break?
I think they might be
they bagged?
done for the day.
Yeah.
Let me take a look, see what's going on here. So main event day 1B got 202 runners, 67 remaining. Yeah, I do believe they've finished up for the day there. And then the wild card registration closed there, 161 in that as well.
The fields have been going crazy.
And look at this, 16 in the 5K high roller mega satellite. So we are going to get 2 tickets there. That's a 1 and 8. So we're going to have 2 additional players in the 5K high roller. I believe that's almost 30 people pre-registered now. I've heard there are some prop bets going around on the over-under number on the field.
Yep. I was liking, between some of our friends, Sean and Harry, there was some money going in at a dinner one time. I believe the line they set was 75 based on the 25 pre-regis or whatever it was. I'm liking the under on that now, given the 3K. But that being said, you have been running more satties for it, and a lot more people actually. I think there were 2 5K tickets from the mystery bounty and only 1 for the 3K.
Yeah.
So there will be at least
Circle bet.
another 10 people who have satellited through.
Yeah,
So
and
I
some
think
folks that I think are coming just for the 5K
that's true.
aren't around for most of the series.
So maybe it will be closer to 75 than Sean thinks. Oh, sorry, than Harry thinks. But I guess we'll see.
We'll see how it goes.
I hope it gets.
Yeah, rooting for
it
the
does.
over.
Yep.
Jesse May.
Yeah.
Gonna
takes it
continue here.
down.
Easy fold from Katie.
Thank you.
Are you planning on streaming final tables during the week for daily tournaments or only streaming during series? That is an open question. We're kind of taking the stream one day at a time. We've only been up for about 4 or 5 days. It is expensive to operate the stream. Need folks in the booth and also lovely stream operators. So it's a lot of labor and a lot of people's time and focus. I would like to stream at least the big weekend once a month, maybe some of the 600 Sundays as well. I think during the week it's probably not too realistic, but we're also planning on planning on words are hard. Planning on putting on some more special events like we did with the creator live stream
Yeah, I was gonna
yesterday.
say, maybe get more cash game streams up like that.
Some rumblings about me and Mr. Chalky Dan having a heads up match.
Really?
He asked Bridges to play him heads up. Bridges said, "Oh, it wouldn't be fair." Bridges hyping himself up there, and I said, "I'll play him heads up. I have very little heads up experience, but a ton of ego." So I feel like we're a perfect match, coming at it from the same spot.
Yep. I think I just saw Desmond getting up off the table, and I think maybe he might be receiving the bad news.
Yeah.
He was-
Not sure if he has access to his
Yeah,
phone.
how does that work? Is it? Are you guys holding it, or is it? Can you just go off the
there's-
table and look at it? Or, like,
sitting
what's
in a
the-
bin, but tough to stop people from hearing the rumblings in the room.
Yeah.
Obviously, more than 20 minutes has passed, so bad news. It will be floating around, especially after seeing a crazy bluff like that. I mean, come on.
I'll get James Broom on the cash game. Yeah, he would be a great person to have on, wouldn't he, Jabba? Very popular person in the Australian poker scene. One of my very good friends. Love that guy.
Mentor,
obviously.
you could say.
Oh well, I mean, mentor is putting it lightly. I would say, he taught me a lot about poker.
That's the jabs.
And just about life as well. He's got a very put together life, that's for sure.
Dad, very loving dad, husband.
3 kids.
3 kids, man. Although he may be joining us in the booth as well.
No,
Was talking to him
that's
about
good.
that.
Yeah.
Some rumblings about potentially getting in the mix. Might even have to
yeah.
get the 2 of you in here
Oh,
together.
that would be quite the stream. Skunk as well. Yep. Get everyone down. Katie's put the hood down. I see. Okay, she's
So she's deactivated
She's
German mode.
she's
Gone back to Australia.
Yep. Interesting hand here. Standard open and I would say a standard defend by Rick, and
Sit down, please.
check bet call with the backdoor flush draw and bottom
from
pair.
2.
Looks pretty standard. Now it gets interesting. Does Jack 10 decide to bluff here, and what will Rick do with his hand? It's one of those tough spots because a lot of the time if you have a 7 or even a 5, you're raising and getting it on the flop. So in some ways, this deuce is close to the top of your range as Rick. That being said, Ratul can go with pocket 8 with almost actually any 7x and up. He can keep betting here on the turn. So he's got a wide range of value hands to go with. He's obviously turned that king some of the time as well, and just think there's not really. It's one of those spots where Rick's just in jail. You know? It's just ICM jail, pretty much. It's hard to call this down when you haven't got a.
It does feel like a third barrel is going to come on the river so often.
So often,
right?
if you are even if you do make the call here. He has to call a third of his stack right now. He's only got 11 bigs.
Shout outs to Amanda in the chat. What's been happening? You missed Miss Katie Lowe, Lethal Weapon herself, pull an absolutely sick bluff.
Stone cold
Bluff with the pocket deuces.
As I said before, don't worry, you will be seeing that hand many, many times. Especially if she wins. That'll be one for the highlight reel, that's for sure. And she was absolute. I still can't believe how rock solid she was when she made the bluff.
Yeah,
you really
so calm.
She really looked like she had it. That's all you can say, really.
How much do you value those kind of live reads when you're playing?
Me personally, I'm not really like a live read expert, I would say, and I'd also say that it's very easy to think you've seen a live read and then use that to like justify your own kind of your own thoughts, what you actually want to do rather than what you know to be the right play. That being said, there definitely is a lot of value in them, particularly, well, for me, when I'm playing against less experienced players who give away like the very, very obvious things like you know, they're shaking or
timing tells.
They raise really fast or really slow, or they make it look like they've got a decision and then jam, you know what I mean? Like the classic one is like when they're umming and ahhing and like pretending they don't know what to do and they jam all in over the top. That's a very clear sign when a recreational player does that they have a very good hand.
Quite another hand.
Because why would they give away? Well, if they had a medium strength hand or whatever, why are they umming and ahhing and then jamming all in? The action and the behavior don't line up, kind of thing.
Tool over the 10 million mark. How many times have you had 10 million chips in a tournament in your life?
Not many times. Although in the Bahamas, I did have over 10 million chips just because there were the starting stack was so huge. It was a 250k start stack.
To be fair, also 2,800 person field.
2,800 person field, yeah.
17th, 10 million. I mean, that makes sense.
I'm trying to think. I'm trying to put a number on it. I don't know. A few times, let's put it that way.
Yeah, definitely a special one.
It's always nice when you have that many chips. Feels like something has to have gone right. That's for sure.
Are players obliged to scan their cards? Yeah, when you play on a poker live stream, pretty much anywhere in the world, there's a little scanner, RFID scanner, that reads the cards that's in front of you. It can actually read pretty much the whole area near where they're at. We have those little red dots on the table just to make life a bit easier for the players so they know generally where to put their cards. But yeah, if they want the viewers at home to be able to sweat along and enjoy the show.
And I think if every other player is showing their cards and you're trying to not show your cards, I think that's just a bit of a display of poor sportsmanship. And, you know, you want to be as fair as possible, and if everyone else is doing something and you know, they're giving up, quote unquote, their edge by doing that, then I think you should all, and most people are good about that, to be fair. I do know back in the day when live stream tables were first starting to come up, there were a few pros who were very antsy about showing their cards. Eric Seidel, I remember there was quite a controversy at APT one year. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Where he like wouldn't show his cards.
Long time ago.
But like this was many years ago now. Maybe 2013 or 2012 or something like that. But I think even he eventually obviously came around, and like once they became more prolific, everyone just started showing their cards just because it makes for a better viewing experience, just straight up. And
Absolutely.
I think getting more players in a crown. Sorry, not in a crown. Getting more players in playing poker, and the live stream obviously helps do that. Involves giving up some edge in some spots, you know, and like having that includes having a bit of fun and doing that kind of thing, but also means showing your cards and letting people have a peek into your strategy. You know, you're not giving everything away, but as I think I said this before, but people may be folding a little bit less to Katie now that hand has hit the airwaves.
As a reminder for people in chat as well, they do not have access to their phones, so it's not like they can just watch the live stream while they're playing. Generally, you're gonna have to wait till breaks to get the recon. Usually every couple hours they'll have their phones absolutely blowing up with friends and family, kind of giving them all the insights that they have. Some tournaments around the world, I remember on my old soiree as a player, I played on the Aussie Millions main event live stream. We actually had a TV with the just feed of the delay right above us.
Yeah.
So you could just see everything 20 minutes after it happened. So we're constantly like adjusting. Everyone was watching the TV in between hands.
And, you know, I don't hate that, honestly. I think if every player has access to the same information, then why not show them the stream 20 minutes after? That's an interesting dynamic. That at very
The
least
issue
can be
with
said.
that, unfortunately, with the phones, isn't even that everyone watches the stream. It's just that they use their phone a lot, slowing up the action. We're all a little
That's
bit
true.
addicted to our rectangles, if we're being honest, in 2026. So it can be good to unplug and just be fully immersed in the experience. Are you going to run this stream until the end? Absolutely. We will be here until we crown a champion.
Maybe down.
Do you think that having no strategies is somehow better as you become less predictable? Just an honest question from a beginner player. You know what? It's a fair question, honestly. It's something that I think a lot of people come up against, and even people who've been playing for a long time, you'll often say like, oh man, I hate playing against players that like, I don't know what they're doing. I just want to move up in stakes and play against better players because like, I can understand what they're doing more easily. You know what I mean? That's a very common sentiment I find among young players. Among players that are just starting. And unfortunately, the answer to your question, at least against professional, is no. And the reason for that is because there are many, many, many ways to play wrong. And, well, obviously wrong and right are...
It's a spectrum,
it's a
right?
spectrum, yeah. But basically, if you're just doing random things, then you're not getting the most value out of your value hands, and that's just a recipe for not winning a poker, pretty much.
I think a good metaphor that often helps clear this up for some beginner players is, imagine you're a stockbroker and you asked, would it ever be better to pick stocks at random than to make extremely educated decisions? Now, of course, you would say, obviously not, right? That's why a professional stockbroker, their full-time job is to do research, read articles, learn as much as they can about the market. So someone picking at random is always going to be a loser in that market. Poker's going to be very similar.
That's true. I just thought of another example. It'd be like, imagine if you're playing chess against a grandmaster and you just played random moves. How long do you think you would last against that?
Not very long. Chess is one of those brutal games. Such a pure skill game that if you can't keep up with the competition, it doesn't generally last very long. APS asking Luke if you ever played Triton before.
I haven't played Triton. I have some friends who have played. Josh McCulley and Vincent Huang come to mind. The Triton app is quite the amazing bit of tech. You can literally see hands and stacks being uploaded hand to hand. They have a person tracking every single person's stack size at every single moment in the tournament. So if you've bought a piece of someone and you want to sweat how they're going, you can literally sweat them hand by hand. And they also show all the showdowns, it's quite a decent. It's great for the game. If somehow that was implementable everywhere, obviously Triton has a bunch of resources. I know that it's not realistic for every poker room to have something like that, but it really is next level, and it makes the viewing experience quite fun. That's for sure.
Yeah, Triton definitely the pinnacle of this business, I would say. Best in the industry in many regards.
They've definitely set a lot of standards for a lot of players. Even the WSOP app is quite good. It's not quite as sophisticated as that, but it does update every break, which is still, as in update everyone's stack every break on every table, which is pretty good, and you can buy in directly on it and whatnot. But yeah, the Triton app is on a level of its own.
Should have started this beautiful streaming system earlier. We are honestly lucky to even have gotten it live when we did. Tremendous amount of effort getting this thing off the ground. This table sat in customs for quite a while with the trophies as well. Showed up right on time, thankfully.
Ratul comes in with the 9-5-0 open, and I think he's just deciding, I am chip leader now, and I'm going to be putting the pressure on. And Desmond has somehow already sniffed this out, it seems like. He is tanking with the Queen-9 offsuit in the small blind. He does find the fold, but his radar was correct. There was something up with this hand.
He smells something fishy.
Yeah, I think if his hand was just maybe Queen 10-0 even, if it was just slightly better, he might have decided to do something.
Reminder for my co-commentator and everyone in the chat, don't forget to check your posture, drink some water, stay hydrated.
I have started to slouch more and more.
This couch is just like...
It's just too easy.
It eats you, you know?
Yeah, it does.
Our couch at home eats cell phones. This couch seems to eat people instead. Do you have a defend here from the Queen 5 from Zach?
Reasonable against a wide chip lead open. Maybe a more conservative player might decide to fold and try to get, because these short stacks are really starting to get short. So the possibility of getting a ladder from someone busting is starting to really increase in probability. And you're also getting to the kind of stack size where even if you double up, it's not doing that much for your chances for the rest of the tournament, right? You double up, you get to 25 bigs. It's not like you're doubling up into the chip lead or something like that. So maybe you might not want to start, might want to start tightening up a little bit. That being said, you might just want to go for the win, and the way to go for the win is you have to start from somewhere, right?
There are 9 left still. Again, if you're just joining us, Josh Abity, Luke Martinelli here in the booth. Playlive Melbourne Millions here in South Melbourne. The mini main event.
This kind of feels like the calm before the storm right now.
It really does.
The tensions are ramping up. Katie has gotten through that sick bluff, probably the hand of the tournament so far. And now it seems like everyone's just trying to wait everyone else out. Katie with the queen jack O here. I like this open.
Finding the loose chip leader open.
2 fold. 3 fold.
And Tool with the 4s here. And this is a spot where you're definitely deep enough to set mine. And you're going to realize your equity quite a bit because these 2 chip leaders do not want to stack each other. Well, obviously one person will stack the other one, but you don't want to be playing a big pot when there's multiple 10 to 15 big blind stacks floating around. You know what I'm saying?
Did you see that crazy Cooper Feltham laddering from 3rd to 2nd?
I did.
10 big blinds, 50 and 50, and then Ace King suited versus Jack's crazy flip.
I think Saab got a little bit cocky. I think he was talking about how him and Mr. Richmond were going to go heads up, and he got instant. It was
karma
the next
punish.
hand.
Couldn't win the flip.
That's why you don't pre-celebrate, folks. Just a warning for you.
If you're Feltham, how nice is that? It was something like a 12K ladder.
I'm
as
sure
well.
I'm sure he was loving that. And it really just speaks to like why you have to make some of these folds on these final tables, because it's possible that a cooler happens, you know? And if the cooler happens between the 2 chip leaders, you get that free money.
Shout outs to Doyle Brunson, 10 deuce flop.
Rest in peace.
Rest in peace. I've told my Doyle story. I know you've heard it before.
Yes.
Told it on the stream the other day. A legend of the game.
Absolutely. Katie has, I think, a very nice hand to bet here.
1 check.
She does like to check. Also a nice play. Just get to fold out some king jack queen king queen type hands. got overcards, backdoor flush draw, etc.
400.
A logical bluffing candidate, right?
It is.
On
Yeah.
this sort of disconnected board,
But,
you know.
but she might just be aware that this chip leader is in the pot, and I might not necessarily want to play the pot against him. Or she might be thinking, I'm gonna check raise this guy because I'm a sicko. Let's see what she decides to whip out here.
Lethal Weapon definitely proving herself very capable of doing something like that.
And
6-7 going in the bin
she
with
does
some
fold.
reluctance.
Yeah.
Curious
Seems like
what the
he's
thought
picking-
process was
he's
there.
Picking something up as well. Something about just something about Ratul. He's spiking people's radars, whether it's warranted or not.
People are wanting to look him up. You can feel it in the air.
Yeah.
75 150 with 150K big blind ante. So the blinds are starting to creep up. Now still a ton of playability. I mean, the shortest stack still 12 big blinds. No one on fumes just yet. But I do think in another level or two, we're gonna start seeing
Some all-ins.
Some all-ins and
There's
some
gonna have to be.
calls.
There's just gonna have to be.
I heard a good analogy about tournament poker, that it's kind of like trying to tread water, but the water level is constantly rising. So you're just swimming up all the time, trying not to drown.
I had it's kind of like a Fortnite map, you know, and the thing is shrinking and shrinking, and you have to carve out your area, and in this case that would be chips, and as time goes on, the space gets smaller and smaller, and there's not that much, and you have to win the chips.
Final table's like the final ring.
Yeah.
I like this analogy a lot.
It kind of suits, huh?
You ever play any of the battle royales?
I did not. I'm not much of a PvP player. I'm more of a RPG man.
Still gotta finish Baldur's Gate.
I've got to finish a lot of things, buddy.
Yeah, that's the Baldur's Gate 3. I've played quite a bit of Apex Legends in my life. Definitely my foray into the battle royales. Have a couple thousand hours in there. So
Yeah. I mean, I've never finished Baldur's Gate 3, but I've put I think 200 hours into it. So that's the kind of game that is.
So much to explore in that game.
Do you guys reckon this series is even getting bigger than the last one? I think it might already be. I'm not sure about.
Oh, it is
It's close
far, far, far bigger than any series we've ever run before. 1,401 runners in the opener, something like 700 in the Nightcrawler. We're gonna. This is by far our biggest mini main ever. Almost 1,000 people here. And looking at some of the numbers with Bridges yesterday, I believe we've already reached over the guarantee in prize pool with still 10 days left to go in the series. Yeah, I mean, this is our flagship series, so you can expect this to be the big one every year. Our Melbourne Million series here in January. But yes, I do think that this series is going to probably be around double as big as any series we've ever run before, if not more so.
Yep, and I think next year will only be bigger once it starts getting some international hype. Some people from America or Europe might start flying over and playing some of the tournaments.
Yeah, I had a few come over this time, expecting more next year. Shoutouts to poker.org, did a great profile. Obviously, the new announcement about Alex Foxon, Abby Merck, Eric Baldwin, Jeremy Osmus coming in to join the team. Some awesome names there. And
Paris is complimenting me on my perfectly apt analogy, so thank you, Paris. No sarcasm there, I'm sure.
He's a professional gamer, so you know,
Yeah,
you're gonna copy from someone.
He's got to pick everything apart, huh?
That's what they paid him the big bucks to do.
Yep, Paris Sitsicus, is that how you say it? A very good up and coming poker player, I would say. Definitely quite new to the scene, but he's making some waves.
Yeah, having some big results. Now, have I shown you the picture of him on Liquipedia?
You have, yeah. It's someone link that in the chat, please.
Yeah, baby Paris. He was so cute, man. Wide-eyed, all the dreams in the world.
Yeah, before he found poker, obviously.
Before he discovered poker.
He didn't have that dead look in his eye that he so often has these days.
Jesse May, 7-8 of spades here on the button. Got to be a pretty standard open.
He's had some nice playable hands. Again, he has a hand where he could consider jamming just because of the stack sizes. And he has gotten rewarded by not jamming this time, because I believe if he jammed, sevens would have called off.
Yifan Yao not wasting too much time.
I think just an easy.
Announces an all-in.
That might be a timing tell that if you were Jesse, you might pick up on, in the sense where if he's got a real marginal hand or even a really good hand, like top of his range, he might consider what to do there for a little bit longer rather than instantly jamming. Or he might just be perfectly balanced because he's a sicko like that. It could be either way. You never know sometimes. Something to look out for anyways.
It's definitely an anti-balance stream.
I always like to, at least consider my options a little bit. But obviously, seven's very standard jam there, and he got it through.
And when you're one of the middling stacks, now we see a couple of stacks under the 10 big blind mark, some around the 10-11 mark. So if you're in the middling stacks, 20-something bigs, the handcuff's definitely going to start.
Yeah, it looks like the blinds just went up, and you can kind of see the value of getting a rejam like that through, where he was quite bunched up with those other short stacks. He had 15 bigs. He was just ahead of all these really short stacks. But now he's gotten some breathing room. And in fact, even if he gets an all-in situation with them, he'll be able to weather that on his stack quite nicely. So you really have to make these rejams and make some uncomfortable decisions. But it's worked out for him so far.
Sayak Ratul opening it up with the ace-4 diamonds. Kitty king 6 in the big blind. The solver hand. Berkey and I are making some jokes about that.
She makes quite the disciplined fold against the chip leader, which I like. I think if that was almost any other player at the table, she would have defended that. But I think recognizing when you're covered, you have to play a little bit more carefully, especially with a hand that has quite bad reverse implied odds.
Yeah, very difficult to realize your equity, right, with such a disconnected hand. King high often dominated by better king high.
And there is quite a bit of ICM pressure on her being second in chips with all these like sub 20 big blind stacks.
I mean, just a disaster if you go out at 9.
It really is. So she'll be looking to make some ladders. That being said, it's also a disaster to get stacked by Katie and be one of those 11 big blind stacks and give her the mega chip lead. So he has to be quite careful. He hasn't quite got the stack yet where he can go ham. If he ends up picking up a couple million chips though, I think we'll see quite some more aggression. And Tom picking up 7s under the gun, I think you have no choice but to jam this.
Gonna be a jam here most of the time.
Just because you're about to go through that big blind ante, that's going to take 20% of your stack. So yeah, he does find the jam. I like it. Again, you could consider jamming, like leaving a small amount behind, just in the scenario where it goes rejam, and you get a free ladder. But I also don't fault you just for jamming and making it easy for yourself.
Plans for any auto shufflers that play live in the future? The answer to that is going to be a definite no. There's a couple of reasons there. Number one,
Ooh.
oh my God, look at this, King Queen of
suited
Hearts,
and just snaps it in. And looks like we're going to see those
gonna have our
fireworks that
first
I was
flip.
alluding to. And Rick picks up ace-8. He's actually got quite good equity here, but I think he just has to fold. You're not normally going to be in as good shape as you are right now.
Who you got here? You got the pair, you got the...
I'm a king queen suited, man. I just think it hits disproportionately more than it should, just because it's such a pretty looking hand. So,
No, it's 2
I'm backing that.
Yeah. Sorry,
What about you?
75, yeah.
I think I like the King Queen suited too, but look at this, Chi Shen.
He's really
With the ace-8,
considering
yeah,
it. He's
he
going
is
for a
considering-
triple up.
And we see he actually is in decent shape
And
if
he,
he calls here.
and he also has them slightly covered, so that even in a scenario where one of them wins, like these guys have the exact same stacks, funnily enough. But even if he calls and loses, there's still a chance he gets a ladder. Actually, he will get it. He will get a guaranteed ladder, funnily enough.
Yeah, just about.
I'm not sure he knows that the stacks are exactly equal, so that would happen. It's obviously a very rare scenario that doesn't usually happen. But yeah, he makes the painful fold. Good fold, Rick.
Shows the ace high.
And he'd be inevitably tilted at seeing the hands. But I think he made the good fold.
No one's used. It's a medium.
All right, I'll take the sevens. You got
All
the King
right,
Queen,
all
I'll
right,
take
all
the
right.
sevens.
All
We'll
right.
flip it here in the booth.
All right.
10-8 deuce rainbow.
And
6 on the turn. Gonna need a king or a queen. The sevens
Nice
are
hold.
gonna hold. Massive spot for
Mass-
Tom McMahon.
I'm sure he was more than happy to just take the blinds down, and now he's got a full double.
Now I got a full double up, and that is going to be Oliver GG in
Yeah.
ninth
And
place.
and a ladder for all our remaining players. The ICM, you can hear everyone breathe a collective sigh of relief, I think, to have at least gotten the first ladder out of the way.
Such a funny feeling when you're not even in the hand. You just made $2,000 just by sitting there.
I think that's just why that's one of the reasons why people just love tournament poker. You know, I mean, you're obviously playing for insane amounts of money, but just the dynamic and the way that can happen, there's nothing really quite like it.
Yeah, very unique. 8,200 for Oliver. Definitely a good day at the office off of the $600 buy-in. 10.3 to 8th place, so over a 2K ladder. So questions about the auto shufflers. So there's two reasons why the answer is a hard no to that. Number one is that the auto shufflers are something like $30,000 each. So if we were gonna get one, I think the reasonable limit would be one. It would just be
A feature table.
on a feature table. Not possible. Obviously, this table's custom built for the purposes of streaming. A lot of machinery inside with the RFID scanners and stuff. But there's another major problem that I think is even bigger, which is that it's been proven that the deckmate and the other kind of main auto shufflers, they are hackable. Has some game integrity issues. Actually going to get a lot more of just a reliable, consistent experience through hand shufflers, so long as the dealers are experienced. So I don't think that's something we'll ever be exploring.
Yeah. I mean, it's just one of those things that if there's an option to, I mean, it's not like it'll increase the speed that much, because these, I mean, you got some great dealers here at
We are
Playlive.
very, very lucky.
And if there's a spot where it's possible that someone might use it to cheat, then it's better just not have that option available at all.
Absolutely.
And the cost is so much. So yeah, I think it's quite. No shufflers on Temu. Not the shufflers that you'd want to use in a nice tournament like this, I don't think.
I wonder if you looked up like automatic card shuffler on
Yeah,
TV.
you might have to go through a few scams or whatnot, but you might find something.
I do believe to sell card shufflers, you do have to have a license.
Yeah.
Generally for anything that involves handling chips, cards, and money. Manufacturers are required to have special licenses. Different in every country though. Queen Knight of Diamonds for Jesse May here.
Jesse May has he's kind of just been, he hasn't really got to play much post flop. He's just made a couple of opens, gotten rejammed on, and had to fold. Oh, Katie with the King Tenor here. Let's see what she decides to do. They're quite equal in chips. One person getting, and I'm sure they're both aware of that. You have quite a decent hand to 3-bet. You got some nice blockers, some nice properties in that respect. I don't think flat is an option here. Your hand just doesn't play well enough, and especially probably multi-way, which it goes a lot of the time. And Katie is coming in with the 3-bet.
Seat 1, 3 raise.
She came to play.
What can you say?
No other way to put it, right?
What can you say?
Seat 2 fold. Seat 3 fold.
She's telling everyone at the table, this is my final table to win. And you're going to have to...
Try and stop me.
You're going to have to try and stop her, exactly. And I think Jesse, I know it's frustrating. He's going to continue not seeing a flop, I presume, unless he's heard about the deuce's hand and he's going to start going crazy with queen nine suited here. I think your hand is just, it's the bottom of your opening range. I think fold is just the correct play here. Especially, it's not like this table's been going crazy with 3-bets, you know?
Even Katie, she has been keeping the frequencies in check, right?
Yeah, he's considering something. How much did Luke have himself at Bahamas 25K?
Comfortable sharing that?
No comment.
A fair bit.
I was pretty happy with it. And I got in through a satellite. When I was in Japan and China with our trip with Josh, I won my first seat off a $40 satellite, which I was quite happy with.
That was crazy, yeah.
He does find the fold.
That's
Good fold.
Nice 3-bet from Katie,
yeah.
and a good fold from Jesse May.
Yep. He did have the worst hand, and you just can't really call there. I think playing that pot out of position in a spot like that, you're just going to leak chips much too often.
Yeah, he's in one of those tricky spots that's also in some ways nice, where he's in clear third place, right? So it's very hard for him to tangle with the 2 stacks that cover him in Katie and Sayak, but
He's still got some room to...
he got some room, plenty of opportunities to ladder up, right?
Yeah. And I think playing a 3-bet pot out of position versus the chip leader with queen nine suited isn't the way to accumulate more chips.
All right, 7
How's the Japan trip? It was awesome.
It was amazing.
I
love
think it was
Japan.
my 6th time in Japan. Been last couple of years been going once a year.
It's hard pressed to find too many people who go on a Japan trip and say they didn't have a good time.
Yeah, unbelievable food. We did something kind of different this time because Luke, Guy, and I had all been to Japan a couple times each. We decided to go a little bit more off the beaten path.
Yep.
Went up
that's for
into
sure.
Hokkaido, and then all to the west coast as well. The west side of Japan doesn't get as much action. All the major cities on the eastern coastline did Kanazawa, Takayama, saw some traditional festivals, went to some onsen towns.
It was a really fun trip, and it was nice to see some parts of Japan that I hadn't seen before, and got to experience some of the rural areas and stuff like that. It seems like Rick has more chips than we initially had earlier, because he was just considering making that call with ace-8, and it said he had 9 bigs.
Yeah,
right?
we did get a notice from the tech team that his stack is a little bit off, so I think he is a bit deeper.
Yeah, so I guess that changes the dynamic of the call and what he was thinking, because now he's definitely clearly not going to be out if he called and lost there with the ace-8, which is maybe why he was considering it more than we initially thought. Was Luke disappointed or happy after his Bahamas score, knowing he was so close to life-changing money?
Good question.
It is a good question. Of course, I was so close. I wanted to go deeper. But at the same time, it was one of those spots where if you told me at the start of my trip I was going to go and cash for 450K or whatever it is, and I would have been over the moon with that, more than happy with that. And I somehow kept that perspective. Like when I cashed, I was a little bit disappointed afterwards. I did have quite the big night that night, gambling and drinking and stuff like that, and just getting, and that helped me get over it a little bit.
Blow off some steam.
Yeah, blow off some steam. And then in the days after it, I was definitely very grateful for my run, and hopefully it happens again.
Super proud of you.
It was the biggest spot of my life, and it was the biggest spot of some of the people who bought Actions lives as well, and it was nice to be able to man the fort for them. Hopefully another one like that comes around. We'll see.
Kind of interesting hand brewing here.
Yeah.
Chishen opening in the cutoff, defend from Desmond, top pair against the nut flush draw.
Pre-flop, it was definitely considerable for Desmond to rejam here, but I think with ace-7, ace-8, ace-9, they make quite nice calls. And now he's found an ace-high flop. And Rick has flopped the flush draw here. I think I like a check back here on the turn because you really, really do not want to get check jammed off a hand with this much equity.
Yeah, if you bet, get jammed on,
You just
you do have to fold,
You do have to
and
fold.
that sucks with enough flush.
And he has found the check back, and he has rivered the flush.
Jack of hearts on the river.
Jack of hearts on the river. It is quite the scary river. A lot of 2 pairs and straights and whatnot have come in. I don't think Desmond is going to get stacked here. I think it's either going to be a block bet and a jam, and he's going to be in a world of pain, or he's going to check and probably check call. If he does bet and get jammed on here, he's just had 2 of the toughest spots in the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, really just an unfortunate final table.
Getting absolutely beaten up. First with the bluff on a board where it was really hard to call down, and now in a spot where, you know, you check called a small bet on the flop and it's gone check on the turn. You rate yourself to have the best hand a vast majority of the time.
Yeah,
you know,
hard to make top pair, right?
it is. And look, he's definitely gonna be aware that Rick will be checking back some flush draws here for the reasons that I elucidated. A less experienced player might just double barrel all their flush draws because you've got a lot of equity and it feels like the right thing to do. But Rick, he's been around the block. I've played quite a bit of 5-10 with him back in the day. He knows his way around a poker tournament, and he's made a nice check, and he's been rewarded for it. Do you think Desmond would have check shoved the turn if he bet? Depends what sizing he bet, huh?
Yeah, definitely some percentage of the time, right? He has kind of a logical hand to do it with.
Yeah.
Just against all the flush draws.
And if he bets big enough, maybe he just feels like I'm not really inducing many bluffs just by calling.
Yeah, so just committed.
Yeah. Or the other side of that is like I feel like he's just drawing dead. So or either he has me crushed or I'm drawing dead. So I'll just call and
hope it goes check on the river.
Yeah. Or if he bets the river, I'll call.
Is there time frame for the player to respond? So we don't have shot clocks in play. We will be getting them. They were supposed to arrive before the series, but had some delay in shipping routes from China. But the answer is if players take too long, they all have the option to call time on one another. We are very lucky in that this is a pretty community-centric environment. So generally everyone's pretty friendly. People are pretty good about, you know, respecting
not abusing the
privilege.
Exactly.
A lot of good etiquette. And I mean, we've had a lot of just friendly final tables as well. I think just with so much money up top, this is the first final table we've seen the silence that you expect of everyone being
I just think the pressure's so high for everyone on this FT. But yeah, I think it's like the social contract, right? If no one else is breaking it, then you don't have to necessarily have these strict rules where it's only when people and players start to take advantage of that where now to protect everyone you have to protect. Yes, he has bet 2 million here. He's overpot the flop. Wow. Sorry, overpot the river, and Desmond has just had a rough run of cards.
He's just in the blender again.
He's in the blender again, and this is another tough spot.
His opponent was bluffing, and one time his opponent had it. So I mean, it's just the maximum.
It literally, yeah. And in some ways, this A7 is probably an easier call than that spot with kings, where at least now you can conceive of some bluffs that haven't gotten showdown value, or your hand's more, your range is wider, so you're less likely to have a hand as good as an ace with the action that's happened and stuff like that.
I really like this overbet, putting the max pressure on Desmond. I don't know if Luke is advertising his coaching publicly on the stream, but come find him in person if you are curious.
I do charge different rates for different players based on their skill level. Basically, if I think that you're going to be competing with me at some point, I'll charge you a little bit more just because don't want to lower my ROI too much. You know what I mean?
Desmond does pay it off.
He does pay it off, understandably.
Get the bad news.
It's a tough hand. That's just a tough spot. And as for what tools I use, again, that really depends on the player and what they're looking for and what they're trying to get out of coaching. You know, some people want to take their game to the next level and become a pro. Other people just want to turn their hobby into a break-even or slightly winning endeavor. So it really depends on what you're looking for.
You've had a good range in who you've worked with, right? Some much newer players, some players that are very experienced, and everything in between. Some players that were playing for fun for a long time now deciding they want to maybe take poker a little more seriously.
Shout out to Berkey. I think he mentioned it on stream.
Yeah.
He was
The prodigal son,
the prodigal son.
who's
yeah.
older than you.
He had a very rough series, as I'm sure he'll be telling a lot of people. Ran some horrible beats. I'm not much of a bad beat person, or like hearing bad beats or whatever. Like I don't think there's, but sometimes when they're that brutal, you just got to say them just to laugh or cry about them, you know.
I think I told you this hand earlier, but for the stream's benefit, he opened 10-8 of diamonds in the cutoff, flopped a straight with a straight flush redraw, got jammed on by 5 high, and then lost to runner backdoor flush. That is brutal.
That is tough.
Oh, I love this comment. So if you charge based on skill level, charging better players more, does that mean I get free coaching?
You got it, kid. And we've got an ace-9. We've got an open with +1 with ace-9 off.
With the glow up.
And Katie has got the king-queen suited, which is the hand that never needed to glow up. It's always just, everyone's always appreciated
It looks
that
so
one.
pretty, right?
Yeah. And she gets to really exercise and show people why it's tough to make these thin opens in these spots, because you just get flat by these in-position people. Oh, sorry, you get flat by the chip leader in position, and there's really not much you can do about it. They're going to have a tight range, and she just... Oh,
look at this.
Wow, she flops the... I think Zach is getting felted here unless he can... And a lot of his outs are done. I think what's going to happen is going to go check. Katie's going to bet, and I think Zach is just going to have to go with his hand with 8 bigs. It doesn't feel comfortable. Katie is all over that. Her flatting range is all over that. Ace queen suited, king queen suited, pocket 10s, pocket jacks. Like all these hands are all over this board.
Yeah, but with middle pair with the nut kicker,
you kind of feel like you have
short,
to go with
right?
it. Yifan decides
actually
to
see a
bet.
continuation
I don't
bet.
hate this. I don't hate this. I think this is you get to fold out some overcards and whatnot. I think I would have preferred a check, but betting is definitely reasonable. And now it's a question of whether Katie wants to raise or call.
So let's say you're stuck here in the middle, right? So
C1, cool.
just select for a call. That does feel like the standard
does.
path to me. And now, if you're Zach,
He just snap folds.
finds
Wow.
the quick fold.
Credit to him there. Credit
That's
to
a
him there.
spectacular
Yeah,
fold.
Yifan might have just saved Zach's tournament life. Sorry about that. With the way that he's decided to play this hand. And I think going for the check now is and with the pot size bet behind, I think a small bet here rates to be best. Very often, Yifan's going to have a hand that is either going to snap check fold or snap check call. There's not really much equity to protect from. Particularly a hand like king queen, you're dominating king jack and king 10. If he does have those hands even, they're drawing quite thin. So I think a 800k bet is what I expect to see from Katie here. And then Yifan is just going to be
In the blender.
in trouble. I'm sure he's heard by now that she's definitely capable of making a big bluff. She can have some king 10, king jack suited, definitely in a range. Jack 10 suited, definitely in a range.
10-8 suited.
Yeah, she might even make a loose float in the flop with like ace queen of spades or ace queen of clubs, not because he has the ace clubs in his hand, but hands like that. I'm not going to expect her to have a hand like 10-8 suited. I think that's a little bit too loose to
Too loose pre-flop.
Too loose pre-flop. But that being said, you're the chip leader in position. You're feeling yourself. You might just get in there for a call, and just. I'm on the edge of my seat for Zach. Well, he saved his tournament life, so you'll be sitting on the edge of the seat for quite a bit longer.
Shoutouts to all the Darwin crowd. Everyone's sweating Zach.
Yeah.
Man, no one can say that guy doesn't have good friends.
Yeah.
I mean, they've been turning up for their boy.
Yeah. She makes the call, and an absolute brick on the river, and man, it is a tough spot for Yifan now. I assume Katie is she made that thin value bet with that ace, and I think this is an even clearer value bet than that. And she is going to win a monster pot here either way. And that is going to catapult her into the chip lead. It's just a question of whether she's going to get this call. Yifan has been playing some hands in a way where it feels like he's a bit of a non-believer. He strikes me as the kind of guy who definitely could make a hero call here. And your hand is definitely a considerable hand to make. You block none of those king jack, king 10, jack 10s. And they're all mandatory bluffs by this point.
And you do have less than half pot behind.
She jams. He's getting an amazing price. He really is.
Don't have to be right very often.
Yeah. And I think Katie's going to run into the thing where all your bluffs are working and all your value bets are working, and that makes for an easy tournament.
Isn't that the best, man?
Yeah.
Everything's just going your way.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone, hears about that you were bluffing, and then you just have it the next time you're in a big spot.
Yeah, and she's reaping the rewards. That's one of the reasons why bluffing is so powerful. It allows you to get paid off when you have it, and let's see what happens here. He's in a tough spot. That's all I'll say.
Now, if you're in a spot like Efense here, are you a believer in randomizing at all? Flipping a coin, having some, if you feel like it's a 50-50 decision?
I think randomizing is not the thing that you should be doing against in a live tournament. I think what you should be doing is assessing the price that you're getting and making the determination of whether you think your opponent is bluffing too much for this price or not enough.
Taking off the mask.
And then making and then if you want to use the cards in your hand to help you make that decision, then so be it. I don't think I think calling this like 50% of the time and folding 50% of the time is it's not the worst. It can never go that wrong, but it's definitely not the way you should be thinking about the game if you're looking to maximally exploit everyone. Playing against the best players in the world, maybe you do want to do it that way just because you don't know.
Tough to exploit those folks.
Yeah. But it's just in the blend. It's just in the blender right now.
You can see him mulling it through, going through the range, counting the bluffs, counting the value combos.
He's probably asking himself, does she have King Queen offsuit here for a value hand? Is she going to value jam Queen Jack suited, or is she going to check back? These are the kind of things that you have to kind of think about. I think that does she ever have aces and kings as a trap? That's certainly possible. I have a feeling not, just given the way she's been playing. I think she's trying to get the max value out of that. And he just has to make the evaluation. Are these King 10, King Jack, Jack 10s enough? With the added factor of there being ICM pressure and pay jumps.
Yeah.
Right. That adds an extra kind of like you have to be good a little bit more often than you would have to be in a Chipper V situation.
Yeah, inherently.
And he makes the call.
He's
I
gonna
don't
get
blame
the bad
him.
news. Ace nine is not
Katie
gonna be
wins
good.
a monster pot.
14 million chips now.
14 million chips.
And a ladder.
70 bigs, the clear chip leader.
Everyone's gonna be happy to see that.
Well, they are going to be happy about the ladder. I think they're going to be less happy about who has the chips.
Yeah. Lethal weapon.
Yep, the lethal weapon. She's staying true to her name.
Steadily in the lead. Look at this. 13,925.
And it's all come off that bluff has really catapulted her and set her up for this this chip lead right now.
I'm gonna listen to this table talk here for a sec.
Everyone thinks I'm bluffing. I always have it.
Yeah, that is full suited before, but in case no one saw it.
Desmond's giving it.
Nuts, man.
It's nice that he can have a sense of humor with her.
Desmond clearly heard the bad news that he did get bluffed, making a joke saying that she had the nuts before. Katie saying, "Everyone thinks I'm bluffing, but I always have it."
He's calling. You know what I mean?
Yep, the dark side of watching the stream, that's for sure.
He thought he had quads.
Don't worry.
Wait, what?
Don't worry.
A couple of questions in the chat asking about the cards. So these are not the ordinary Play Live cards. To run a stream table, you need special RFID cards. So they have RFID chips in the cards so they can be read by the scanners in the table. Honestly, a marvel of modern poker engineering. Back in the day, just had the whole cams in front of every player. Had to peel your cards to the camera for the audience at home to see. Oh, look at this. Ace Queen versus Ace Jack. Might see some fireworks here.
And I think that Desmond, against the chip leader open, is just going to have to go with his hand.
C5 raise.
Yep, and he does jam. Perfectly reasonable.
And this is just going to be...
It's going to be a snap call.
Another
Yep.
step in the terrible story of this final table for Daniel Desmond.
He's just had a rough. He's just had a rough.
Just
day.
catching all the difficult spots and then getting coolered here at the end.
You got to feel for him. I'm sure when he came to this final table, he was expecting or obviously hoping to have a much deeper run than he might rate to have.
Some chop outs. King 3 or a jack. And he finds the miracle
and he
jack
spikes
on
it.
the river.
Wow. Okay, it looks like I spoke a little bit too soon. Not the roughest run of all time. He's got some life yet.
This has been the theme of the stream. People finding the big rivers, maximum pain being dealt out.
I spoke much too soon. I spoke much. Congratulate. I'm glad he got that.
Yeah, it feels like he deserves.
He feels like he deserved it a little bit. And,
a little bit of rebound from the universe.
And
Daniel Desmond, no stranger, obviously Playlive defending main event champion in one of our series.
I'm sure he's very used to the swings of tournament poker.
We got a wild Eric Baldwin wandering about. Gonna get a quick cameo in the booth from the basebaldy.
What a river. And this just makes Katie's stack.
Special guest Eric Baldwin in the booth. How's it going, man? Second stack of the day in a bag.
Congratulations, my friend.
Having a very nice series. You missed Katie with one of the sickest bluffs. Probably the sickest bluff we've ever seen on the Playlive stream for sure. Pocket deuces. I can't hear Eric. That's all right, guys. He's just going to come hang out for a little bit. So she has pocket deuces, defends big blind. It's a 3-4-4 flop. Check raises, 3 on the turn, and then barrels, and then jams the river, gets Daniel Desmond to fold kings. Puts him in the absolute blender. Took first hand of the final table.
That's a nasty bluff. Good for her for pulling that off.
And now she's getting paid because of it.
And she got paid. She just won a big pot, possibly because of this, because of that big bluff.
There's a request to ask you about the guy that dusted off 700K in the main today.
All of my tables today were action packed to say the least, and yeah, there I don't want to single anybody out, but there were some stacks flying for sure.
If anyone has played at Playlive, I'm sure they're not surprised by that.
Yep.
There's some wild play going on. Sometimes you have the feeling and you make the play and it doesn't work out, and you feel kind of silly, but.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. When you have an environment where everyone's playing for the win, right? People are confident, believe in their skills to get it done. You are going to see a lot more of those bloody outcomes.
Yeah. And even that bluff that Katie made, I am very sure that if it hadn't worked out, and there would have been people in the chat, you know, disparaging her and saying how that they thought it was bad or whatever else, and they're forgetting about the times when it works and everyone's calling her the sickest player ever. And that's the side that I personally, just even having the guts to make the play in the first place is
especially on
stream. Especially on stream, not embarrassed about or not worried about looking bad or judgment from other people. So credit to her for sure.
Showing up, playing her game. If you're just joining us, by the way, this is the final table of the mini main event here at the Playlive Melbourne Millions. 93K and change up top off a $600 buy-in. Pretty insane. Josh Abdi in the booth with Luke Martinelli and temporarily a little special guest cameo from Eric Baldwin. Was obviously on the mic with me the other day.
And Desmond folds the queen jack and the hijack, respecting Katie's big blind. I think he has realized that she has come to play and that he's not going to have the easiest time opening into a BB. Another consideration is the cutoff only has 7.5 bigs, and it's very likely that he'll jam and possibly be out. Like that happens quite often. So he's probably just aware of that and just making a fold slightly on the tighter side.
600,000.
Which I think is probably good.
Some blind versus blind battle. Look at this.
Oh.
Pocket queens.
Pocket queens. And Katie's coming with the King 5-0 raise. I like this.
Does make some sense, right? These junky king, queen, jack X use the blocker to try and take it down pre-flop. Doesn't navigate super well.
Yeah. And I assume the 3-bet's coming in, and the question is, does Katie feel like that her image has been so aggressive and so like that maybe Rick is gonna play back at her and try something?
And then there's that next side of the level of, do I play back because I think he's playing back at me?
Yeah. But I think one of the strongest parts about Katie's game is she's very aware of the table dynamics. She's always commenting that to me and relaying that in her hands, and I think she is gonna probably pick up on the fact that Rick isn't 3-betting light here that often. Or maybe he is, I'm not sure, but I guess we'll see. He's cooking something up. He puts out, it's like 1.5 mil.
1.5 million.
1.5 million, yep. 2.5 X-rays seems pretty standard. And now, obviously, the standard players here is to fold.
Oh, there it is. Boys here, man. And now watch
Looks
out
like
for
she is thinking
Yeah,
about getting up to some
something.
shenanigans, but I do expect to see a fold here.
Yeah. Yeah.
Does
And
fold.
As I said, that's definitely one of her strengths as a poker player. I mean, as I'm sure as we're all seeing, she's got many strengths, but definitely very table aware and very in tune with how people are feeling about her at the table.
Walk or walk.
I think Katie needs to start giving poker coaching lessons. Well, watch this space. We'll see how this FT goes.
Yeah. might be too rich to care after winning this one.
Yeah. If she comes like between like 6th and 4th, maybe she'll start offering it. You know?
That's the coaching range,
Yeah.
right?
I like this angle. You can tell the boys are being tortured by Katie.
Yeah,
She has been just like putting on a clinic.
she has been.
And the thing is that the other chip leader at this final table, Sayak Ratul, he's also been putting on the pressure. Like,
This has not been an easy table for the mid and short stacks, that's for sure.
absolutely.
Yeah, and just like before, when he folded the Queen Jack offsuit, I think pocket threes is going to be a pretty easy fold for Daniel here. If you have the choice between opening Queen Jack and pocket threes, I think I would almost always choose Queen Jack in a final table situation just like this, just because it plays a little bit better post flop, and you got those nice blockers to stop people from having like some good hands. Whereas pocket threes does not have that luxury. He is considering something here though.
Maybe considering an open
He
jam.
could be considering an open jam. With a short stack there, with 7.5 bigs, I have a feeling he won't go for that.
It's funny when they look off, it's like as if they're sweating another table.
He
This is
does
the only
go
one
for
that
the
he
jam.
does opt for the jam.
And this might be a function of the fact that this tournament's so top heavy.
Wants to play for it all.
Wants to play for it all, yeah.
C1 fold.
If you can get Desmond to fold kings, you deserve to win. That guy's extremely capable and very sticky. Yep. I'm glad Katie didn't ask me for a rundown of the players before this FT, because I might have said that Desmond's a very aggressive and sticky player.
Tough guy to bluff off a big hand.
Maybe she wouldn't have made that play, but and Rick with the king 10 suited here, he was considering making quite the loose call earlier with ace 8 offsuit. I think he's just gonna find the fold. It's just too.
That's fine to fold. Now this is kind of an example of the power of these jams, right? Do get some strong hands to fold, and chipping up
And
worth
if-
a lot if you're in Desmond's shoes.
And if you did min raise that spot, Rick would either call or jam, and either spot is terrible for you if you have pocket threes there. So
So talk to us about these bags you found, Eric. You found 2 bags today?
We got 2 bags. We bagged about 2.5 starting stacks in the main event, which will be plenty coming back on day 2.
nice.
And then after we bagged, there was still 15 or 16 minutes left in reg for the wild card. So we hopped in there to have some fun, and we ended up running very, very well and bagged, I think, almost 1.6 million.
Off, what was starting?
Starting stack was 100K.
Oh,
so
a nice 16x starter. That's
Yeah.
very similar to what happened with me in the opening event. I wasn't planning on playing. I came in and bagged like a 15x starting or whatever, and went on to win. So maybe the same thing is going to follow you.
Yeah, perfect. It feels good when that's the plan, and then on the other end of the spectrum, when you show up on time and you grind all day and then bag like a starting stack, that's always
the max tilt. Yeah, it looks like Bridges' scheduling has worked on at least someone, where they've bagged the main event and then decide to max late reg the wild card. So,
Yes.
So credit to Bridges for scheduling that.
Designing that schedule so that that's possible.
You got me. You got me, Bridget.
Couple more dollars in the pool. The wildcard got over 160 runners today. Do expect that one to maybe get up near the 1,000 runner mark with future flights. My guess is about 800 total in that field.
Ronnie asked, why folding a suited king while you cover him? That's just because it was an all-in jam, 15 big blinds, and you're just not quite getting the right equity against his range to make the call there, particularly on a file table. So it was a good fold. If he'd been raised, I'm sure he would have been in the pot in some capacity, but versus a jam, there's not much you can do. You pretty much just have to fold. And what's happened here? Rick has min-raised the button with Jack 4 suited, and Ratul has come in with a 9-6 suited call. So he's flopped gut shot, backdoor flush draw, and Ratul has flopped top pair here. He goes for quite a standard c-bet, I think. And Ratul doesn't waste much time and just calls. Now here's where this pot gets interesting. Does Rick check back and take his equity, or does he think that I've got a good candidate to bluff? I think he does have a good candidate to bluff. Let's see if he decides to pull the trigger. Rick is quite the aggressive player. He does decide to check back, wants to realize his equity, doesn't want to get check jammed on, and now I think that small value bet from here, Ratul would be nice.
This is a pretty nice run out when you defend something like the 9-6, right?
This is a very nice.
It's like one of the dream runouts you can ask for.
You don't think your opponent has that much 3x in his range, so if your 6 was good on the flop, it's probably good now. Particularly because he didn't double roll the turn, which he might do with the 7 quite often. So let's see what he decides to do here. Just looking probably to get called by ace high. If you put a small value bet out there, I would bet more than a third pot. And Rick snap checks back jack high. Probably just thinking my line isn't that credible if I decide to bluff here. And he's definitely made a nice choice to check back to check back there, given that Ratul decided to check a hand as strong as a 6, which I think is normally a very standard value bet there. And kind of recognizing that your opponent might be checking a little bit too strong and then not bluffing into a range like that. That's it's worked out for him quite nicely there.
How come Luke isn't coaching Katie with 100K up top? Unfortunately, Luca is on booth duty today. If it gets deep and he wants to go down there, I do have a special guest that can replace him, so I won't.
It doesn't really look like she's needed my help thus far.
I was about to say, with the way she's navigating this final table, she looks dialed in, man.
She does.
Bro, can you sell more than 100%?
And I think with ace 4 here, I would have liked to see a jam there just because of the big blind ante. He's going to be down to 3 bigs if he folds the big blind. I understand why he folded though. These pay jumps and the pressure really is starting to build on these people.
Juicy.
And there's a lot of short stacks. It folds around to the button. This guy has 12 bigs. He's going to very often have a jam, and then the big blind and small blind might wake up with a hand to call with.
$3,200 if you get the pay jump. Over 5 buy-ins. 5 1/3 buy-ins just for sitting there.
Ratul does elect to go for the call here. I might like a raise as chip leader. Start putting the pressure on. You get into a tricky spot when you chip leader in these spots because you very often want to be really aggressive. So you're always going to be raising your good hands because you rate to be bluffing a lot. So people don't really give you credit when you have a good hand. That just means when you limp, there's not that many hands you want to limp that are good as a trap, just because the big blind's so incentivized to check back, and because you're so incentivized to raise as a bluff and a value hand as the chip leader. So when you do limp in these spots where you're chip leader, sometimes it can be an indication of a weaker range. And we see he's got a hand here that definitely wants to see a flop. 10 deuce of diamonds. But maybe a raise would have played better there, but obviously this is still a good play.
Does flop a pair. Gut shot and backdoor spades for Desmond. So the Doyle is taking the lead, but Desmond with a hand that he could decide to bet with.
Yep, it's got some nice properties here.
By the way, guys, if you don't already, give us a follow. Subscribe on YouTube. Follow us on Twitch. Follow us on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, or X.com, the everything app, if you prefer to call it that. We're trying to get to 1,000 subscribers on YouTube. Made the channel just last week, so if we could get to 1,000 in a week, that would just be awesome. I think we're at almost 500 already. 4.5K on Facebook. Would love to get to 5K there. It costs no money, and it's a great opportunity to... Some commotion going on in the background. It's a great way to keep up with what we got going on. If you want more information about the tournaments as well, you can always go to our website. You can see the URL on that table. Custom design. How about that? Playlive.Melbourne. We have a live events tab where you can see what's currently running, how many players are in, how many players are out, when registration closes, all that great stuff. Plus, we have our full schedule. And if you go to the structures page, we got a detailed breakdown of the structure of every tournament, including the cost of hospitality, the level design, how many minutes, all that great stuff.
So Desmond, in the set file table, he's been on the receiving end of a bunch of tough spots. He might now be the one giving the tough spot. He's got quite a nice hand to at least double barrel, and I think on a lot of runouts, his hand makes a lot of sense to bluff, and Ratul is going to be in a very, very tough spot. He's already not loving it, I can tell you that right now, facing this tank. He's praying for a check back right now.
Shout outs to the comment in the chat. This is a great structure for a $600 tournament. Everyone's still fairly deep. Playlive Main is the best structure in Melbourne. Plenty of play. Love the 1 hour levels on day 2. Really appreciate that. Always want to try and design structures that players like. Actually had some main events where the levels were 75 and 90 minutes. I think people decided that was actually a bit too much. It's finding the balancing act there.
Desmond does. He bets a third of his stack here on the river.
Look at this.
He's setting up like probably a 60%, 65, 66% SPR on the river if Ratul calls. His hand is quite a nice hand to bluff, I would say.
Gotta respect the heart to like take the beats he's taken on this final table and still just show no hesitation to take this spot.
Yeah, clearly a seasoned professional. Gotta respect it. And Ratul, he's in the blender because he knows a lot of the time if he calls here, that river jam is also going to be coming in. And he's currently completely bluff catching. There is no way that Desmond is value betting a worse hand than 10 deuce right now. At worst, he can have a hand like King 10, which he's planning on checking back river with, or like maybe Jack 10, something like that. But yeah, he is completely bluff catching right now, and on the river he will be continuing to just be bluff catching. And he does make the fold, which I don't blame him for, because I think he was expecting that triple barrel to come in quite often. And recognizing that, you know, you're not going to make the call when that does happen, and just folding the turn, save yourself some chips, there's some merit to that.
Yep, some future planning. Very nice hand from Desmond.
Although I do suspect that Desmond may have been giving up on some rivers, just given the SBR. If a spade had come in, I'm always expecting to see a bluff there. Yeah, it would have been an interesting spot for sure. He would have been able to finally put someone else in the blender.
Yeah, did get to return the favor a little bit. I'm sure that feels good.
I'm sure, yeah.
He has that look about him like he still plans on winning this tournament.
He does.
Which I always love to see.
He's got that quiet confidence.
Oh, that's a great question. Josh, how often are the chips audited to avoid cheating? Obviously, there's been a lot of issues going around.
There's been some recent scandals, that's for sure.
Yep, some recent scandals. We have some procedures, some which I can't reveal for integrity purposes. But one procedure that we have that I don't believe many other poker rooms in Australia have, though I do hope that some folks start following suit, is that we count all of our chips in and out of every tournament. And one thing I think the managers are very proud of is we have never had a single chip go missing, not once. Not even in our dailies. We're open 7 days a week. We're running multiple tournaments every day, and we have never lost a chip, which is good because chips are not cheap.
And if there are some chips missing, that's
inherently comes with issues.
That's a sign of some nefariousness potentially.
Yeah, so we have some other procedures as well that we like to keep private for integrity reasons, but we are very, very vigilant, very blessed to have staff with, you know, decades of experience.
Tom has come in with the jam here. I think maybe feeling a little bit of frustration. He hasn't played a hand for a while. And Zach is going to get... Oh, wow. Okay. I was going to say, now he's in a tough spot. Wow. Okay. It's tough. You've got 3.8 bigs. You're sitting there.
In the big blind,
but you're just
right?
thinking that if you fold here and Tom busts, you get a free ladder.
Yeah, over $3,000 if you fold and Tom loses the all-in.
Yeah, but if you fold and he wins the all-in, then your chance of winning the tournament is pretty much over. Obviously, anything can happen, but realistically, you'll be down to 3.8 bigs, and you'll very likely be out in 8th.
Word of the day, nefarious. I like it.
I like to whip out the vocab every now and again. He does decide to call. I don't blame him. He's going to see the good news. He just needs to... I think he can't bust. Oh, sorry. He can, sorry. Yeah, if the 3 spikes, he
will be
will
eliminated.
be eliminated, yes.
Just needs to fade the 3.
The 3-way action kind of ruined my brain a little bit there for a second. But he's looking pretty good to get some chips and a ladder if he can just hold.
There's the clubs.
Okay.
9, 6,
Nice and
4.
Four, 9, 4, 6.
Jet. Oh, king on the turn.
No chops available, really.
And a 9 on the river. The ace jacks are going to mutually hold.
Side potting.
So that's going to be essentially a double up if you're Zach, because he was so short. And that is
Hey,
going to
look,
be an
he's
elimination.
loving it in the corner there. Great to see some emotion from the players.
Yeah, chipping up, finds the ladder and chips up there. I mean, that's just a great
You can
feeling.
tell he was feeling that, and fair enough. I mean, that's a huge spot.
An excellent run from Tom McMahon. He's going to be your 7th place finisher. Nice payday at the office for his trouble. I'm sure he'll be a little bit disappointed, as people who get 7th often are. You know my favorite poker word. Lukey knows this one. Congratulations.
Yep.
So congratulations are going to be in order.
But he can wipe the tears with his 13k or whatever it was that he's cashed for, which is quite nice. 20 buy-ins of a $600 buy-in. Again, if you told him at the start of the tournament that he'd make 13k, I'm sure he would have shaken your hand and be very happy with it.
Yeah, very
So,
hard to be against 20xing your money.
Yeah.
Not a lot of places you can do that in this world. So when it does happen, when you catch one of those instances,
Nearly full, huh?
definitely gratitude always feels like it's in order.
Congratulations to
I
him.
only got like 6 bigs. Doesn't matter.
Slow roll.
Slow. Desmond with the slow. Hitting him with the slow roll, giving him a little bit of a needle. I'm sure we all recognize that was a tough spot.
So Trutsu, we do verify all the stacks that go in a bag. That's not a job for the dealers. That's going to be something more that the tournament directors and managers are going to take care of. But that's something, again, that we do privately. We are ultra vigilant here. Have over 100 years of management experience amongst our senior staff, and I think between all the dealers, I mean, maybe 1,000 years more, some crazy number. So.
And that's pretty easy to tell when you come in and play. I mean, everything is very professionally done, and there aren't many mistakes being made. That's for sure.
To try and maintain a high standard. Important to run the game that's smooth and fair and fun. Desmond here, ace 10 in the button. Is going to open this one up.
Yep, there's arguments for just open jamming.
I was just about to ask you ever just whacking this one in?
Yeah.
Obviously not.
Kind of hand where if you do min raise and get jammed on, it's an easy call against the small blind, and against the big blind, you're hating life. And when you have a hand like that, jamming pre-flop can never really be too bad. And he's just checking his stack out now. I think if he had 14 bigs, he would always jam a hand like this, and if he had 20 bigs, he'd always min raise it. So he's right in the middle of that. Right in the middle there of those two options, and he does decide to go for the min raise.
What's up for the min raise?
Zach eyeing him suspiciously.
Oh, and look at this.
He's got something was. I saw it before his cards were
Yeah,
revealed.
you did. Or the graphic showed that to us.
Yeah.
Luke Martinelli picking up the live reads even from the booth. The 20-minute delay reads.
There has been something like I have learned some things in my 10 years of playing, and he does decide to jam. Nothing else you can do here.
And surely Desmond's just gonna snap him off.
I think that's the plan. Although Jesse with a decision.
Waiting on the graphics to catch up here.
And he can wake up with a hand that's much worse than queens here and still go with it, because this is a very wide range spot. He does fold.
Does put it in the bin.
He had queen jack.
Queen
there,
jack, okay, yeah.
Whatever. And then he's just.
Desmond is gonna call.
Yep, and he's gonna see the bad news. I don't think any aces were folded though, so ace 10 quite live here. 6-handed.
Now, if the stream is proving consistent, I expect an ace to come on the river or right in the window.
I don't know. I'm liking the heart that Zach's had this tournament. I'm rooting for him this hand. And nice and clean.
7-5 deuce rainbow. Some backdoors.
Yeah,
Seven's
and
not
he's-
gonna
he's-
do it.
Desmond throwing the ace at the dealer.
And a
it
king
just
on the
doesn't
river.
quite work.
Now look at this for
And
Zach.
then all of a sudden, Zach is just he's just gone. He's increased his stack by 50% into a clean double up here. And Desmond, not much you could do there. I think the cards just didn't go his way in that spot. There's not really much you can do.
Zach went from 3 big blinds on the precipice of getting 7th place to a ladder.
See Eric.
To a ladder and now 20 big blinds.
Eric's going to bed, I think. Because he's given all.
It's freezing here.
Flat out. Yes, I've been
yeah.
teaching Eric some Australianisms.
Yeah.
He is going to pack it in. GG's to Mr. Baldwin.
And the final table of tilt continues for Desmond.
What an emotional roller coaster this must be for him.
He got that bluff through. He was probably starting to, feel like things were coming back, and then the cards just like gave him a hit. Just
No.
slapped him back. Yeah.
C2 fold.
Whenever someone rails in that corner spot right there behind C2, I always think it's like a graphic that's being cut out into the corner of the screen for our benefit.
Yeah. Oh, and I didn't realize this, but after that pot, Ratul has actually got the equal chip lead with Katie now, which again changes up stacking the ace 3.
525.
They've shown the chip. That's interesting. How people's chip stacks have changed from the start of the tournament to now. Katie's made 7 million chips on this final table. Ratul's made 6 million. Desmond, unfortunately, has lost 3 million. And Jesse's lost a tiny bit as well.
Yeah, the rich have definitely gotten richer.
Nice
That's
standard
my
opener.
8th favorite TD, Brian. Brian's everyone's 8th favorite. That's why we love him. Hey, look, 8th favorite TD.
That's
Matt's played a lot of tournaments in his life, Been a lot of TDs. Shout outs to Brian. Brian, a legend of the tournament directing circuit, goes all over Australia. Also does the Asia Poker Tour.
very familiar face in the Australian poker
He was
scene.
actually, fun fact, tournament directing the tournament that Abby won at Asia Poker Tour in Taiwan. I believe he ended up in the vlog that came out yesterday. If you guys want to check out Abby's long form stuff on YouTube, I do also believe she'll be joining me in the booth tomorrow.
Abby will be?
Yeah, so for all our Abby poker fans,
That was nice. I got to hang out with her at the Australian Open the other day. That was quite the fun little trip. And
interesting flop.
Yeah. Katie's defended the Jack 7-0 pre-flop. I like this, given that they're both equal in chips, and there's not going to be a lot of bets. Like both players here are aware that they don't want the pot to get too big. And that's going to let you see some more flops and turns and rivers that you otherwise wouldn't be. So I like the decision to call Jack 7 pre-flop. And then...
What's the 7 of spades in the bin?
7 of spades. He did size up a little bit.
Iron man.
Don't show that one, mate. Mate, don't show that one.
Don't show that
I
one.
think that was Alan Pham in the background making some chat. He won the WPT last year for like 550k.
Wow, what a score.
It was a very massive score, and I guess he's railing Ratul. He was quite happy with him winning that
No, I'm
fight.
not.
Shout outs to everyone joining us, by the way. Insane viewership today. People on Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook.
What do we got?
We're doing about
things I've done,
300
we've discussed
viewers
about
between all the platforms.
That's pretty chill.
Nah, you're alright. You've done well.
And Ratul card racking a little bit at the moment. He's played quite a few hands in a row now. The ace jack hand and then ace was the ace
Ace
queen.
queen,
Was there an
yeah.
ace queen one in between? Was there a hand between there or not? I can't quite remember.
I think it was just in a row.
And the blinds are definitely starting to catch up to everyone. That's for sure. Stacks getting closer and closer together. Jesse, he hasn't really done he hasn't really played that many pots, and as you can see, his stack went from 50 bigs at the start of this final table to 26. And that's why you have to be picking up those chips. You know, if you just sit there, your stack can just
Starts to
start to
disappear.
disappear.
Paying the taxes, blinds going up. Chairs downstairs are more comfortable. Can you get more chairs like those upstairs? Yeah, that is definitely something I've thought about.
The chairs downstairs are a little bit too big for the tables up here, right?
Yeah.
Is that kind of the problem?
That is definitely part of the issue. The tables upstairs are designed to be portable, so they can be broken down and moved to clear the space. You sometimes use the space up here for other non-poker related things, whereas downstairs, obviously, more dedicated to its purpose.
Zach is the number 2 player in Darwin. Who's number 1 then?
Yeah, who is the #1 player in Darwin?
I don't know.
I'm not too familiar with.
Oh, here we go. Someone's already asked. It's old.
I'll entertain it.
It's
Yeah, that's such a good leading statement, you
Yeah.
know, especially for the commentators.
Who was the first ever cash in Playlive history?
That's a great question.
It would have been whoever cashed the opening
event.
at the
Basically,
very
whoever
start.
First min casher to bust.
Mhm.
Well,
That's a
who
great
won
question.
that
I
event?
don't know.
That's really.
Who did win that? I know Sean made that final table.
He did.
Gina made that final table.
No, Berkey was the first person to
Oh,
register.
Oh, and Berkey was on that file table as well.
Yes, he
that's
wa-
quite the stacked opening event file table. A lot of big names.
Cast of characters. Yes, Berkey was very insistent with me. He showed up an hour early. I think like helped me even do a little bit of manual labor when we were opening up, just for the sake of being the first one to register.
Take 5 fold.
He wanted to be number 1 in the system. I told him I'm not even sure that the players are numbered, but
6 fold.
but he is first. I mean, I will remember that forever. So
That's a nice bit of trivia. We'll have to look that up, and then we'll keep that in the bank.
I think it is possible to look through the old tournaments and find out who the first one to get it done was. So.
And Jesse, maybe he heard what I was saying in the booth, because he's decided to open Ace 3-0 and try to pick up some of those chips that.
C4 fold.
Looks like we have a Greek player, number 1,
and he got that nice open through, which Fotis Manalokis. All right, shout outs to him. Come down to play live if you want. You can claim your title as number 1 player of Darwin. Oh, and Equinox says Zach's the GOAT, actually.
You hear that? 1 round of straddles.
Can Luke talk about the tax situation in the US after his big score? Well, luckily for poker players, there is no tax in the Bahamas for gambling. There was plenty of taxes for food and whatnot. That's why the food and everything's so expensive there. But there was absolutely no taxes. So,
Yeah, reminder, Bahamas not part of the United States, in the Caribbean.
yeah. Unfortunately, the tax situation in the US right now is pretty bad.
So as an Australian, you pay 30%?
You pay 30%, and they've also just recently changed the law where you can only claim 90% of your losses as opposed to 100%. So there are situations where you can have a losing or break-even summer and still owe taxes,
Have to pay some taxes.
which is max tilting, of course.
Yeah, when you're not even making any money, and then you have to pay up anyway. Jack 10 of diamonds here in the cutoff for Katie. Going to be an open.
C1.
Herman Miller's please requested on that. Have you ever sat in a Herman Miller chair?
I have not.
That's like the pinnacle. They're like $1,000 plus.
Yeah, sweet. And Rick with the ace-jack offsuit here. I think either call or 3-bet are both nice plays, and I think if you 3-bet small, Katie will be continuing in some fashion. It's not the worst hand to 4-bet jam. If you think your opponent's getting out of line, you get to fold out some dominating ace-jack, ace-10s.
Let's say it
and
might
jacks.
work in this exact configuration, right?
I think Rick is 3-betting ace-jack
C2
2-fold if he gets 4-bet jammed on. And also, when you get called by those ace-queen, ace-kings, you've got decent equity, and
C5 fold.
I definitely wouldn't hate it. As chip leader, you're definitely allowed to peel in this spot as well. And you can just dunk a lot of flops and just put that pressure on, because you know Rick's feeling it. And Katie looks like she's thinking about something.
Yeah, you can see some nefarious thoughts.
Yeah, the machination. Something's going on in her brain right now. Yeah. This is definitely different than when she had the King 5-0. I think she smells something here. And I think everyone's on the edge of their seat, waiting to see what will happen. Amir says, hi, Luke. Hi, Amir. What's up? Who's your money on here? My money's on Katie.
C1
And she does elect to call. And this is the advantage of 3-betting a hand like ace-jack, where when you get called, you're really dominating a lot of your opponent's calling range.
Oh, and look at this!
Wow.
Ace Jack, Ace of diamonds with the
Okay.
overs and the gut shot, backdoor nut flush
And the
draw.
ace of diamonds. Katie has the best hand right now with the pair and
Middle
flush draw.
pair and the flush draw. Is there a chance this is ever just getting in here?
It really, really could. As Rick, if you get check raised in the spot, it sucks, but you got to be thinking, I beat Jack 9, I beat King Jack, I beat every flush draw. He has to beat every flush draw because the ace of diamonds in his hand, apart from the pair and flush draw, obviously. And he might think that Katie might not play a queen as a check raise. As for Katie's decision, I think you can call, I think you can raise, I think you can jam, I think everything looks good. So Might be a board that Rick might be a little bit reticent to c-bet just because it kind of smashes Katie's calling range a little bit.
A lot of king queens.
Yeah, and a lot
Queen
of
10
a lot of the
suiteds.
lower pairs that you'll be targeting, and a lot of the ace X that you'll be targeting to fold out are gonna probably play their hand a bit more aggressively post flop. This board really smashes Katie's defending range here, and it's smashed it as much as humanly possible with this hand, I suppose. Let's just see what she decides to do here. King of diamonds on the river, yes please.
How about a king of diamonds on the turn?
Oh yeah, on the turn.
And then we get to sweat the
That is what I
river.
meant. Please, king of diamonds on the turn.
Maximum pain.
Say one raise.
Katie just
Just taking a column.
pops out to
Just that many greens? How about this many greens?
I love it. I love it.
Straight to 2 million.
Yep. And I think this is the kind of sizing that you use with the kind of hand that Katie has. A hand that is a very strong, like you're basically saying that if you go all in, I'm calling you off, right? You're betting you're committing half the stack, and you do that with your very strong equity draws and your middling hands that need protection, right? Katie has a hand that's both of those things together, which is interesting. But I think if she was going to have a bluff that wasn't a flush draw, she might check raise a little bit smaller just to have some room to fold when the jam comes in. Like maybe a hand like King Nine of Hearts, for example, might be a decent candidate there. And then you can also check raise your strongest like sets and Ace Queen and whatnot for the small sizing as well, just to get some more continues.
Now, if she had Jack 10 without the diamonds here,
I think
just expecting a check call instead?
I think so. I think I would expect a check call instead. But if you want to play as a check raise and just protect your equity now and just get it in against Ace King or fold out Ace King or whatever, and Ace Jack, then you're perfectly allowed to do that. But I think most people would play it as just a check call.
And again, another spot where Katie's sick deuces bluff might be paying dividends here, right?
And Rick just calls.
Decides to call in position.
And I wonder what Katie must be thinking here. I think she's probably expecting Rick to have Ace King or Ace Jack for this to call here, right? Either that or you've run into Queens. I think those are the hands that make sense. If Rick has Kings or Aces, I just expect him to put it on a wet board like
Can
this.
he ever have better 10x, something like the Ace 10 suited?
Yep.
Ace
It's
10
possible.
of spades,
I think
Ace 10
maybe Ace 10 offsuit would be more likely, or King 10 offsuit might be more likely. Just because they're the kind of hands you'd want to 3-bet fold, and you would want to 3-bet fold a hand like Ace 10 or King 10 suited. And that actually, I didn't really think about that. And that probably lends Katie to checking now. Obviously, never with the intention of check folding, but you can check, and if your opponent does happen to have Ace King or Ace Jack, you let them put it in. You've got really decent equity against a hand like that now. Like you've got that hand absolutely crushed, and so you kind of, and she just shoves.
Does up for the all-in.
She just jams.
Less than
this
half
is
pot.
obviously-
Hard to blame
this is
her.
Obviously, completely fine play. And Rick, he's thinking what I was saying before. I am beating every draw here. The turn is completely bricked out. None of those draws have improved. Maybe 9-8 of diamonds has picked up an extra gut shot, I suppose. But you're still obviously beating that hand. And yep, if you rip it, looks like you're on a draw. Correct.
Very true.
Katie is on a draw and a made hand though, which is
One of the really insane things about having the combination of the pair and the draw to go with it, right? You just have so much raw equity
against every hand.
against every hand,
every
even
hand.
against aces,
I mean, against aces, you're flipping.
Yeah.
So
Only going to be in bad shape against a set. Even then,
and
never
even then,
dead.
you still got a decent
got
amount of
9
equity.
outs.
Yeah, exactly. And here, I mean, she just straight up got the best hand. And he's considering calling, and I wouldn't blame him for calling. Honestly, again, he's getting an amazing price. He needs 20% equity to make this call. A little bit more because of ICM, and is he getting that against her range if she has enough flush draws? This is where the Ace of Diamonds is kind of working against him, though, in the sense where she can't have Ace 9 of Diamonds, Ace 8 of Diamonds, Ace Jack of Diamonds. And those would be, exactly. So those would be a big part of her range that probably would play it this way, and that she can't have. But, King Jack of Diamonds, even King Jack of Clubs is perfectly reasonable to play a hand, or King Jack of Hearts, for example, would be fine to play this way. And you can obviously have 9-8 of Diamonds, Jack 9 of Diamonds or not, etc. So there's plenty of bluffs that are available here, but you're in a rough spot. And if he calls and wins here, Katie again will be catapulted into the mega chip lead. And it's going to be looking like her tournament win. Either way, she's scooping a huge pot right now.
Assuming she does avoid river disaster.
He has 6 outs. He's drawing quite thin. Must fold this one. I mean, it's true that the ace of diamonds in particular makes his hand quite a hard call, but you are getting an amazing price. And if you call on your right here, like if she has king jack, you've got that hand in absolute jail, and on top of that, you will now be the new chip leader if you call and win. So he's obviously considering that. I think a fold is probably kind of what you have to do. It doesn't feel good though. All the other players eagerly hoping for a call.
Yeah, root for a call and for
Yeah.
Katie to hold, right? It's always so funny. There's these funny spots in final table, especially when you make a final table with a friend, where sometimes you're just anti-sweating your friend so hard because it's in your own best interest. Look at these payouts. 16K locked up for all the players already. 19-9, so pretty decent pay jump. And then from 5th to 4th, that's where it really starts to...
Nice 4K pay jump here for all the remaining players. Rick does find the
Does
fold.
lay it down. Katie is gonna just have an absolute
A
pile.
lot of people giving Rick a bit of shit for tanking and stuff like that. It's a big decision. He's playing for a lot of money. You gotta really think it through. So
Absolutely.
and he came to the right decision in the end. So credit to him. How much does Luke charge Katie for lessons?
Full price.
Not enough, clearly, because
Yeah, they're paying off.
yeah.
That's for sure. Rule number 1 of the Martinelli School of Poker: bluff their ass.
Yep.
I will bet that you have a better hand than me.
Well, we'll find out in 30 minutes. Stay tuned,
That's the game.
Jacks.
That's the game.
Six has twelve.
Bro, people are folding kings and aces. If you play 6-9, it's easy.
Red one. Same red one. Same red one. Same red one. Two red.
500.
Take one raise. 500 plus.
Playlife should run a Chat Pros tournament. Good suggestion for Paris.
Yep. I would be the first person raging that tournament. Sure. Katie coming in with the king 9 of clubs over here. Very
Wolf in
standard.
sheep's clothing.
Yeah.
Lethal weapon herself.
Take two.
Do appreciate the stream's help as I try and force things to
Yeah.
catch on.
And I think Rick is feeling a little bit of frustration at
Yeah,
that last
9-7
part.
suited.
I think of this stack size a little bit too ambitious to go for a call here. But you know, poker, it's an emotional game. The swings, they affect the best of us, you know, so
Yeah, difficult to just shake that off.
you lose a big pot like that, and you're trying to...
That's been in a weird
Yeah,
spot
got
here with
that.
the ace-10. Is this ever just a defend? Oh, he's in
from
the small blind. I thought he was
Yeah,
in the
so
big blind.
So I think calling just isn't an option here for the
So
small
he
blind.
either has to decide if he's taking the
Yeah.
jam or if he's going to make a tight fold.
This is a
and
tough spot with the cold caller here. You don't expect Rick to have a hand like this. The thing with Rick's cold calling range here is ace 10 is doing quite well against it, I would say. I would say a hand that most people flat here is a hand like king 10 suited, queen 10 suited, a hand where they want to play, but they're not really confident enough to take a jam. Because they're worried that they're going to get called and lose, and their hand obviously isn't that good. And ace 10 does pretty well against that hand. But he has to worry about Katie, and he understands he has no fold equity here either. I think it's going to be a very, very weird spot if he jams, and then Katie, I don't know what she would or should do, and then I don't know what Rick should or would do either. You know what I'm saying? He does take the jam.
does opt for the jam.
Yep, I think Katie's opening wide range.
She does ask for a count.
Yeah.
I think off 7 big blinds, and then with 12 bigs approximately from Shen. Hang on, actually looking at Shen's stack.
Oh, maybe the stacks are a bit wrong.
Yeah, I think the graphic is a bit off. Yep, I am getting some notification from the tech team that Shen actually does have a bit more there.
That's 2 million just the front there. 2, 3, 4, 4.5 it looks like.
Yeah,
looks like
it's off by 2 million. So he does have closer to 20 big blinds.
And that also makes Katie's check raise make a lot more sense. Because she actually wasn't check raising to half his stack. She was check raising just a regular size in a regular deep pot or whatever. And it also means that she jammed the turn for a pot size bet, which is a much bigger bet size than I was considering for ace jack calling.
This changed things a bit, but did kind of yield the same outcome overall. I do think even with the increase in stack, this 9-7 suited flat is just going to be a bit on the ambitious side.
And he does just fold.
Music to your ears if you're Desmond.
Oh,
You
he
must have
was
just
not
thought-
expecting that at all.
There was no chance that was happening. I mean, he essentially gets a full double without any risk.
Katie's in a tough spot because another hand that is very often called in that spot is aces. And that is not a hand, especially when you're 20 bigs effective in, that you want to rejam into and run into kind of thing. So, and even if you just call and they have aces, they're just going to jam and you just put 7 big blinds in for nothing. So I think if it was heads up, she was just always going to call there for 7 bigs. But with a player behind, I think making the folds is the right play.
Investigation. Investigation.
They're hinting at some potential collusion given how small Desmond's stack is, and that someone should have called.
All in jest.
Of course.
Always got to make that clear on the internet. They're just joking. They're having a good time.
It would be the sickest collusion play ever if it was the Desmond and Katie were colluding.
After she stone cold bluffs him with deuces, puts him in the absolute blender to start the final table. Just like, yeah, don't worry, I'll fold to your 7 big blind jam. As long as you don't ever have more than 7 bigs.
Yeah. Ratul, nice standard open here with, and Zach is just.
He's just finding it when it counts, man.
When it counts, and he's gonna get this through. I imagine he's just gonna jam. He does decide to call
opts
instead.
For the call with the
Interesting.
ace queen.
He's keeping in a lot of dominated ace X, as we can see. As I've said, he plays very unconventionally, but I wouldn't say it's bad by any stretch of the imagination. The only problem with this is you do let the big blind in, which kills your equity a little bit. You just rejam, you take the pot down. But let's just see what transpires.
Oh, look
here.
at this.
Wow, Jesse flops
Open-ended versus
so does
open-ended.
Ratul, yeah. And ace queen is kind of in no man's land here. It's gonna be tricky if any action goes in. Got overcards in a gut shot, but it's a board that smashes your range and the big blind's range. If Ratul c-bet this, I was expecting some.
Calling for the full range as well. It's only like.
I would expect a very strong range, just given how it interacts with big blind, small blind's range. It does check back. I love that check back. With a7, you do not want to get raised with this hand. Full stop.
Do have a bet here with the open-ender from Jesse. Trying to thin out the field a little. What do you do here as Sayak Ratul?
I think you've checked back because you wanted to see a river, right? If you bet and get raised, you're gonna fold. I think he's gonna call here. He raised to have the best hand some of the time. He's beating some bluffs. Ace queen just has to muck. And this is kind of the problem with flatting a pre-flop out the small blind. You're out of position to everyone.
If he jammed, would have taken this down pre, right?
And that would have been quite nice.
Look at
And
this.
Jesse rivers a king. Backdoor flush draw comes in. He's got the jack of hearts. He's got. This is quite a tricky spot
Yeah, got there
to
in
whether
a
decide whether
strange
to value
way.
bet or check.
Does opt for the check.
And
That-
he's really, this is quite the astute check. I think Ratul is forced to bluff here. He has king queen. He has ace king probably. He was quite a small bet on the turn. He's got some flushes. I think it makes a lot of sense to bluff here. You kind of have no showdown value now against his range. You beat some 7-6, 7-5 type hands, but you block that. You know, decide to not check. And I like his decision to bluff here, and he's just gonna get snapped off. I think. How much has he decided to bet? 2/3. You are bluff catching here with King Jack, I think. I think it's pretty unlikely. Maybe you're beating like a King 7 of diamonds type hand.
1.7 million, you're right around 2/3 pot.
Yeah. But I think it's just one of those spots where you're either value betting to bet fold or you're checking to check call. I think it's just, there's no real other option here. He's bet quite the hefty bet though, 1.7 mil. I like this bet.
Not a fun spot if you're Jesse
Not
May.
not a fun spot. But this sizing, I think he's got a pure bluff catcher here. I don't think Ratul is value betting a worse hand than this. And when you're facing that, you always have to ask yourself, you know, do I think my opponent is bluffing enough to justify this call? In other spots, he might be value betting a worse hand than King Jack. He maybe going for a smaller sizing, and then it would be like a really easy call. But now, yeah, I think he's just gonna find a call here. He beats some hands like Ace Jack, Ace Queen as well, which might decide to bluff. They had a gotcha on the flop. He's beating a hand like maybe pocket 5s or pocket 6s, which might be a loose turn call, but you know, 6s and 7s particularly. They also might just check down, of course. But yeah, I think we're just gonna see a call here. Yep, having that Jack of Hearts is quite relevant. Blocks Ace Jack of Hearts, which is a hand that Tool probably rocks up here a lot of the time with as a value hand. So blocking that's a pretty nice hand. I don't think he has Queen Jack of Hearts very often though. I think that's just always going to be a see bet on the flop.
When you flop the nuts.
When you flop the nuts, you usually put some bets in. Definitely can have some Ace 5 of Hearts type hands, Ace 4 of Hearts. Those make a lot of sense to me to check back the flop and then just call the turn because you don't want to get blasted off your equity, and then the heart comes in.
Tension in the air.
It is. It's
Even the people on the rail, look at this level of anxious energy.
6-7 raise.
He raises all in.
Whoa! Wow.
What an interesting
Please
choice.
do not go to the ad here. I mean, it's gonna just go straight through, of course, because
Wow, gets it through. We'll talk about that a little bit more when we come back from break. We're going to take a quick, just 5-minute break. The players have opted for a short one, so absolutely don't go anywhere. We're 6-handed, tons of action.
To talk about that hand. when we
Mini
get back
main
from
final
break.
table. You'll have me and Luke coming back from break. See you in 5.
Break, buddy.
Okay, welcome back. It's a nice short break. Hope everyone got some water. Stretch it out. Adjust that posture. Sit up straight. All that good stuff. Let's talk about that hand right before break. Talk to me about that river jam with the King Jack.
That was a very exciting play, I would say, and I credit to him. I think he also recognized that his hand was only a bluff catcher based on the sizing, as I was saying, and his decision was to, instead of check call and check call against his bluffs, I'm going to do one better. I'm going to fold out his bluffs, and I'm also going to fold out a decent portion of his value hand. I think if Ratul had King Queen or Ace King there, he would have been in absolute jail, and he very much would have folded. I think that even if he has a hand that isn't the nut flush, I think he would have been in a very tough spot there. When you're facing a spot like that, the question I always like to ask myself is, what is the bottom of the person's value range? And I think Jesse there would probably value jam a ace high flush or better. I imagine maybe a queen high flush. Kind of feels bad sometimes when you rejam a queen high flush and do it into the nuts, which Ratul will have all the combos of. But so I'd probably say the ace high flush, and then he would just have his bluffs. And I like his bluff for a few reasons. One reason is that Jack of Hearts. It's a very nice blocker, blocking the ace Jack of Hearts, which is quite a big combo in Ratul's range. I also think that you block kings, which Ratul might honestly play as a check back on the flop. 10-9-8, very scary.
One of those classic boards you don't want to see.
A lot of bad turns and rivers. So having a blocker to kings, which is Ratul's absolute snap call, is quite nice, right?
Speaking of kings, King Deuce.
Ratul's come in with the ace 3-0 under the gun. Again, perhaps a little bit of frustration. He hasn't got the chip lead anymore, so he has to respect that. And he did just lose a big pot, so maybe he's trying to win some of those chips back. And Rick, as always, in the mix.
Jesse May very casually jumping into the shared spot for second here.
I did say at the start of the stream he was someone to watch out for. I played with him on day one of the opening event, I believe, and well, he made quite the sick play.
Yeah, showing a lot of heart with the King Jack.
It's just a shame that Ratul had a bluff. If it would have been much more exciting if he had a value hand and had to make the sick decision.
Then we could see what really was going to happen.
But that's one of the things about when you make a bluff like that. Even if they are bluffing, that counts as working when you get it through. That's part of the EV of bluffing. There, they have to fold out their bluffs.
Shout out to the people playing pub poker with Ratul, saying he's the best by far in their game. I'm just loving seeing everyone showing up to support their friends. That's been a cool part of this stream.
It is getting quite late. 1:30.
Yeah,
1:30.
Credit to you guys all. 1:44 in the morning. Everyone here in Melbourne sticking with us. Much respect. We will be here until the end.
Although this is pretty typical for poker players, I think. Probably shouldn't gas them up too hard.
Yeah. The messed up sleep schedule maybe not praiseworthy, but
Goes check here, and I think cool.
chop it up.
Chop it up, and I think
King 9-8 ace.
I think all the players at the table might be looking at Ratul's open there and thinking, to take advantage of something like that, because it's quite on the looser side. So maybe it's always tricky when these hands go to showdown. There's a little bit of extra EV of Ratul bluffing the river and kind of getting the fold in that sense, and stopping people from seeing his cards. I know Katie definitely is going to pick up on that.
I know where to go. Appreciate your efforts, guys. Thank you guys so much. Appreciating all the love we've been getting on stream. All of Darwin in the house.
It really isn't much effort. This is my first time in the booth. I'm having a ball. I'll definitely come back and maybe I'll commentate the main event FT or something.
Yeah, that'd be great. If you're not on it.
If I'm not on it, yeah, exactly. Oh yes.
Yeah.
There was some bad news recently. Tino Lucic, he was quite the stalwart of Australian poker. He was always in the 20s and whatnot. He was always around. I think he mainly played cash, but he just passed away recently, I believe.
Yeah, was here earlier this series.
Yeah, I was actually sitting next to him in the PLO tournament.
Lovely guy.
Unfortunate to hear his passing, and I hope that his family's all good.
Sending our love to Tino's friends and family. Always sad to lose someone from the poker community.
It's a very small community. You know, everyone kind of knows each other, and when something like that happens, then everyone kind of knows about it.
Yeah, you feel it.
King 10 suited goes for the open jam here. I like this play. I think this is a hand you don't want to raise fold. I think you have very good equity. I think you have very good fold equity. And
Two fold.
Zach is just quietly, he doesn't want to go away. He doesn't want to go away.
Too many people in Darwin sweating him to just let it go. On a positive note, Jaden woke up from his coma. On the way to full recovery. That's awesome.
Oh, yeah, I think one of Michael's friends is in the hospital or something like that.
That's amazing to hear, man.
Hopefully he's all good.
I'm
Tino was one of Australia's best ever backgammon players too. Yeah, I'm sorry. Unfortunately, I'm not the person who knew Tino the best, so I can't really give him a proper obituary, but he was definitely a well-respected player in the Melbourne poker scene, that's for sure. And I would believe it too. One of Australia's best ever backgammon players. Yeah, well, I've never actually played any backgammon myself.
I've dabbled a little
Not sure
bit
what
at
kind of
chess
game it
tournaments.
is. Yeah.
There used to be the backgammon hustlers in the Skittles room.
Yeah, I knew that Gus Hansen was a very famous backgammon player. And
Quite a strong backgammon
supposedly
player.
That's where he made a lot of his money back in the day. What kind of game is it?
Man, how to answer that question? It's somewhere between something like chess and something like poker. The raw concept of backgammon is very simple, where you just have stones in an orientation and you try and move them around the board across to the other side, but they can get captured by your opponent's stones along the way.
Okay.
It's a game that you roll dice on each turn, so there is that kind of variance element like in poker, where you're doing some EV calculations and kind of playing around what your possible dice rolls are and different outcomes, weighing EVs.
It sounds like quite the game for a poker player, that's for sure.
Yeah, I think there have been quite a lot of strong poker players in the backgammon scene. Also games like Magic the Gathering, of course, Bridges being an example. I believe Chingy also, Victorian state champion there. Our tournament director, Jacob, and a few other people, all Magic the Gathering players. And then I think one of the other classic games for poker players is Risk.
Yeah.
Joe McKeon, famously multi-time world champion at Risk.
Risk is definitely down a poker player's alley, that's for sure.
Yep.
Yeah. So basically, someone invented the game checkers, and they were like, "There's not enough gambling involved in this, so let's put some dice in there."
In fact, when you play backgammon for money,
Yeah.
there's a side dice that you roll at the beginning to decide how much money you're playing per point.
Oh, okay.
So it rolls
it's like
on
the
1, 2,
multiplier.
4,
Yeah.
8, 16, 32,
I can
64.
see how that can get out of hand quite quickly.
Yeah, I've seen some high stakes backgammon games. I think Uno is mostly just a luck based game. Not too much skill there. More than none, but I moved here from Melbourne in June 2024, and then this joint opened up. Well, hopefully we'll have you come on back. Can you post the streaming schedule somewhere? It is indeed live. It is on Instagram. Look for a video with me in the thumbnail. And if you look in the captions there, you'll see the whole streaming schedule. Also posting updates every day on stories on Instagram and Facebook when the stream's going live. Tomorrow are going to be streaming the 5K. I believe that kicks off at 4:35 from level 1. Some chance we push back 2 hours then. But yeah, 4:35 should be the call time for the 5K tomorrow. We're going to be streaming that entire thing. Obviously going to be a lot of strong players in that field.
I'm looking forward to that one. If I'm not too wrecked. I will be regging it in some form. I'm not sure if I'll be playing quite from the start though. We'll see.
Yeah, Mahjong also, I think, another great game for poker players.
I just recently learned how to play Mahjong. It's very fun, yeah.
Again, some of those EV calculations. Mahjong's a lot like mixed games, where if you're really good at keeping track of the tiles that have been discarded and who's doing what, and you can focus on that all in real time without losing the flow of the game, you can get a huge edge, really have like a clear understanding of what your opponent's hands are.
I think that's how the old Chinese ladies do it.
They're so, man. I played with, shout outs to Berkey and Annie. I played with Annie's parents. Sometimes I go over there and eat delicious Chinese food and play Mahjong. And they destroy me.
They're cracked. Yeah.
They are so good. And I played a lot. I played somewhat often when I was in China. Definitely have a few games of Mahjong under my belt, and I just
got destroyed.
I just get crushed every time I go. I always have a great time. They let me off for cheap too. They like don't make me pay up the amount that I owe.
Yeah. My nonno is pretty similar with the game of Scopa. He can remember the cards. And
Bit of a Scopa player myself, as you
Yeah.
know. Yeah, Scopa's a great game, man.
4 raises.
I'll slam 3 to draw 4s and see if it's all lucky. That's like one of the ultimate disrespects in any game. You just give them the draw 4 and then the draw 4.
Just gonna have to fold.
Scopa's elite,
Sure
yes.
is old school Italian game.
I do prefer to play with the normal deck of cards culled out instead of the Scopa deck. I have to say, I'm not used to the look there. Oh, look at this.
It's also so easy to learn. Ooh, I think
This could get expensive for Zach, right?
looks like it's over.
The 2
I
aces
think
is
he's
going to
just a
make
bit
him
too
less of a
strong.
believer. And the 6 is going to be looking pretty good.
Zach, he's been cockroaching along this final table. Never being out. I struggled. He does play unconventionally though, so he might find a way out of this.
If he finds
Let's
a way
just
out of
see.
this one, man.
Then he's probably.
He really is the king of Darwin.
Exactly. Yeah. This is for his best poker player in Darwin supremacy or whatever. If he can get away from this part, Zach can mind read. I really hope so for his sake, my friend.
How impressive are these dealers? So consistent. Yeah, I mean, we are blessed to have some of the best dealers in Australia. I think some of the best dealers in the world. And of course, dealers dealing the live stream, there is an element, extra component there. So every one of the dealers you'll see come through the live stream has had some experience doing it before. Won't be their first live stream they've ever dealt. So some familiarity with communicating with the tech team and the pauses necessary to kind of keep the live stream going in a smooth way.
And Jacob getting some love, equal favorite TD on screen. That makes me think that he actually had thought out his tier list, and maybe Brian actually was.
Yeah, maybe Brian really is 8.
Jacob as a favorite TD is definitely a good pick. Quite the lovely guy. Yep. Plays this as a raise. I like this raise. I think this is a good play. Unfortunately, he has run into it. Tool, I think you just call. You know, if he's got a flush draw, he's going to jam every turn anyways, and he's going to jam if you call, so there's no protection to be gained there. Let's just hope he's drawing dead with, you know, a nice bluff like 8-7 of spades, 8-7 with the 8 of spades, something like that. And let him get going. I think he will find the call here. He's just got the board so locked. The one merit to jamming is get it in against 6x now before scary overcard comes or whatever. But I think a 6 is getting it in on most turns anyways. That might be one of the turns actually where
Yeah, can he ever get away?
he's gonna do it. He's just gonna get away from this hand. I feel like it now. What the hell? He's really. I think he might actually get away from it here. He's popping out a bet. Yeah, so he decides to block the turn. Don't hate this by any stretch. There's still some protection to be had, and you're just so short. You just want to get it in now. And Zach strikes me as the kind of player that if Ratul jams here, he might just be like, I think you have a better hand than me, I fold. You know, Price is getting,
All in
does decide to jam.
And if Zach gets away here, man,
I know. And he did not want to hear that. He did not want to hear that, of course.
I mean, this would just be an elite fold.
It really would. Look at him. He's just trying to pass it out. The problem here is you're just getting an insane price. It's not quite 13 to 1. It looks on the screen because he's not covered or quite as much, but he will be getting like something like he'll need like 15 to 20% equity to be correct correct here. So if Ratul ever has a flush draw or even a worse 6, you know, because he has opened the button and just going with his hand, you can't find the fold there if you think that's true. But if you just think he's got too much ace-x and you're drawing dead against ace-x just straight up, just, maybe you can just be like, I'm not good the 15 to 20% of the time I need to be, you know? This is one of the things where I need to improve as a poker player more often. I'm definitely one of the kind of people where in a spot like this when I could have enough my stack, I just don't even think about it and call off.
Yep, you just call because
Yeah.
math says call.
Yeah, but if they never have the bluffs, maybe the math doesn't say call.
Right?
You know.
So many assumptions, right? When we talk about, optimal play in poker, even a quote unquote GTO strategy, that is built on a whole range of assumptions. And if you adjust those assumptions, obviously the outputs can wildly change.
Absolutely. And if you put Ratul's range as only ace-x, I can guarantee you right now, king 6 would be a pure fold.
Yep. If they only throw rock, no need to throw scissors.
Exactly.
Paper will do.
It's just a tough spot for him.
And he finds the
He
fold.
does find the fold. I told you, he's the kind of player that he like really believes his read, whatever it is.
And they've been spot on all final table.
Yeah. Credit to Zach. Yep, that's why he's a Darwin GOAT. He gets it. He gets it. He's number one. He has to be number one in Darwin after that hand.
Tempted to reference a Phil Hellmuth quote to his wife, "I can dodge bullets, baby." A little bit of white magic.
Yep.
Wow, do you hear that? Did you have ace queen off? Pretty much just has his hand niled.
This guy hasn't put kits in the whole day with that queen's king.
Credit. And Cool, probably a little bit steamed. He didn't get the last 4 bigs out of there with such a strong hand.
Maybe ace jack.
Ace queen, I reckon.
I reckon. Yes.
I reckon.
Nah, ace.
If you guys are just joining us, appreciate you hanging around. Almost 2 a.m. here. We're 6-handed on the final table of the mini main event. $600, $93,000 up top. Absolutely insane.
Quite the bit of change, that's for sure.
970 runners this field got.
Yeah. And Rick has a tough spot here. I have class tomorrow, staying up for the GOAT.
Man, shoutouts to the Darwin crew,
Zach,
man.
Yeah,
Zach's a lucky man.
yeah, he sure is. Rick does go with the jam here. Always risky when there's a 7 and a 4 big blind stack sitting around. A more careful person who isn't going for the win might have made the fold here, but I definitely don't blame you for trying to get some chips. And he does get rewarded. He gets it through. It's always a bad feeling though when you jam those 3s. Someone has just like 9s and you're out. There's 2 ladders to be had, but that's the risk. There's risk and reward.
Yeah, it's always a balancing act.
Only 30 players in Darwin.
Yeah. Shoutouts to the homie in Japan watching the stream from Japan. I wish I was more confident in my Japanese. I would try and speak some on stream, but I think I'm not quite there. But absolutely my favorite country in the world to travel. Amazing food, amazing people, beautiful culture, natural beauty too. How nice were the mountains when we were in Shirakawa?
Extremely picturesque. It looks great. It feels like everything in Japan just feels so, I don't know, everything just works. Everything tastes so good. Everything like feels fresh. It's hard to describe really unless you've been there.
Yeah, really a special country. Having some over tourism issues. I know some of the Japanese people a little annoyed at some of the tourists that maybe aren't fully respectful of the culture.
Yeah.
So, if you ever do travel to different country, always try and show respect to the local customs. King 10 of Hearts, 7.3 bigs.
Josh isn't quite the dumb American you might be expecting him to be.
No good poker. Yeah, I know there are some series. I did stop by a series in Osaka when we were there for a day, but I know there's some strangeness in how the Japanese
how they
poker
paint things
scene.
out and stuff.
Yeah.
Desmond is jammed for 7 bigs with King 10 suited. Very standard jam here. What's Katie in the tank with Jack 6 suited? Okay.
Kittens.
I think she's gonna find the fold here. Just a little bit too many bigs to call. I think.
No, that's fine. Yep.
Just making sure.
She looks like she's desperate to put Desmond out of his misery. Just wants to,
She wants to just lock the Tony
finish
up right
the
now.
job.
Yeah.
Right now he's napping with the fishes. Wants to make sure he's sleeping.
Oh,
Why not announced?
Wow. That's quite the ambitious call from Katie.
Bit of a loose
Bit of a loose
call.
call, maybe.
Quite surprised to see this. Let's just make sure the reader is correct.
Yeah, or maybe the blinds have gone up and it's 5.5 bigs.
Super 6.
But yeah, Katie out for blood.
Yeah, that is Jack 6 of spades.
Super 6.
So that's how many pachinko parlors when you went to Japan. Yeah, I've been to a couple. Pachinko, not for me, man.
She had class tomorrow as well. Yep, she's trying to end the tournament early.
Ace,
Oh.
King, 10.
Needs a queen.
Queen?
Jack, a repeat Jack or a queen.
No dice.
9 is not
And
gonna do it.
Desmond is back in it.
That's going to be big double for Daniel Desmond.
It hasn't really affected Katie's chip position though in the tournament, which might have been a consideration why she called. Didn't really, you know, put her into second or third in chips. And Desmond is back in it.
Also, my favorite thing in Japan, as Luke knows, are the arcades. I play quite a few rhythm games, very partial to Chunithm. We actually have it here in Melbourne, just down the street from our apartment, which is pretty nice. Been grinding some of the Chunithm, played on Master Mode.
Yeah.
Saw, I believe when we were in Sapporo, in Hokkaido, we saw the rank 17 player
Yeah, top 20 player.
in all of Japan, and he made me want to stop playing the game. I don't know if I've ever seen someone be that good at anything before.
It was quite something to watch. He had like 4 machines to himself. I mean, no one else was around him. He was
Yes. People just watching the legend in action.
I think people were probably scared to start a game next to him, to be honest.
I almost wanted to do it because I'm so embarrassingly below his level
That he would find it cute or whatever.
yeah, maybe even like offer me some advice, you know.
Or phones.
Just came back from Melbourne 3 months ago. Already missed Melbourne poker players. Well, we're here 7 days a week whenever you want to come back. And our whole series schedule and non-series schedule is out for 2026. Our next series is going to be beginning Grand Prix weekend starting the 5th of March. And then we'll have our 1-year anniversary birthday bash. That won't be a series, but we'll be doing our normal daily stuff, but adding some kind of fun flavor on top in honor of our 1-year anniversary coming up in April. Then we'll have our winter series in June. And at the end of July, early August, hoping to have a special announcement. Can't say anything too much there yet. And then we'll have,
Keen to see what that might involve.
yeah, should be a pretty cool one. Hoping to be able to release that announcement in the next couple of months.
And Jesse gets rejammed on again. That's happened. I think he's opened the button like 4 times and gotten rejammed like 3 of those times.
Any Atari ping pong. You ever played Pong? First video game ever?
Hey, not particularly.
I used to play a Flash game called Battle Pong. It was like Pong, but you could shoot power-ups at your opponent and stuff. You could, like freeze the field.
Yeah.
Was briefly ranked top 10 on Miniclip for those old enough to remember Miniclip and addictinggames.com.
I'm sure there will be many people in the chat to know what you're talking about.
Yeah. As Guy recently taught me, though, Flash is wildly insecure. Very easy to hack and led to viruses spreading all over the internet.
Which doesn't surprise me at all. I used to play Bubble Trouble.
Ah,
Remember
yes,
that
a
game?
classic. Yes, beaten Bubble Trouble and Bubble Trouble 2 and Bubble Struggle.
Is this the main event? It is the mini main event.
What kind of viewers coming in from Utah? Shout outs to you, man.
300 a call.
Fellow American.
It's Guy's dad, right?
Oh, so it is. Sending our love to David.
Welcome. Guy's doing a great job on the in the back end.
Yeah, manning the stream solo today. We went from 3 to 2 to now a one-man show. Running it like it's nothing, too. I think it's one of the smoothest days we've had. Gives aces one time. If Playlive does a free roll 1 million guaranteed, I'll come back for sure. I believe we would go out of business, but if you want all these lovely people to still have jobs in this community to continue, I don't think a $1 million free roll is happening anytime soon. Maybe in my dreams. But we will definitely do some fun stuff for the birthday anniversary, so look out for that.
Yeah, I was talking to someone the other day. It'd be an interesting idea to have like a tournament a poker tournament run that's completely funded by like an advertiser, for example, much like the Australian Open is, where the players don't buy into the Australian Open, right? But they're
Just
still
a
playing for
mainstream
the same-
sponsor. I do
Oh,
believe CPG in China works a bit like that.
Oh, really?
Yeah, some of their events I do believe are fully funded by the sponsors.
Yeah, it's a pretty interesting idea. I imagine a tournament like that, if you ran like an Aussie Millions main event with like 2 mil guaranteed overlay or something, it would just be the biggest tournament Australia's ever seen or something like that.
Yeah. I think that's fair to say.
Obviously, it's hard to find an advertiser that will throw too much money at gambling, but it is Australia, so maybe that's not completely not true, you know?
I do think as poker trends more into the world of esports, as you know, that's something I'm very passionate about, trying to properly bring tournament poker where it belongs into the esports realm. Hopefully have more sponsors taking an interest from outside the poker world. Chess obviously recently booming in that regard. Perfect morning entertainment before NFL playoffs. Absolutely.
So, I think he's identified that Jesse's been opening quite a few hands here, and he is
Is he considering a check raise?
considering a check raise. He has just check called
Does
with
decide to
9 high and the
float.
backdoor flush draw. I think in a non-file table spot, this is a hand that would call some of the time, and I think in a spot like this where you cover the imposition player by quite a bit, calling is entirely defensible here. He's gonna have to check back a lot of turns. He does not want to play a big pot here with a 3.8 big blind stacks just sitting there waiting to bust, you know. And I think that's probably the problem with an open like Ace Deuce off in this exact spot where you've got Katie on the button, you've got Ratul in the big blind, and like they're willing to put chips in and play. And when there's a 3.8 big blind stack sitting there,
You really don't want to bust before him.
no, you do not.
Does find a very fortunate river though.
He does, and unfortunately, I don't think he's going to make too much money. It's one of those spots where even though you have 9 high, it just feels like your opponent has so much ace-x that you're kind of like bluffing into the void here a little bit, you know? Particularly with a hand like this where, you know, you block 9s and 8s, which are hands that would very much consider folding if you did decide to bet. And
Yeah.
he does decide to check just on specifically on this ace river.
Does wave the white flag. We'll probably see a value bet here from Jesse, but not going to get...
Too much action unless he decides to pull the same move that Jesse pulled on him.
How sick would that be? We could get the next WSOP sponsor. Hope so. I've been having
That
some
would be
chats
pretty chill.
at home about maybe seeing if there's any brands in the chat interested in a wild Mr. Luke Martinelli.
Yeah, I'm not quite the I'm not of the influencer mold. I don't even have Instagram. So,
Yes, not famous for not being a big social media guy.
so that would be quite the big step up for me, but
Mostly
we'll
like
see-
to
we'll see
trigger
what
yourself
happens.
on Reddit.
Yep, I'm very much a doom scroller. Feel like I should be paying for this stream, getting free coaching. Winston, I'll send you my bank.
Are we guys going to do some tournaments in Sydney? Well, right now this is our one and only venue, but we do have some friends in Sydney, and we have been chatting about maybe cooking up some collabs. So nothing to announce there yet, but would love to do some cooperation with some of the homies in Sydney. Zach has a million pesos. This is my
This is
favorite
my
copy
favorite.
pasta.
It
Yeah,
is.
this is the best one.
I'll let you read it out.
No, we're not gonna read the whole thing.
Oh,
If you want to see the
okay.
copy pasta,
Get on Twitch. It's
check
on
it out on the
chat.
Twitch chat.
It's one of the classics.
It's an iconic one. Definitely big fans of the guys in the King's Room. Absolutely. Rob Zarowski, legend. Matty Marshall obviously was here running the stream and teaching our boys how to do it. Shout outs to Matty.
And Zach is just
Still alive,
still,
man.
he's still going.
3.8 bigs, but I mean,
Okay,
keep
and,
it,
now,
okay.
and now he's finally.
300 a call.
This is going in the middle for sure.
From 7.
Gonna be the most popular poker
Yeah.
room in the world. Hope so. No news to share about Playlive collabs just yet, but gonna have to keep you guys on the hook for now.
Watch the space.
You said
And
clubs-
Katie picks up pocket sevens.
Look at this.
Now the interesting question here is whether to click or to just call. I think jamming is just out of the question. It's just too many bigs. You do not want to jam and have Ratul wake up with Jacks plus.
Yep. If you are going to isolate, no need to go all in, right?
Yeah.
Can just find a small
Yeah.
click, and that'll usually get the job done.
If you do click, you will be committed against some players. Desmond, in particular in the big blind, you will be committed against. But I think, you know, if you have pocket sevens, and you put in 5 bigs, you're just willing to spin 16 bigs, even against a relatively tight range. And
Sevens is going to perform pretty
yeah.
decently.
She's just mulling her options over here between between raising and calling. That being said, if you do jam, Ratul is in a disgusting spot, and he probably has to fold ace king, given the ICM pressure in the pay jumps. That's always a, and even Jacks would be in quite the filthy, disgusting spot. He does go for the click. I love it. Someone has clearly been teaching her well.
All right, so we are going to have a flip here.
We're gonna have a flip.
This is for the King of Darwin's tournament life.
Yep.
Ace-8 of clubs versus...
It's hard to think Zach's gonna lose this one, given how things have been going. But let's just see what.
Pocket sevens for the lethal weapon.
Yeah.
Can she get another KO? Ace in the window.
There is one out. I think a 7 was dead.
And the Ace-8 is
And
gonna
he's back.
hold.
He's
And
back.
Zach is
Back.
still in it. The Darwin fans go
Jesus,
crazy in Twitch chat.
Jesus. All clubs. Equinox getting greedy. I think the ace was just enough, my friend. You don't.
I have to say, I'm not a superstitious person by nature, but there is that gut feeling like this might be Zach's tournament.
Don't put it out there. Do not put that out there, please. First of all, Katie will kill you.
Yeah, she will not be super happy with me.
I think Zach is going to be more than happy with whatever result he gets, because he's just like, it feels like he should have been out 3 or 4 times at this point. But you know, let's see if we can get some ladders. Again, the ladders are starting to get quite steep here, aren't they?
So the blind levels pairs do pop up. You'll see them right there, 150, 300K before the start of every hand.
You are the first person to say it. So you're the first person to complain about it.
Yeah, no, I have gotten that comment a lot. Shout outs to Krilly in the chat as well. He's had some good runs, some of the bigger buy-ins this series as well.
One of the new up-and-comers. You're always, Winston as well, you're always seeing new faces pop up and spike up. I always try to not become one of those bitter old heads, you know, who's like been around poker all the time and see all these new people cropping up and having mixed emotions about it, whatever. I always love when the
Absolutely.
more people come in the game.
I'm fine with being an unk. Oh, and look at this.
And now we're seeing this is
Surely
gonna
this
be
is just
Desmond's
going to be a
lineup.
flip for
I
Desmond's
believe
tournament
so.
life.
Not much else you can do.
Can we get a shorter rail for April? Shout out to CK. Yep. Some love for Jose in the chat as well.
4.2 mil.
One of our very amazing staff. That guy can literally do every job in the venue, man.
That one.
Any name drops of who's playing the 5K tomorrow? Over 20 already pre-registered. Yep, we did have a few people satellite in, a couple of mystery bounty ticket winners, Jen Penn, and I forget the other guy, young guy's name. A lot of the familiar faces you'd expect to see.
I'm sure you're very happy when you're playing a $300 Mystery Bounty tournament.
Yeah, I believe
and
so.
you bink a 5K ticket. That's pretty chill. Yep, all in a call. Pretty standard stuff here, I think.
Thank you.
This is going to be a big flip.
Good luck to the players involved.
The winner of this is going to be solidly on the upper end of the pack. Loser's either going to be out or just about out.
And there's
3-5 deuce, always a
interesting
sweat.
flop. Oh, 4's dead now.
And the
Desmond-
8s
and
do
Desmond
hold.
does get the clean double up here. He's not out yet. He's not out yet.
Now we have 2 very clear short stacks and 4 bigger stacks. We can see that the chip lead that Katie and Ratul had kind of
Yeah, really
condensing, right?
now there's no real clear chip leader. And now the value of getting a big double up is huge. Because if you are one of those top 4 chip stacks and you double up to 20 million, the final table is yours. You get to really put the maximum pressure on. And this is a spot where you might want to consider taking some risks and some gambles to get that huge stack.
Absolutely.
But maybe,
Not like this.
But maybe you want to wait out that short stack Zach before you start going too crazy.
Although he has proven he's not going down without a fight.
So maybe you're just like, he's not busting, so I'm just going to go for the double up anyways, you know?
Old-headed unk. Shoutouts to Liam. Yeah, we definitely are.
I feel old sometimes when it comes to poker anyways.
And with how my neck feels, I just feel old all the time. Just about, at least. Hands are falling apart too, man. I've dropped half my favorite video games just because my hands hurt when I play them.
And I see Desmond's a fan of the having a huge chip stack. He's enjoying having that huge chip stack. Obviously,
I like
not
this
a stranger to
vertical approach. I feel like you learn so much about a person based on how they stack
arrange
their
stacks,
chips.
yeah.
Shouts to Troy in the chat. I'm only playing the 5K if Luke is playing. Can you confirm he's playing? He is playing. I do believe Troy will be in the mix as well.
Yeah, I just might not be playing from the start. Tonight's going pretty late, and might not go to bed for a little while yet.
We'll see a lot of the familiar faces in our bigger buy-in events there. Paris, Cooper, Mr. Sean Ragazzini.
A lot of these young guns that we were talking about.
Yeah, a lot of the young guns.
Desmond goes for the open here with 5-3.
Look at this.
This is interesting.
What do you think the logic is here?
I think the logic is there's a huge short stack, and he's equal stacked with Jesse. And I think, look, I'm not the kind of guy that would open 5-3 or into the guy that check jammed King Jack as a bluff. If he's capable of putting you in tough spots like that,
Gotta show him some respect.
you gotta show him a little bit of respect. Desmond is just saying, I've just doubled up. I'm gonna win this tournament. Let's. I'm opening this. I'm opening this hand in position.
Too old for Melee now? Yeah. I think I'm gonna actually sell all my controllers, which is really disappointing, but do have 2 JP Whites and a JP Black for anyone who's a Smash player out there. Worth quite a bit of money. But yeah, my hands hurt, man. Got the old man hands. Jack 10-8, Rainbow.
Yep. And I think once you've opened 5-3,
have to put at least one bet in.
I think you just maybe you can go the delay, the Del Vecchio theory, I suppose.
Yes.
This hand, I mean, it's just so bad on this board. I can see maybe why you'd want to check back and maybe just see if the opponent checks and go from there. But I suspect that Desmond's going to throw like 400k out, just see what happens.
With this vertical way that he stacked his chips, kind of looks like he's like building a wall to block off the people on his left, but he's cool with the people on his right, you know?
That was a strategy when Cabral was not accused of cheating, but people suspected that he was cheating by marking cards and whatnot, and he was purposefully like fanning that flame of suspicion as like a strategy to
tactic to tilt some opponents.
To tilt some opponents, stuff like that. And I think Chance Corner famously like Cabral was like complaining about the way he was arranging his stacks, and I think Chance Corner said we're stacking it this way because of you, because we want to protect our cards from you. And that was quite the I don't think Desmond's doing that now. I think he just I think he just likes arranging his chips that way.
Yes, of course. We're just doing shtick here.
Yeah, it just reminded me of that.
But an interesting segue. I mean, Cabral definitely a very polarizing figure. I know a lot of the high stakes players. Not a big fan of having him around. Strong player as well.
He is a player, that's for sure. I've got some friends who are quite suspicious of his results. They may be underestimating the tilt factor and how he definitely isn't as technically sound as some of the better players, but there is no better player that can get the stack off a recreational or pro alike.
Yeah.
You really have to. When I played with him in the Bahamas, he did stack me in my second bullet in the money.
In pretty brutal fashion, if I remember.
It was quite the cool. I rivered top 2 and he rivered a straight. And even before we were in this hand, he was I think he didn't know who I was, and he sensed a bit of weakness, and he was really needling me and trying to get a rise out of me, which I thought was quite funny. The only thing that was most annoying about it is that it's so obvious that what he's doing is like not who he is. Like he's obviously putting it on, which makes it frustrating. If he was just a Max Ortizmo who just is like that, then that's more understandable and probably less tilting. But the fact that he you can so clearly tell that he's intentionally doing it, and it was almost a bit of an insult to my intelligence a little bit. I kind of felt like he thinks that this is going to work on me, and I mean he thinks it does work on a lot of people. So I don't blame him for thinking that.
Kind of core to his game, right? Testing it out on opponents he's unfamiliar with.
Yeah.
Great stream, good vibes, much love. We're chilling with you till we crown ourselves a winner. Six-handed here.
And Katie picks up pocket sevens here. I think I
Sevens
like
again.
jam.
Desmond
Desmond has shown himself very capable of opening a wide range here. I think that if this was against someone who is, I don't want to say properly respecting the ICM, he is definitely ICM aware. I think he just understands that it's top heavy and is trying to make the max out of it. Sevens doesn't perform that well as a rejam because you block a bit of the raise folds and that kind of thing. But given that we know he's very capable of opening all his hands, possibly wider than he quote-unquote should be, I think pocket sevens plays nice as a rejam here, folding out a hand like 10-9 suited with a lot of equity.
Yeah, this is an example of one of those spots where had she jammed, would have gotten it through. Now gets this board.
Yeah,
Or now picks up all the equity.
Now she's in a tricky spot.
Yeah.
Pocket sevens with the heart. You're
Tempted
getting
to
an
just fold, but
you're getting an amazing price.
Yeah.
And I think when you're chip leader covering the spot, I wouldn't fault you for a call at all. Pocket sevens with the heart in particular
is going to continue one street.
nice,
Is currently in the lead,
Yeah.
and not anymore.
Not anymore, but I think that Desmond's not going to get too much more money out of it. Pocket sevens doesn't really rate that much to raise or lead or do anything here. Your hand's just quite bad now on this jack turn.
Desmond getting it done with the jabbity hand. How I became friends with Jacob originally. Dealt me one of the luckiest beats of my career, if you can call it a career.
I think you were in there long enough.
We had a decent run for a couple of years there. Did all right in the cash games as well.
Katie gonna lose this pot. She's being chipped down a little bit. Just a few unfortunate little situations and whatnot have kind of brought her back down to the pack. She's definitely maintaining her composure though, that's for sure. She's looking quite intimidating.
It's been a very quiet final table compared to some of the others. So much money up top. Feels like the players are just dialed in and focused.
I think this is the most up top of the tournament series so far.
So far, yeah, 93K. I mean, this is matching first place in some of our main events historically. Just to put in perspective how big this series has been compared to other series. Do you think we're on track for about 800K plus prize pool in the main event? So that one will definitely be a solid six-figure score for whoever takes that down.
That will be quite the score.
Of course, the gold 1 of 1 Playlive Melbourne Millions trophy. You like the rose gold spades for
That's good.
the
I would love to
high
win that
rollers?
one.
Yeah, maybe ship the 5K. Bring that rose gold straight back to our place.
Get the trophy cabinet going.
We do have a little collection brewing.
Yeah, not all of our trophies. Sometimes our friends have asked us to bring them home because they were too heavy to fly them back over or
What's
whatever
about?
in their luggage.
Believe we have a Ragazzini WPT trophy.
Yeah, a turbo. Was it like a turbo?
Yeah, one of the one-day
Yeah.
ones.
White Walker.
Nice little 13K score there for him, I think. Always.
That trophy is heavy, man. It's
It
just
is.
like a chunk of metal. Looks good on the shelf, though.
Now Ratul here under the gun with
Raise from
Queen 10 offsuit. I think I like a fold here mostly just because of the shorter stat.
5 fold,
But
fold,
these players are playing to win. That much is for certain.
7,
The blinds did just go up as well.
1 fold,
Okay. This time,
This.
short stack aces miracle.
Oh my god.
Oh, and Rick's down to fumes here. I didn't realize. How did he get so short?
Blinds went up.
And then he's just been
2% already.
he's going for a little bit of a backer upheal here.
Please don't destroy the cards.
He's not gonna get the good news.
These RFID decks are extremely expensive, so they cost about 25 times as much as a normal deck. So do appreciate the players treating them well, but it looks like he didn't bend it too much. Always makes me nervous when I see him do that, man.
Has Ratul gone home? He says, as the Queen 10 gets opened under the gun here. He very clearly has not. And I think Rick is in a tough spot.
Getting some scolding from the tech team about that Baccarat style peel. The blinds and antes do show at the beginning and end of every hand. With this skin that we're using in the poker streaming software, don't show during the hand. We are working on that, but unfortunately, to get that going all the time would kind of mess up the colors, lose that branding. But you can see it's 200K, 400K with a 400K big blind ante. And again, at the start of each hand, you'll also see that in the top right of your screen, so look out for that.
So because not much has really been happening, the stacks have gotten quite close to one another now. Blind just went up. Katie's down to 30 bigs, and she's still got, I mean, the chip leader has 32 bigs. Ratul.
Yeah.
Winning that nice little pot there.
Essentially almost have a three-way tie for the lead at this point, right? And then another, you know, 10 million stack in Daniel Desmond. I mean, found a couple of miracle runouts, one flips. I mean, was on fumes after getting bluffed and taking a couple bad beats, and then
Credit to him for not completely tilting his stack off, given the amount of hands he's had to face. He's really shown some resilience.
it really has. Opening the A7-0. Look at this. Greedy open from the under the gun. I mean, Desmond's just
He's
showing.
feeling it. He's
yeah,
feeling it.
he's here to win the tournament.
Yeah. And Rick is just going to go with it for his half a blind.
If you're Desmond, this kind of sucks because
You have to show your hand.
you're gonna have to show
exactly.
your hand. Obviously, calling this barely even a raise.
He might get saved here if Ratul shows some aggression and folds him off it, but we'll see. I guess all will be revealed in half an hour anyways once the stream gets relayed back to the players. But
Hit him with a check.
as always, when you do a little cheeky open like this and have to go to showdown,
Sometimes I like to just table my hand really confidently in those spots.
looks like
Ace Queen
Ace Queen's flopped the
in
eight.
front so far. Rick Shen on pace to triple up. Nothing changes. Desmond is going to put in the value bet.
There is a small side pot, so there is some incentive to win that.
Now, say Alcor Tool does have a pair.
Yeah, I think he's going to continue here with a pair backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw. The turn is going to get checked through so often here. And he does turn the diamonds.
Look at this. 10 of diamonds.
Does turn the diamonds.
Check for 4.
And now Desmond's in a tough spot. You rate to have the best hand almost always. Getting check shoved on will make you throw up in your mouth, especially with the player all in. And this is the kind of hand that does play nice as a check jam, honestly, as Ratul. Have that 2-pair blocker, you have the set blocker, you have a lot of equity against every hand. You can even get called by worse hands. King Jack of Spades, King Queen of Spades, King Jack of Diamonds, you know.
Does opt
plenty
for the
hands like
check
that.
back. Seems wise.
Yeah, I like it. And then he bricks out, and Rick
Brick
is
3 flips in the
gonna
river.
survive here.
So Rick is going to find the triple up. Regardless of what action happens here in the side pot in the river, Rick Shen going to get the great news.
And I think there's not too much value in betting here as Desmond.
See the exhaustion setting in for the players, man.
I mean, they've been playing for a long time.
Standing up.
It's the excitement is just building and building and building. It's got to level up at some point.
How good is it having proper dealers in the Twitch chat? It's the best. Makes such a big difference.
Tough spot whether to value bet or check here. I think a lot of players would just play it safe and check back. Even though you almost always have the best hand, it's quite hard to get hero call by a worse hand. And he does decide to check back.
Does have to check back. Gonna win the side pot, but is gonna get the bad news in the main pot. Rick Shen tripling up and then some.
Does he have to Yes to show, yeah.
Everyone has to show, I believe.
Yep.
And he does.
So
Deals the
because
8
it's
diamond,
an
so he's
all in a
standing in.
call, all players are going to be required to show their hand.
Yeah. And Katie just sneaks into the chip lead now. This is a very, very interesting stack distribution.
That's it.
And it's the kind of stack distribution that rewards aggression. If you're one of those 11 to 10 mil chip players, and that's probably why we're seeing a lot of these aggressive opens, and you can just build a little bit of a chip lead on these guys, you know, get to 14, 15 million,
Starts to snowball.
it starts to snowball because all of a sudden everyone else is in the ICM pressure because they're all equal stacked and you're ahead of them, right? And having them covered by that little amount gives you a little bit of breathing room just in case someone does wake up with it and doubles through you.
Again, if you're just joining us, 2:31 a.m. Mad respect to everyone sticking with us in the chat. Six-handed here at the Playlive Melbourne Millions. This is our mini main event. 93K and some change up top. An absolutely insane result. Over 150 buy-ins to the winner. Playing for some big money. You can feel a lot of tension on the rail. Has that kind of eerie quiet.
I dealt 3 cuts.
Josh Abney with Luke Martinelli in the booth.
Me still.
We'll be with you until the end, till we crown ourselves a winner.
He has made the rare mistake, accidentally dealt 3 cards out.
That's going to be our first mistake on stream. We do keep a list of those and hand out demerits. Coal for Christmas.
She'll be getting a stern talking to, I'm sure, from the boss.
We can thank Bridges for the structure. Great for the players, though. Seriously. Great for the players. Terrible for my sleep schedule.
Yeah. Jay called in that mistake, I think, by saying it's so good to have professional dealers.
Yeah. Classic commentator's curse.
And Zach just folds the A6 here under the gun. I would have liked to have seen a jam, but he is just aware of those pay jumps and... Okay. As I was saying, the aggression is good. This 4-3 suited might be getting a little bit too out of line. And let's just see if Katie's going to punish him for it. He was 3-bet earlier with the King 10 suited. He must think that Katie just has my number, you know?
Yeah,
It's like,
absolutely.
she's just had 2 good hands to 3-bet,
Raise from 1.
and she just plops out the 2 mil like a boss. And this is the problem when you're trying to put the aggression on and pick up those dead chips. If someone kind of takes the next level over you, you've now put in 2 bigs and have to fold them. And and Katie kind of gets the value of, you know, 2 or 3 min raises, but where now and interesting to see what he'll do here. I think he'll just fold.
It probably will just fold.
His hand's kind of been caught in the cookie jar. Hey, to give credit to Katie, she's got an amazing hand to do this with. I love it.
I like that she
I love
does
this
opt for the
3-bet.
3-bet instead of the flat.
I think flat is just the weaker play here. Although Jesse, I'm sure he's more than perfectly capable of making a nice 4-bet pre-flop. Given that King Jack play. we played with him
Absolutely.
before.
Shout outs to Katie from
Yeah.
Japan. Got some Japanese viewers, some viewers coming out of the US. Here in Australia, it is 2:30 in the morning. If you're sticking around with us, we really appreciate it. If you got to go to bed, you got to go to bed.
We don't blame you.
We don't blame you.
We'll be staying up, but
But we're here. Till we crown a champion. Champion will be taking home 93K plus the Play Live Spade. And of course, the most coveted mini main event champion water bottle. The custom water bottle.
I did give mine away, heads up. An very, very politely asked me for it, and I gave it to him.
I gotta walk my goldfish. Twitch chat popping off. Will this wrap up tonight? It will, yes. And it will start to ramp up in speed. Blinds are gonna kind of catch up with the players, so
Do not feel bad about going to bed. It is.
follow up with the results in the morning. Appreciate you sticking around this late. If you're still sticking around with us, I mean, you're just a legend. Shout outs to you. If you're not already, do follow us. Facebook, Twitch, YouTube. If you could help us get our Twitch and YouTube channels to 1,000 subscribers. Well, I guess it's followers on Twitch because subscribers implies paying. No money required. $0.00, just your love support.
Ratul goes for the call here with ace. I would have liked to have seen a 3-bet, I think, with this kind of hand. Just because it doesn't play that well multi-way, if it does go multi-way, and just because I think it's got some nice properties as a 3-bet. And when you're playing post-flop in these spots, in these ICM heavy file tables, it's very, very difficult to navigate.
Free fitty, absolutely. Staying up for Arsenal, Man U. Yeah, I'm not a big soccer fan myself, but I mean, that's obviously, you know, just as a sports fan, gotta respect that match. Like, subbed and loving this channel. Thank you so much. Yeah, if you guys also want to give us a like on YouTube, share the stream, give us a like or comment on Facebook. Everything really helps. Stream's obviously brand new. The viewership's been amazing. We have been so grateful.
And what is Desmond cooking up here with the Jack-9 offie?
It looks like he's really trying to do something funky.
And this is one of the problems with flatting a hand like this. You open up an aggressive player to just give you a squeeze. And he does...
Wow, look at this.
Wow, he does end up going for the squeeze. Katie has an interesting hand to decide to 4-bet jam if she thinks he's getting out of line. There's a Martinelli in Arsenal. Yeah, I really hope he's my cousin, lest we say he's Villa one time. That would be fantastic.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I think Martinelli's quite the common name, so it's unlikely. And he probably has a lot of people hitting him up.
Yeah.
But it'd be chill.
Yo, cuz.
Yeah.
Obviously, Martinelli's apple juice. Luke got this joke when he was in the Bahamas, an iconic brand in the United States, sold in every bodega in New York. The Josh Foster special in the small blind. 1 hour blinds. I do believe it was either 30 or 40-minute levels in this tournament, so don't quote me on which one, but I don't think it's a full hour even on day 2. I think it's 40 minutes on day 2. If it is an hour, then oof. But nah, I mean, how many hours?
I think it's half an hour levels.
I think it, yeah, I think it was 30-minute levels on day 1, 40 minutes on day 2.
And Katie does just make the fold, which I think is the standard play. She could obviously consider 4-bet jamming if you think your opponent's doing it too wide. And with the benefit of seeing the cards, we know that he is in fact doing it too wide.
Look at
and
that.
He just gets it through.
Desmond came to play,
Yeah.
man.
Definitely not the book play. And I think he definitely knows that. Maybe he had a live read. Maybe he just felt that Ratul's flooding the button too much. Whatever it was, it's definitely worked up for him, and he'll be close to chip leader now.
To quote Mr. Eric Baldwin from the stream yesterday when he was chatting with Chalky Dan, GTO's cool, but sometimes you got to take that shit and just chuck it right out the window. That definitely felt like Desmond thought that was one of those moments.
Tell you what, though, it's scary doing that to Katie. She's
Yeah, she might just throw the book right back at you.
yeah.
Jack of clubs is the burn.
200, 400 with a 400k big blind ante. This is hand 87 at this final table.
It's been quite the marathon.
It really has. These players showing in a tremendous amount of stamina. I think on average the tournament was projected to be over right about now in our modeling. So with 6 players still in, it shows you how much of a grind.
Everyone's fighting. Everyone's fighting.
The Darwin legend, Zach, 3.8 bigs. Liking Desmond to take this down now that he has a stack. Definitely a dangerous man with a stack.
It's a good pick.
He would have been a lot of people's
He does let the blinds off this time.
6-2s. So there is a lower limit
Yeah.
we've discovered.
And it actually would have worked this time, funnily enough. So.
6-5 in the bin.
And Zach is just, unfortunately, he's been absolutely card dead since those double ups.
Did make it through the taxes, so we'll have a few hands for free, but
I think we're really seeing why he had to take that jam with the A6 now, where when you don't, you're looking at no fold equity, and you're really just relying on the deck to bail you out. That big blind ante is just brutal when you're sub, 6, 7, 8 bigs.
400 to fold. Fold from 2.
And Ratul picks up a couple of cowboys. A nice compliment to some of the wider opens he was making earlier. let's see how this one pans out.
4 raises to 800.
Putting it up in the hijack.
And Desmond might be cooking up something. Given what we've seen from Jack 9-0, I'm not putting any play out. From
Yeah, everything's possible
everything's
here.
possible. And it seems like he's one of those guys that's like, he's at least going to make you sweat. Now, obviously, you're not sweating when you got kings, but if you've opened the ace 9-0 or something, and the gentleman next to you is tanking every hand, you might consider not making that open.
Tool needs some customers, yeah. This is one of those spots when you're a tool where you just pray and someone wakes up with a hand.
That hand just may be 10-6 suited. Let's see. Ooh, sorry about that.
Coming one with the furniture in
And
here.
he is, and now we're seeing the flip side of why potentially these kind of 3-bets aren't always the ideal play. There is a reason why the solver falls.
Yep. Sometimes your opponent just has it.
Sometimes your opponent does just have it.
Now, if you're a tool, you know, even without seeing the hands or anything, you know Desmond's been getting a little bit out of line.
You do, and I think they've also most likely played with each other in the
Together.
past.
Are you ever just flatting here?
I think this is a spot where every option is on the table.
Except folding.
Except folding, of course, yes. You can jam, you can click, and you can call. Clicking is definitely more of a new age play. It might feel weird committing 33, 35, 40% of your stack. Obviously, maybe not with kings because it's a value hand, but if you had to potentially make a bluff with that, it might feel weird doing that. But with ICM, you're allowed to. And it's definitely an option if you think your opponent's capable of 4-bet jamming a light hand, which I imagine. Well, actually, yeah, it would be 5-bet jamming, which I imagine Desmond would be. So maybe click would be the optimal play in this exact situation. Obviously, can't fault the man just for jamming, taking it down now, getting some protection from those ace-high 3-bet bluffs.
Staying up for Queen Katie.
Let's see what he elects to do. These leveling wars are always really interesting on these file tables. I think he's cooking up a click. That's my guess from the way I'm looking at him. He's just thinking to himself, you know, am I at the right stack size where I can have a 4-bet click rather than just jam? He's probably also considering what would I bluff here, what's the bottom of my 4-bet clicking range for value, etc. Whatever happens, he will be the new chip leader though. Unless a 5-bet jam goes awry and he ends up spiking it. That would be quite sick.
It's always possible.
I shouldn't have predicted that until
Yeah, you're bringing that bad juju into the world.
He does go for the click. I love this play. Yep. And this is him saying, I think Desmond is capable of 5-bet jamming as a bluff.
4 million.
And I want to get the maximum value with my kings.
This is one of those spots where Tool might be doing this for balancing reasons and where balance isn't overrated, right? He's like, we've been battling. I do have the goods this time. Get the 4-bet in to the sizing I would also want to use on my bluffs and maybe induce some shenanigans.
Yeah, I think he's gone maybe a touch too big here for his stack size exactly. You can really click quite small. Like, you could actually do an exact structured min raise if you really wanted to. He has gone 2.5x it looks like, which is still fine. But now Desmond might be thinking he has slightly less fold equity than he otherwise would have.
Look at that. You see that camera adjustment?
Yeah.
How cool is that?
Tech guys cracked. What can I say?
Yeah, that's just beast mode.
Yep. His 4-bet is a touch too big for my liking in this exact spot. See, the problem with 4-betting this big is that you can't really credibly rep a 4-bet fold now. Even if you have a hand like Ace-5 suited, for example, you've committed so much of your stack, you just would be priced in against an opponent's 5-betting range. As bad as that is, as bad as your equity may be. Although if your opponent has 10-6 suited in the 5 betting range, maybe ace-5's not doing too shabby. Let's see what... Desmond also might be leveling himself a little bit. He just got that nice squeeze through. Obviously, no one knew what his cards were. But he might be thinking that, you know, he thinks that I thinks that he thinks.
The classic
Yeah.
leveling wars.
One of the toughest opponents to beat in poker is yourself. That's a pretty common adage.
Very true.
Let's see what he cooks up here. If you were to 5-bet jam as a bluff here, I would love for Desmond just to have an ace in his hand, just to block the top of his calling range. And also, when he does have kings, you can always spike it. You know, 10-6 suited feels like when you 4-bet jam and he's got
Yeah.
the goods. You're
Gonna get punished. Look at this.
is he considering a call here? I think. Yeah. Thanks for railing, Rani Yako.
Josh, could Playlive introduce zip hoodies? Yeah, I think we are planning on doing that pretty soon. Had a few people ask about them. If you guys don't know, we do sell shirts, hats, hoodies, water bottles as well, all behind the desk. Just ask for registration.
I don't know what history these two players have had with one another. I assume there must be some. Whether it's from today or from some tournaments in the past. I know both these guys have had some deep runs, possibly together. He does find the fold. I think...
Wasting everyone's
decision.
time. No, I'm just kidding. There's definitely some real...
He was definitely seriously considering doing something, that's for sure.
Yeah, that would have been a moment where the shot clock would be nice to have, but obviously can't introduce it in the middle of the tournament. It has to be consistent.
And
So.
he definitely doesn't abuse it for every spot.
Absolutely,
So
yeah.
when
Generally
we-
plays quite quick.
Yeah, so when you got a spot where it's a genuine decision, I don't mind using up a bit of time.
Your price list on the website. Yeah, we eventually will start selling the merch online and stuff as well. Right now it's just kind of a for fun thing on the side in the venue, but it's gotten so popular that we are starting to ramp up some of the production there. Australian made and designed. Everything done right here in the great nation of Australia.
Now it'll be interesting to see how Desmond approaches the final table now that he's faced some resistance. He obviously thought that Ratul potentially might not have had it every time there. Be interesting to see if he still continues with these wide opens that we've been seeing from him. And yep, Zach, he's all in. Good luck, my friend. Played great.
With the king 9. Isn't gonna have a lot of. Oh, and look at
Katie wakes up with
this.
10s, and it's a pretty easy shove because Rick's so short.
Darwin Donkey League hand. Clearly some history with the king 9.
All in, and then Rick.
Beautiful stream.
gonna back-
Shout out
oh,
to everyone in the chat,
wow.
and look at
This
this.
is tough.
With the ace high.
Did it peel an ace?
No
Oh, whatever he's
side
peeling it
again.
first. No side. He's peeled the ace.
No side, no side?
Very gentle. Very gentle.
Me looking after the cards.
Yes, appreciate that.
Take, yeah. If he does ruin the cards, we will be deducting that from his pay slip.
Yeah.
No, it's not.
You know how much these decks cost?
I assume several $100s.
Isn't it insane? They're not cheap. Let's put it that way.
And now he calls. Wow. And Katie has them both crushed.
This
might
is
be
a
a
chance
double knockout.
for a double knockout. If Katie Lowe can hold, we're gonna make some real progress getting toward the end of this final table.
And this is gonna
It's
do.
ended. I'm trying.
It's gonna do exactly what I said, where it's gonna chip her up just that amount to have that nice chip lead against those other players. This is quite the important pot for Katie's tournament. I would love a 10 on the flop.
No ace, no king. No couple.
I mean, she would love a 10 on the flop.
I'm trying. No good.
Goes in the middle.
Any ace?
Any
Good to go.
Okay, so it's coming.
No, no, man. We need 10 high flop.
Ratul cheering for the 10 high flop.
Good luck.
Oh, look at that.
Okay. Break.
10's just moving into third place.
Okay.
Repeat ace.
Break!
A 7 on the river.
Rick triples up. Oh, well, 2.5x's.
That is going to be the king of Darwin out in 6th place. GG's to Zach. What a run, man.
Played it well.
And A6 is the one.
He saved his tournament life in many spots where I personally would have gone broke myself, and got a couple of letters to, and I'm sure he's more than happy with 6th place.
And Rick Shen,
Yeah.
15 bigs now. I mean, he's back, man. Pretty nice score for 6th place. 16K on the nose.
This is really anyone's game here. They're playing for 93K. It's 19 to 93K. That's the separation of what you can get now versus what you get if you could win. The pressure is, and anyone could win because the stats are just so. One double up, Rick's triple 80. Right, if you double up for the right person.
Yeah.
I know. I put you on the
Yeah, exactly.
Jack 6 spade. To be honest. That's why.
No, but
That's why.
Rick's saying
least you got a
he
KO.
puts Katie on
Like,
Jack 6
if he
spades,
doesn't
and that's
call
why he
on me,
made
he
the call.
doubles up. That's it. He had a king.
I mean, that's true.
At least we got some pay jump. Huh?
And Rick's still in.
Big blind.
Rick's in. Very nice pot for him.
Back to the game.
Back in the game.
Unlucky to Katie.
Back in the game.
She's just been losing these. She's been playing post flop amazingly. Just been losing these little annoying all-in spots. Luckily, they haven't been many chips, but if she'd won any one of those, I think she might have just ran away with this tournament.
What is
right
this?
then.
Is this 250? Oh my. What about you?
400 a call.
Isn't it tonight? Tomorrow night, yeah.
800. Raise 800 from 1.
Straight back in the mix. Rick made a call with 9-7 suited earlier that makes me think that he might peel this hand. I think the standard play is probably to fold. But Rick, being a cash game player, he definitely finds the value in hands like this. Considering betting. Let's see. I think jam is definitely a defensible play here.
All in from 2.
He does rejam. I like this play from
4
Rick.
folds and
Ace as
Great
well.
snap fold.
A6 has been crushed.
He flashes his hand to the rail.
capture on table. Raise 800 from 1. All in from
Swan
2.
show. Yep.
And
Open.
4 folds.
Me open the card.
In case you
Katie now down to 20 bigs, but the average stack is.
Look at that. She's fallen into 4th place.
Just through a series of unfortunate
Yeah. Couldn't hold.
events.
Worse
multiple
than
times.
deuces. What can possibly be worse than deuces?
King.
Again, if you're just joining us, I imagine if you're just joining us, you're probably not based here in Australia. It's almost 3 in the morning. We're 5-handed in the mini main event. We are going to play to a champion or to a deal getting done. 93K up top.
Fold from 7.
Not many deals have been done for any of the tournaments, right?
Yeah, just the one
I think
in the
PLO
Nightcrawler.
The PLO they did a deal as well, I believe.
In the PLO, yep. It wasn't on stream, but
800.
Katie, please kill everyone and let us sleep. I have to admit, I agree.
I completely agree.
Absolutely love being in the booth, especially with my boy Lukey here, but do want to get some.
It is approaching quite the late hour.
If you're sticking around with us, man, shout outs to you, seriously.
He had a considerable 3-bet there with ace-8 offsuit. Decides to take the conservative route, and then I think Ratul is just gonna find the fold here. Yeah, and let's see what Desmond has cooked up. 6-3-0. I think this might give us a little idea of how he's designed to approach his final table from now on. And he does decide to snap fold it. So
That's why I want to.
he's definitely aware of the stack dynamic. That much is clear.
Naughty.
Shout outs to Lou in the stream. Tuning in from Brooklyn. What's up, baby? Damn, still rocking sweet viewership. I really appreciate you guys all being here. I do think food would have been in order at some point for us, but a little bit late to ask for it
Maybe
now.
we should have.
Pretty sure 99% of the staff has gone home. But we're still here, you're still here, and the action's still rolling, and God knows these players, they're not giving up anytime soon. 93K up top.
Yeah, I was just saying before on break, this has been quite the fun FT. It's had a little bit of everything.
400 a call.
You know, it's had big bluffs, big value bets, big kind of like lots of all-ins.
Yep.
There's been suckouts. There's been,
Fold from 4.
you know, just standard get-ins or whatever. It's been fun to watch. Definitely enjoying my first time streaming here.
Be watching
Sorry,
until the
first
end,
time
not bust who
commentating.
wins. Katie's been unlucky in the last 2 hours. Yeah.
Yeah, she has, and that's just how tournament poker goes sometimes.
It's always a roller coaster.
The main thing is you don't let it affect your play. That's the, and Katie and Desmond both have
Demonstrated
demonstrated
a
that.
willingness to ride the dragon.
Desmond in particular, I've been very impressed with the way he's bounced back after all the beats that he's faced. Pocket threes here. I think I just like an open jam.
Just rip it.
Yep, 20 bigs effective. I think call is also considerable. I think
5 raises to 1.2 mil.
decided to go for a 3x raise with pocket threes here. And this is telling me that he thinks that Jesse isn't going to be 3-bet jamming on him enough. Because pocket threes is definitely not a hand you want to induce. So he's planning on raise folding, I would imagine. And
No,
to raise fold a hand like pocket threes rather than jam it, it means you're trying to take the lower variance route because you think you have an edge in the tournament. And it also means that you don't believe your opponent is
Punishing you enough.
appropriately responding to your 3x raise there.
Look how close these stacks
I know.
are, man.
Which is why he folded the 5-4 there. You just committing 3 blinds when the average stack is 20 blinds with 5 high is a tough ask.
244, 400k big
Yeah,
blind ante.
That next blind level is really where it's gonna start. The chips are gonna start flying. I was saying this before when we were on the farm table bubble. When you're 5-handed, there's no real place to hide. You know, you have to
2.
pick up chips in any way that you can. You can't just sit back and hope that the other players will do it. You know,
Absolutely. Too short for that
because
to be realistic.
you're paying 2.5 blinds per orbit, and when the average stack is 20 pigs, that's 10% of your stack.
5 fold.
Desmond folds the 10-3-0 on the button. He has some limits.
Yes, has heard of the word fold.
Yep.
Not his favorite word.
Cut it off.
And now Jesse in quite the interesting pre-flop spot with ace-5 suited.
Could just opt for a jam.
Open jam's okay. She's gone for a call.
400 from
Obviously also good.
Now, if you're calling here and you get squeezed on by Katie, are you jamming it in?
Ooh.
This
Wow.
could be a spicy one.
Yeah. I like just jamming, Katie. I think that.
'Cause if you're raising as Katie and you get jammed on, that's quite an awkward
Yeah,
spot.
and you kind of have to call off like that once with that many chips.
Blind versus blind, right? So
raise from 1 to 1.4
She
mil.
does go for the raise. I think he's going to limp call here. Ace-5 suited, definitely pretty playable. You could also jam. That wouldn't be a bad play at all. But this is kind of the problem with raising this hand if you're not committing to calling it off, where you might get the worst case scenario of raising and then getting folded out by a better hand.
we get a seat and a drink for Jacob. He looks like he's done a lot today. Yeah, he's been working in a long shift. He's got reign of the place. He's currently top dog on the floor, so I think if he wants a drink, he'll make it happen for himself for sure.
He does jam, and
That's
now
not for a jam.
Katie's in a tough spot.
This might be one of the defining moments of the
Yeah.
tournament. If she
She
calls,
does fold.
does put it in the bin. Nice play from Jessie May.
Yeah, and manages to get the best hand to fold there, and that's why I like jamming pre-flop there, where I think he would have to limp fold. If you're planning on raise folding there, I think checking back is the play.
Lines up next hand.
But that being said, it's not an easy spot by any means by any stretch of the imagination. And raise folding is also a fine play. The difference in EV is not going to be too much anyways.
244 still. I do believe the blinds are going to be going up here very soon. Not sure if we're going to 255 or straight to 3-6. For the sake of our sleep schedules, I'm going to hope that we're going to 3-6. But with how good the structure's been,
I think it is 255.
I think it's very likely to be 255.
Raise to 800 from 5.
Jesse definitely has a very... You can 3-bet here for sure. Covering him slightly. I think if he does 3-bet, Desmond's just going to stick it in his face. Having this ace block is pretty nice.
7.
Yeah, he has made a nice play here by 3-betting. It's not going to quite work out for him, and Desmond might just hop into the chip lead here after 4-bet jam. He 4-bet jams and takes us down.
2.2 fold.
Ace Queen, definitely a hand that sometimes when you're playing live poker, you're not extremely excited to 4-bet jam and get it in, particularly on the final table. But I think Desmond has seen enough from Jesse to
Know that he's capable.
kind of understand that maybe this is one of the guys you're actually happy to have Ace Queen against.
And I mean, seeing the A6-0 here, we see that
Yeah,
certainly is the case.
That certainly is the case, yeah. Just interesting whether he decides to call or jam. I think call has some merit, but when the 3-bet is this size, I just like jamming, because when you get it through, you just take down so much pre-flop.
Need Will Kasuf and Cabral on the table for some chats and bans. Man, the two of those guys together, that would really be something.
4-bet jams it. Ask for a count. Doing some Hollywood. I mean, doing some Hollywood, I think.
9.4 into the left.
Does look like he's genuinely considering it.
Mhm.
Either a great actor,
Yeah.
or he does think Desmond's been getting out of line.
Yeah. You really, to 3-bet call this hand, you have to really think that Desmond's getting out of line with, you know,
All kinds of nonsense.
like many hands. Because the thing is, even if he is getting out of line with a lot of hands, a lot of those hands will have you crushed. Like ace jack offsuit, ace 10 offsuit, maybe even like ace 8 suited might be a nice hand to 4-bet jam. Those hands have you in trouble. So you have to really think. Yeah, Desmond has to be going deep into the 4-bet jamming.
deep into the cookie jar.
Yeah, deep into to find enough hands to make this a good call. And I think he's also going to be quite easily jamming every pocket pair, most of which have you crushed. Maybe pocket fives, you can luck box your way into a flip.
Look at that supportive wife right there,
Mhm.
man.
That
3
is-
a.m. still sticking around.
That is where I should be, but I am instead
Up here in the booth,
here in the booth.
supporting verbally.
Mm-hmm.
Tomorrow obviously is Australia Day for everyone. While we have a moment here, we do have the 5K high roller starting at 4:15 tomorrow. The stream should be starting at 4:35. Chance I might push that back just so that I can sleep a little longer. But also, if you're not playing in the 5K streets, we do have day 1B in the wild card. 350, 100K guarantee there. Got over 160 runners in flight 1. We also, in the afternoon before the 5K tomorrow, have a step 1 and step 2 satellite with guaranteed seats into the 5K. 5 seats guaranteed in the step 1 and 3 seats guaranteed in the step 2. Shout outs to APS, thanks.
And 500.
Appreciate it. Definitely been a grind sesh, but it's been a lot of fun, man. I mean, I will say this has been the most fun chat of all the streams I've done so far.
Yep, there is a bit of chemistry built up after living with each other for how long's it been now? A year and a half almost?
I think it's more, isn't it?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, it's been, yeah.
500.
How long have I...
I think it's been 1.5 years. A lot of that's been in and out though, because like you've been traveling, I've been traveling.
That's
etc.
true. We're definitely both not
yeah.
one to stay in place for too long.
I am definitely not the biggest fan of fake tanks as well, Paris. I'm sure if people have seen me play, if I'm making a 3-bet bluff and someone jams on me, I cannot wait quick enough to get those cards out of my hand and
Moving
go
on
into
to
the next hand. So I agree with you there, but I guess he thinks it has some worth to it. I also think on a stream table, there's less EV you're gaining out of it, if you are even gaining any, just because people are going to see your hand and know you had a snap fold. So maybe he was genuinely considering calling. We've seen crazier. I know that Desmond was genuinely considering doing something with a 10-6 suited. That wasn't a fake. That wasn't a fake.
For sure was a serious
Yeah.
consideration.
Which is why I wasn't gonna excoriate him for that. But
Wow, $100 word right there. Excoriate.
I've got the dictionary out, mate.
What's up to folks in the Facebook chat?
Oh, Legend Ovi, who's this analysis guy? He's a smart guy. Shout out to Bill. Just come back from the UK for a week for Chris's wedding.
Is Bill still around?
He's still around. Yeah, he's still around. He's around for the next few days. And he also cashed this very event, actually. So not a bad first ever tourney at Play Live.
Never can hate a cash.
Yeah, he bluffed it off, and the guy made quite the sick hero call against him. He was not happy about it.
It's always an interesting way to go.
Mhm.
We're gonna have to grab Bill for a dinner before he leaves.
Absolutely. Spot's gone check now. Not really much anyone can do. I think Jesse might make a small bet now just to take the pot down. But you're always playing with fire on a board like this. The big blind can, at any moment, just say this is my board and take it from you, But he can credibly have checked back aces and kings here. Credibly check back a hand like ace 5 or ace 4.
Does decide just to
Let's go
take
check.
ace high to showdown.
And now we're in an interesting spot. You
Your
obviously have no
ritual.
you have no showdown with queen 8, and Jesse very likely has an ace side type hand because it's gone check.
The question is, if you're gonna bluff, do you think your opponent will fold ace high? Right. That's always kind of
Yeah.
the first thing you gotta ask yourself.
And if I'm sitting in this spot, I am thinking, if I am Jesse, that most players, when they have a deuce or a 7 or even a 6 in their hand, very likely stab the turn, because very natural to bluff a hand like that where you got a lot of equity, and on a surface's look, this actually looks like quite a good board for the big blind in the sense they have a lot of 7x and 2x. But if you think your opponent mostly stabs those hands in the turn because they have high equity, you might be thinking, well, now there's a lot of air. There's Jack 10, Queen Jack, a hand like Queen 8, obviously, Jack highs, etc. So calling here wouldn't be completely out of the world.
Does let it go though.
That being said, though, I think the standard play is just fold there and let the big blind have the big blind pot,
Nice hand from Ratul.
He also had that sneaky 8 of clubs blocker. Maybe he could have considered.
For the rest of the series, just to give you guys a sense of what we got going on, got the high roller and the wild card 1B, tomorrow on Australia Day. Happy Australia Day, everyone, by the way. I'm not Australian, so I don't know too much about the holiday, but I do know people get on the beers. I know there's some controversy, blah, blah, blah.
Maybe we should have a beer now.
Yeah, I was just thinking that. If we can get one up here, that would be sweet.
It looks like there is no one around.
It is 3 a.m.
Yeah, is Jacob still floating around somewhere? I mean, I'd hate to bustle him from his TD duties to get us a beer, but
Yeah.
it feels like we might be in for a long night.
Tuesday the 27th, we are going to have some main event mega satellites, as well as 1C in the wild card. On Wednesday the 28th, we have the final flight of the wild card. We also have the first flight of the 1150 mega mystery bounty. 3 flights in that. I expect that tournament to be ballistic.
That's always a fun one.
People love the mystery bounties. We are hoping to figure out to see if we can get some of the bounties pulled on stream.
Oh, that'd be
We're working out the logistics there. We did get a tumbler.
You do have the I was just about to ask.
So in the venue, it's going to be a lot of energy. If you haven't come down, that'll be a great time to come check out the place. It's going to be a ton of energy as people pull the bounties. I imagine the biggest bounty there is going to be at least 25K, if not more.
This is quite the brave limp into Daniel Desmond's big blind. I'm of the mind that if you're the kind of player that's getting in the mix, I'm gonna let you have the worst ones. I don't want to be put in a tough spot with nine deuce offsuit. Clearly, Ratul thinks differently, and don't blame him. Let's see what happens. There has not been much fear on this final table from a lot of the players, has there? Everyone's
Oh,
kind of been going for it.
Everyone wants to play for the win.
Yeah.
Both players flopping a pair here. Retool backdoor diamonds as well.
Every pot is just so crucial at this stage.
Look at these stack depths, man. Everyone's starting to get a bit shorter, but still plenty of playability all around. Thanks a lot, Bridges, for keeping Luke and I up. Again, tournament was projected to be over by now, most of the time. Shows you
And
what.
I think that's reflected by the kind of shorter stacks right now.
Yep.
People are just no one's busting.
It's been a.
Cards haven't quite been cooperating. There haven't been that many insane coolers and whatnot. And when there have been, the shorter stack is usually just one.
It's usually just one those.
Yeah.
Does go bet and call. That is probably a value bet there from
Yeah, I think just getting a bit of value, a bit of protection.
Retool.
Should slow down now.
Series is closing out 3rd of February. We will have one more flight of the main. Had 202 in today's flight. Last flight is going to be Saturday, January 31st, and then we'll have main event day 2, 3, and 4. Those will all be live streamed.
The time's kind of flown, hasn't it?
It really
This series.
has.
I mean, I know you've been working pretty hard.
Definitely been keeping
Credit to
busy.
Yep. Shout out to Josh for working hard and running the business and whatnot.
Thanks, man. Spent the whole day doing accounting. Usually my least favorite thing to do. And then I realized it's actually nice to have a day away from the chaos. But I mean, man, it's just been so awesome. Like
Yeah.
every day I wake up happy, and I think that's very motivating. Easy to want to get up for work when you absolutely love what you're doing. So I do think some of the worst advice you'll ever get is do what you love and you never work a day in your life. That couldn't be more false. If you do what you love, you'll end up working 10 times more than a normal person because you love it. But it will definitely be less crappy. I think the most important thing is just love the people that we have around. I mean, we're just so lucky in that way.
Absolutely.
Look at me in the box, man. I mean, she just looks ready to go for hours. 3 in the morning.
When did she clock on? Do you know? Surely not the whole day.
Not the whole day, but I mean,
I feel bad feeling tired when.
this is a long shift.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we're
feel bad
just
complaining.
sitting here
We're just
talking,
sitting here.
right? Yeah.
And we're like, where's my fucking beer?
Yeah. Getting on the yap train.
Yeah.
Shout outs to Harry in the chat. At the tail end of the series, we do have a couple of fun events in addition to the Mystery Bounty in the main. Got the PLO 54. That's an original creation here at Playlive Melbourne. PLO 5 up until the end of late registration, then PLO 4 for the rest of the tournament. Then we're going to have a one-day Turbo Mystery Bounty, and then the Deep Freeze. That'll be the first big buy and freeze out we're running.
What's the bind for that?
1150 there.
Sounds good.
100K guaranteed. 200K starting. 30-minute levels.
Desmond just plops out hot size bet here, it looks like. I like the sizing. Almost certainly have the best hand.
Is Retool ever going to pay here?
Look, I don't know. These spots are very hard.
Yeah,
these
these blind versus blind
wide, wavy
spots.
spots. Desmond's definitely capable of not only floating some straight draws and whatnot, but also capable of floating some even wider hands than that. If I was Retool, I would be a little bit worried about getting value owned by Queen, which in my mind makes a lot of sense for Desmond. A queen with a diamond in particular, I think Desmond would be playing a lot of. He's made an interesting check back with top pair on this double flush draw board. Maybe I would like to see a bet on the turn there, but it's definitely works for these situations where now your hand looks a little bit disguised, and a hand like a deuce might get a little bit suspicious.
Gotta have shot clocks for future series. Yeah, we were supposed to have shot clocks for this series. Fortunately, due to some international relations issues very much outside of our control as lowly poker players, shipment did get canceled. So I think I'll probably be going to China to pick them up. Hopefully we'll have those in place ahead of our next series. Again, we did announce our schedule for 2026. You can go check that out on Facebook and Instagram. Next series will be beginning March 5th, Grand Prix weekend. Hopefully have all the races up on the TVs and stuff. That should be awesome. Grand Prix weekend's always an exciting time to be in Melbourne.
Sure is. I've never actually been myself. I do have some friends who they quite enjoy it.
Pretty expensive, man.
Yeah, it is. It's an expensive hobby, that's for sure. Not even hobby. It's expensive thing to just go to.
When are the results sent to Hendon Mob? At the end of every tournament, the system automatically pushes all the results to Hendon Mob, so they're usually up next day.
And he does find the fold there.
We even publish all our dailies to Hendon Mob.
It's always one of those spots where, yes, it's gone check, so and he bet so huge in the river. It might look like he's repping thin, but at the same time, if he does have some of those like complete air floats, he might just stab a lot of that on the turn and just try to take it down there. So when he goes check and then he bets big on the river, he might be hinting that he has a bit more showdown than you'd expect. I think Ratul's kind of figured that out and made a nice fold.
Desmond, we were talking about the Great Wall of China earlier. Looking like he's trying to build one with these chips.
Yeah, and he has gotten to the chip lead again. He's kind of swung back. Was he ever chip leader at any point? I think maybe at the start of the. Actually, no, he wasn't.
Yeah, no, I think this is going to be his first time in the chip lead. Katie with ace-10 here and 15 bigs. Tough decision between opening and jamming.
Yep.
Both definitely justifiable. I'm going to mute my mic for a second while I snack a little bit here, guys.
And she does go for the jam. Definitely one of those hands you don't want to raise call. And this is part of like picking up those blinds. You have to make these risky kind of plays that feel uncomfortable. If you get called, you're in trouble. But as it happens right now, so very often, most people will have trash and you will get it through. So she's picked a nice hand and jumps up to third place. It's these blinds are tight, man. One double up for anyone and they're just the clear chip leader, you know? If I was Katie, I think this is a spot where you really might want to leave some chips behind there, just because the value of a cooler happening and getting a ladder is really starting to
Good luck with that.
to become worth it. Particularly with a hand like ace-10, when it goes call, you're going to be in quite bad shape, and you can make quite the easy fold when it goes jam. But some players just like saving themselves from that difficult spot. Maybe respecting Katie's big blind here, and Jesse picks up pocket jacks, blind v blind. Let's see what he decides to do here. You can limp, you can raise, and you can jam. I would not recommend jamming with a hand as strong as jacks. In a blind v blind situation, your hand just has your opponent crushed so often, it's a bit of a waste to just go for a jam here. Although Katie did call off a jack 6 suited earlier, so he might be thinking I'm getting a little bit of extra value from my jams. Does go for a min raise. Oh, 3x. I like this. Oh,
and look at this.
I think Katie should jam here. She's gonna run into the bad news. Oh, this is just a cooler. I mean, these stack sizes. See what she decides to do here. Oh, I don't think she can avoid it. I hope she just finds a call here, but the correct play is to jam. I think she's gonna find it. She does jam.
All in announced. It's gonna be a snap from Jessie May.
Oh, and she knows she's crushed once she gets
Katie
snapped
Lowe's
down.
gonna get the bad news. Now, hand is live.
I don't think any aces were folded. Is this the classic? Is it ace from space moment? Let's see it.
After a dominating performance and a beautiful bluff to start this final table, Katie Lowe. Oh,
Okay, she
picks
flops
up
an equity.
a ton of outs.
Oh,
and just
she spikes
bites it on the turn. And a chop on the river.
Oh my goodness
It's an
gracious.
absolute.
Okay.
Is that a TV hand announced at the table? It absolutely is. What a television result.
I think Katie will take that. That's for sure. What a hand.
What an emotional
Okay.
roller coaster. You think you're dead, you get snapped off, you think you're dead, you flop the gutter, you
Get
turn
down.
it, and then you river the chop.
Oh my god, I was thinking
The full range of emotions in a 30-second experience.
Only in tournament poker, my friend.
When I see the turn card, oh my.
I was also feeling those emotions, so.
That woke me up.
You guys have the
You
option.
guys don't want to go home.
Honestly, this FT is
Oh,
but
really?
yeah.
Oh, you should have told me 10 hours ago. We've been here for only.
Alright.
Do you want,
What a waste of a
Jake, do you
hand.
want
What a sick hand. Okay, so I guess I spoke a little bit too soon when I said one of the two players was going to get stacked.
Oh my god. What a turn, what a river.
That's right, I'm nearly
Holy
saying
shit.
you can't call me luck box anymore. Oh
Yeah.
my
Sorry.
Run better.
Yeah, luck box.
Be nice. Hopefully
Nine
that's
Jesse
Nine.
may or may not win the
Hopefully
tournament.
you can
True.
again.
Jesse may or may not.
500 a call, fold,
Yeah.
on four.
Paris. Can someone mute Paris for 5 minutes, please?
Nice wave burn, and 500 a call.
I felt it too. I thought that gutter was a little bit too much.
So 1
Goes for the.
from
Sorry, can
seven.
you chat, man? Yeah. So Jesse goes for the min raise here with a hand like with Queen 9 suited.
Fold
think-
from 1.
This is one of those hands where if you get jammed on, which I think is going to happen now, it really sucks to raise fold. Because you have quite a lot of equity against the jamming range, but you're just behind so often. The ICM is huge right now. That being said, if he had open jammed, I don't know if Rick would have called or if he would have folded. Rick's a bit of a live wire in that sense. It's hard to know what he would have done. I actually suspect he would have called. So he might have avoided disaster here, luckily enough. But
6, nope. Just under 6. For 5,950,000.
5,950.
5,950,000, yes.
Jesse, unfortunately, has to try to fold here, I believe. It sucks. You're flipping a lot against a lot of pairs.
But just behind so often, right? King high, ace high hands. I feel like there's too many physical chips on the table. Yeah, we may have reached our maximum chip denominations. There may not be any more coloring up that even can be done. So it's just such a big field. So many starting chips as well. Need Jesse to stop tanking.
Yeah, I agree a little bit. I think that you use your tanking. Don't use up all your tanking goodwill on hands that you don't need to.
Yeah.
I think the ace-6 off was particularly egregious.
Yeah,
at
that
least,
was.
At least Queen 9 suited was somewhat of a decision.
$500 a call. 5 fold.
Something tells me if someone tries to color up Desmond's chips, he's not gonna let him. That's my read.
It's like, but my great wall.
Yeah, he's enjoying it a little bit too much. A6-0 was a close one. True.
There is a TD. You will see Jacob floating around.
Bring in some 1 mil blocks. Do you have those?
We do not. Might have to get them
Right,
made.
if the tournaments keep being this big, you might eventually require them.
2.
That's one thing. Only 9 months old. People do give us a lot of credit as if we've been around a while just because things have grown so big so quickly, but are still a very new business. So buying new stuff pretty much all the time. Shot clocks, time banks, the tumblers for the mystery bounty. We also renovated the roof upstairs here. You may have noticed. No longer has that officey look.
He's actually the word from Rick and Morty.
Yeah, even in the short amount of time, the room has evolved so much.
Obviously, this live stream table being the most striking addition to the room.
Dirty diaper.
Dirty diaper.
At this point, I'm staying up for the Pats Broncos game. Might do something similar. If you do have to go at some point, I'm not gonna you know,
I'm
forces.
having a good time.
Hell yeah. I don't actually want to be here by myself, so, but you know.
I imagine that would make the stream a little bit more low energy.
Yeah, I don't think I'd be doing too much talking. I'd probably just chill and
Yeah.
yell when something crazy happens.
I'm kind of just I'm on Josh's slash patrol. I'm making sure he's not sinking into the couch too much.
Oh yeah, let me sit up. Oh. Just the neck, just the posture. If you're at home, you've been sweating along with us, drink some water.
I think we'll be going to bed after this.
Yeah, I'm gonna be going straight to bed. I'm gonna be back on the mic 4:35 tomorrow for the 5K. So got a long day ahead. Might ask Bridges to let me push that one back 2 hours. Start from the first break. What you guys have done in 9 months is phenomenal. Thanks, Matt. Every day a little better. That was a motto I gave to the team when we first opened. Gave a big speech when things were slow and struggling. I said we don't have to be perfect. Never going to be perfect, but let's try and be a little bit better every day. I think people really underestimate. I think there's that classic expression: people overestimate what you can do in a week and then underestimate what you can do in a year. Welcome up with the hype.
Sorry about that. It was quite the hype hand. If we aren't yelling about that hand, then
Yeah, then what are we yelling about?
We're not doing our job as
Yeah,
commentators.
absolutely. Why are we yapping if we're not yapping about that?
Hopefully no one's watching this in bed with their significant other next to them.
Honey, you don't understand. The girl, she got there, she got it in coolered, got it in bad, then got there, and then they chopped.
Katie coming with min raise here. I love it. She's gonna unfortunately run into
the ace
the
king of
goods.
spades.
The blinds have gone up, huh? To 250, 500.
Want some M&Ms?
I'm good, my friend.
It's not exactly food, but
It's you know, I'll have some M&Ms.
it's calories. I'll mute your mic.
Fold from 4.
This way you guys can see behind the fourth wall a little bit, you know? Max professionalism in the studio. We got M&Ms.
7 fold.
Got these from the Australian Open from the M&M store. Pretty cool pop-up they had going there. I remember the first post on Facebook just after the page was created. It's come a long way. Yeah. I believe the page was still called Melbourne Poker Room back then. We hadn't picked a name yet. I told this story on the You Can't Make It Up podcast with Berkey and Monk, but it was my job to pick a name as I am the guy with the marketing background, and I pitched Bridges many terrible names. And ultimately, he's actually the one that came up with Playlive, so shout outs to him.
I'm back from my short M&M break.
Mini main M&M? Huh? Well,
Yeah, that's sponsored by M&M. We're not actually.
how cool would that be? M&M company, if you somehow catch this broadcast, man.
Don't send your lawyers after us. I was joking.
Yeah.
I know if it was like a Nintendo or something, they probably would like have the stream shut down.
Yeah, Nintendo loves going ham, man. They've shut down so many Smash tournaments. Confirmation from the tech team. Guy is also eating M&Ms.
A lot of M&Ms to go around.
O'Toole opening up the king queen in the cutoff.
Fold from 5.
Desmond learned his lesson with the 10-6 suited, and he's decided to make the fold here. And Katie, these final table spots is just brutal.
Fold from 1.
And I like the fold there. I think when you're covered by that much. Particularly when you're on a table like this where everyone is playing quite aggressively and showing they're perfectly willing to put the chips in. If that's the case, you want to play a little bit tighter as a short stack. Just to let those collisions happen sometimes.
If you actually go back and look at our Facebook page, there's an old post We did an opening event seat giveaway, Bridges and I, and there wasn't even any carpet downstairs. It was literally an empty shell. No tables, no carpet, no nothing.
Damn.
Sometimes I go back and watch that. Super echoey.
Yeah.
Didn't have a real camera. Crazy to think, man. Life goes by fast.
It's only been a year too. It really feels.
Not even 9 months,
yeah.
man. 1 year anniversary, not coming up till April, so April 22nd. So I mean, we're talking 9 months almost on the nose. We're very proud of what we build here. Really appreciate everyone who supported us. If you come in the stream, if you've come down to play, just said nice things on social media, appreciate you all, man.
Desmond kind of wielding his chip stack right now. Going for the raise, 10-9-0. I like it when you're the chip leader covering everybody. And Jesse, I think, as versus someone who you know is opening quite aggressively,
Surely gonna jam it in here.
I think you're just going to take this against the cutoff Desmond open, you know? And yeah, he doesn't really think about it too much.
Fold from 1, fold from 2, fold from 5.
Just going to get that straight through.
Y'all are reviving Australian poker. Much love. Trying, man, trying. We're really trying to build something special here. Obviously, everyone's seen the announcements lately. Brought in some very big names, big creators, top pros. Working on doing international collaborations as well. So, yeah, I think 2026 is going to be a big year for Playlive and beyond. I think the 2027 second edition of Melbourne Millions is kind of blow a lot of people's minds. Have a little confirmation from a ton of friends and acquaintances that they want to come from the US already. Poker.org wrote a great segment about this Melbourne Millions. I believe Poker News as well going to be writing something, and both have expressed some interest maybe getting reporters out next year. So I mean, I really think we're cooking with gas here. Desmond with the bullets.
And I think,
Oh, and look at this.
This is a very similar spot to the spot he just had, and I think he's going to take the jam. And I think it's a good jam, and I think he's going to get quite unlucky to run into the American Airlines here. Let's see what he likes to do here. 15 bigs, still quite a lot of chips, especially in the context of this tournament. But yep, he does take it, and I do like this jam. It is quite unfortunate that he's going to run into the absolute nuts here.
He's just going to get snapped off by Desmond.
Music to Desmond's
Double
ears.
checks, make sure they are in
Yeah.
fact aces.
Wow, number 1.
All the players standing
ones.
up.
All the fives alive, I believe.
Good luck.
If Desmond holds here, we are going to be down to four-handed.
That's a great flop for him.
Has the ace of hearts.
Yeah.
Gonna need a 5 and a 5 only.
Penny.
That's not gonna do it. Aces are gonna hold. Daniel Desmond is gonna become the massive chip leader, 21 million in chips, and that is gonna be Jesse May. Well fought out in 5th place, 19.9K for his trouble. A remarkable result, but one that I'm sure is also gonna be exhausting and a little bit frustrating. Is gonna take his phone for the road. Looks
GG's.
like GG's.
I like the way he played.
Sorry, I'll get
Maybe a little bit too much tanking in some spots, but you know that's just his way of making EV or whatnot. Or maybe he was genuinely considering calling. I don't know. I'm not in his brain, so it's hard to say.
nice.
I do believe that we are going to go to a short break here
Easy game.
so that they can rebalance the chips, verify all the counts, make sure everything's running smoothly, and the players can all take a sec. So don't go anywhere. We appreciate you sticking in the late night with us. We will be here till we crown a champion. Taking a short break. See you soon.
But I got your answer. 500.
Oh, apologies. I might have jumped the gun here. Okay, yep, a little miscommunication. That one's my fault. We got one more hand before the break kicks off.
Between min raise and jam here is an interesting decision.
Yeah, with the king
I
10.
don't think either can be faulted. Picking up these chips is just so important. Scary to min raise into Desmond's big blind.
Does announce all
She
in.
does jam.
I think I like that.
Given you're the clear shortest, there's no real.
Says under the gun, but forehanded, of course, that is going to be the cutoff. So
Yes. And she gets it through.
gets it through.
Desmond obviously feeling quite happy with how things have progressed so far. Can't blame him. Yes, Katie has been playing very fast in most spots, so we'll give her a minute without.
Yeah, if anyone gets a pass, it's going to be her. A 7-0 here.
It's just one of these tricky kind of hands where it's a middling strength hand. You have to pick up chips somehow, but we'll be put in some tough spots with a hand like this.
Doesn't feel great, but does find the open.
Katie with 10-5 of diamonds, yeah.
Defendable hand here in the big blind, especially four-handed.
And I think as the clear shorter stack, you should defend a hand like this. From her perspective, there isn't that much ICM pressure. I mean, of course, the stacks are really short. Anyone can bust at any time, so there is always that. But you are the shortest stack, so you are going to have to.
In
buy some
theory,
chips somehow.
gotta chip up.
Let's see what she does here. She might as well also just think that the table's been so aggressive, I can just fold. And just let these guys kind of like battle with each other, and I'll take the back seat. But she does call.
Does decide to do a defend. Going
Definitely not Katie's style to fold, that's for sure.
Ace 8-6 rainbow.
And that looks like a whole lot of nothing for Katie.
This is just gonna be a check, a bet, and a fold as the players head to a short break.
Rick has gone for the interesting check back
Does
here.
decide to get a little tricky.
I think he's kind of identified Katie as quite the aggressive player, and maybe he wants to get some extra value out of it. She doesn't buy it. I think a spot like this, when people check back these ace high boards, they're definitely more showdown heavy than they should be, because you have a bluff like Queen 10, it feels very natural just to like bet and hope they just fold it.
Yeah, 93K up top, 57.6 for second, 35.6 for third, and 24.8 for fourth place. So all these players taking home at least 40 buy-ins, all the way up to 150 buy-ins up top. So I mean, we're talking big money here.
And this is the pointy end. This is where the pots really matter.
Yep, every little pot means a lot. I mean, if you try and liken the blinds to a cash game, right?
Yeah.
Just thinking about the amount of money in the pool, the stakes would just be crazy.
Yeah, I mean, you could even do like a pretty rough calculation now. So what, there's 93 plus 57. So what's that? That's like like 150, 185. It's about 200K, and divided by the average chip stack, the average stack is going to be worth about 50K there, it seems like. Just dividing 200K by 4. So
Sick game, poker.
And the other way you could do it is, you know, you bought in for $600 for a start stack of 50K. The blinds are 250, 500K. So that's almost like you're playing 3K, 6K in a way with the 6K ante. With an average stack of 20 big blinds. It won't quite be like that because of ICM and whatnot, but
pretty sick.
Pretty sick.
Ace Queen of Spades is gonna raise it up. You know it's getting late when you're just rooting for coolers.
Yeah.
Like, give someone aces, man.
Yeah.
Oh.
I think this is a
Speaking
very
of coolers.
rejammable hand here. Ratul has been quite quiet for the last couple of hours. Most of that was being card dead. He did open that queen 10 under the gun when we were 6 or 7 handed, I think. So I think rejamming isn't the worst play here. I think you're just a little bit too short to call. You definitely have fold equity here, that's for sure.
Tough spot for Katie Lowe.
See what she decides to do. Yeah, she does fold.
Does lay it down.
That has potentially saved her tournament life.
One fold.
Rick Shen.
Rick with the Jack 8.
Oh.
Doesn't think about it too much before calling.
Yeah, she looked like she wanted to rip it. Yeah,
Yeah.
agreed. You could see it in her eye. A very favorable flop for the
Rick
Jack 8.
has outflopped.
Check from 2.
Katie heading over to her well-earned break. She's been grinding. She also came to the wedding with me last night, and we had quite a late night, so...
I'm getting a note from the tech team that there's actually maybe even one more hand after this one.
And he turns the flush draw.
Look at
of
this.
course.
The repeat 10, when it goes check, check, if you're Rick Shen, you're feeling pretty good about that.
Absolutely. You're definitely thinking you have the best hand quite often. Maybe you lose pocket 9s every now and again, but...
Harry says, Luke Martinelli, tell us about free will. Yeah,
Oh.
get roasted, buddy. My
I don't-
co-commentator here doesn't believe in free
I
will.
don't want to get into that.
What a wackadoodle.
It's not the stream for it.
Yeah.
I'm doing another stream with Sam Harris later that'll
Yeah.
that'll get into that.
Check Luke out, the latest guest on Star Talk with Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Yeah.
I think Fabiano actually was a guest on Star Talk. Said he and Tyson had such bad chemistry they never even published the episode.
Damn, really?
Yeah, said they really didn't get along.
They didn't get along.
Yeah, isn't that crazy?
I have heard some things about Neil deGrasse Tyson perhaps being like some people say some like
Bit abrasive.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I've heard that as well.
How can you not get along with like Fabi's such a
He removed the planetarium show from the Hayden Planetarium, which is like my favorite thing as a child. And he's like obsessed with planetarium show. I mean, dude made Cosmos, right? And it's just like, why are you getting rid of the planetarium show, man? I don't know if that's actually up to him, but he
Yeah.
is the director, so gotta blame the guy in charge, right?
the buck does stop with him, I assume.
Also, he killed Pluto famously.
Really?
Yeah, he was like one of the leaders of the Pluto is not a planet movement.
Oh shit.
Free my man Pluto.
I think bring Pluto back.
Bring Pluto back, baby.
I think it's a planet. Come on.
2026. A lot of things that have been canceled coming back in 26.
Yeah, Pluto got Me Too back in the day.
Yeah.
That's what it-
You seen that Rick and Morty episode where
Uh,
Jerry becomes like he's like a propaganda spokesperson,
yeah,
and his only job is to say that Pluto is a
Yeah,
planet, so they
yeah.
can keep mining it.
yeah, that's a classic.
That's a classic.
Rick's gonna go for a value bet here. I love this value bet. He's targeting pocket 7s through pocket deuces. Well, not pocket deuces, pocket 3s.
0.5 now.
And also a hand like ace high.
Let's
With-
say if you're a tool, you can look him up here.
Absolutely.
Ace Queen of Spades not the exact combo you're hoping for.
Mm-hmm.
You are blocking some of the bluff combos, but Ace Queen High, I mean, can be good very often.
There's a lot of misdraws here. And he does just...
Doesn't even take
he
too
does just-
long. Don't blame him,
I
honestly.
like that call. There's
yeah.
a lot of bluffs that are possible there. And Rick's made a really nice value bet with Jack 8.
And Rick Shen, just like that, 15 million.
Yeah, out of nowhere. I don't really know how he's accumulated this. He did win that 3-way all-in with ace 6 versus the king 9 and Katie's pocket 10s.
He had like under 5 big blinds for a
Yeah.
while there. Now second in chips, 4-handed.
80 when you guys come back.
Stack worth something like 50 to 60K. I mean,
It's pretty sick for a $600 buy-in, that's for sure.
And while you guys on break, up. So.
All right, now they're actually on break.
all right, players are going on a short break. If you're sticking around with us, you are just an absolute legend, and we are so happy to have you here. We're gonna take a quick break ourselves. We'll see you in a few minutes.
200k?
Rick, do you have 200 on
Yeah,
your
sure.
25s?
Thank you.
Cool.
Thank you.
Back in action. Four-handed, in case you are somehow just showing up now. We've got the mini main. Four-handed action. Josh and Luke in the booth.
The blinds are quite large now, 300, 600K.
600K big blind. Now that's like 12 start stacks or something, right? I always think, how cool is it when in the old system when we had ante chips, one ante would be bigger than a start stack right now.
Yep.
I mean, that's just nuts.
It's always fun when you get to that stage in the tournament where the big blind is the start stack.
That's how you know you've made a truly deep run. Desmond opening up the solver hand, getting it through. Using that chip lead, trying to extend the lead a bit.
Yeah, he really gets to put the pressure on now with these two equal short
Two 10 big
stacks.
blind stacks now.
That's maybe one reason why Ratul might have wanted to consider folding that ace queen of spades, just because it just puts him as equal short stack, and now he's in ICM jail.
As you can see, did chip up, did color up. So less of a mountain on the table now. Look at Jose, man. Working the desk all day. Now dealing the live stream. 3:57 in the morning. Ace 10 of spades. Do expect this just to be a jam from Katie.
9 big blinds now.
All in.
All in. Suit 1 is all in.
All in announced.
Suit 2 fold. Suit 4 fold.
Can't do it.
Looks like she's just gonna get
Threes
it.
or two threes?
2, 3.
Two life cards.
Always nice to get that one through. Gets a nice little chip up. 11 blinds now. It's a little bit of space between her and Ratul, but either one of them is going to need a double up. Oh, yeah. Matt shouting at Jose in the chat. Jose, one of the much loved dealers. Well, he doesn't mostly deal, right?
He does everything,
He
man.
does
Yeah,
everything,
he's
yeah.
one of our senior staff. You'll see him behind registration desk. You'll see him dealing when we need it. Very capable of directing tournaments as well. Pretty sure he's RSA certified too. Could serve you a beer. That is always the funny thing. I'm not allowed to go behind the bar
Oh, because you don't have your RSA.
because I don't have an RSA.
Yeah.
So I have to ask to get served.
Suit 4 is all in.
I like this jam. Jack 10 suited. Seems pretty.
Suit 6 fold.
Wakes up nothing. See some visible frustration there. Clearly it's been a long day. I think a lot of the players are feeling that. And just
Yeah.
look at how aggressive these players have been.
Credit to the players for powering through. A little bit of a reality of their own making, obviously, with all the tanking. But I mean, they've just put in an absolute marathon day. Always meant to be over by now, but obviously in poker, a lot of unpredictable things. You never know exactly how long a tournament's going to go. I do think next year, if we keep getting these crazy numbers on the mini main,
Start putting some hard caps.
yeah, we might put some hard caps in, chuck in a day 3. We do have a rule where the players could choose to come back the next day at this point after a certain amount of hours have passed. But I think generally when you get this close to the
You
end,
just want to finish it off.
yeah, everyone just kind of wants to be done with
is
it.
that just if one player says, I want to stop it now, the whole thing stops? Is that how that works?
If once it gets
you hit-
past the cap,
Yeah.
if someone requests to come back for the next day, then we will facilitate that. But it very rarely happens, ironically. There have been certain instances where it's just unanimously everyone's like, man, let us go home. And we're like, okay, everyone go home.
Yeah.
But good for the staff too, obviously. But yeah, you know, when you're four-handed and you're playing for so much money, the adrenaline's rushing.
It's hard to get a good night's sleep.
Yeah.
When you've got this, knowing you're coming back to this in the morning.
Absolutely. Oftentimes you're like physically tired, but not mentally tired as well, just because your brain is racing so much.
I just love playing it out. I hate the anticipation of waiting for the next day or whatever.
Imagine the November 9 back in the day.
Yeah, that was like, it was like a month.
A month, way more than a month.
Oh,
July to November.
Oh, true. Sorry.
Yeah,
Yeah,
oh,
yeah.
man.
It was like 3 or 4
3,
months.
4
right?
months. Yeah. People used to go and get coaching from top pros,
Yeah.
and I mean, they would do everything preparing for that.
Yeah, they would also pay them out their min cash, so they had like a nice mill to spend. for that 3 months.
Pretty sweet.
Mm-hmm.
Probably better that they don't do it anymore, but I do remember finding it iconic as a kid.
It did build a lot of hype, that's for sure.
November 9th, also our lovely stream operator guy's birthday. Shout outs to him. Also Call of Duty Black Ops Day.
For the younger people in the audience.
Yeah, well, when we were in high school and the first Black Ops came out, it came out on Guy's birthday. And just to, you know, sort of take a dig at him, we would always call it Black Ops Day. Had to bring up the Black Ops, he says.
You're bringing up some childhood trauma. From,
oh, absolutely. Definitely sent him to therapy a couple times over that one.
Mm-hmm. It's all right, Guy. Your friends love you. Don't worry.
Raise. C2 raises to 1.2 million. C4 Fox. 1.2 million.
King 3 open on the button. Desmond gonna defend the 9-10 of diamonds.
Definitely a considerable hand to rejam here, but center play is to call. Pops a gut shot.
Ups a gutter. Not much for Shen, but wouldn't be surprised to see a C-bet regardless. Does decide to check it back.
That's fair enough. Yeah, against the chip leader covering like that.
Yeah, King High can be good a lot of the time, including in this instance, right? So good to keep the pot size under control and try and realize your equity.
It's just a little hard to when you'll be facing some aggressive betting.
I do expect Desmond to take a stab here pretty often with how we've seen him play this final table. Like we said before, Josh and Luke in the booth, 4:04 a.m. The error code. If you got to go to bed, you got to go to bed. We respect that. If you are sticking with us to the end, you're an absolute legend. And to all the viewers waking up in America,
all three of them, welcome.
Yep. Good morning.
Does go for a bet here, and Rick just has to. I think.
2 million. 2 million fold.
It's going to be a fold, I think, most of the time. 9-10 probably.
Yeah, Katie just casually assessing the other players here, trying to pick something up.
Do like that level of focus. Players all looking tired, but honestly, all looking still looking very dialed in. ...2008 WSOP Europe main event final table lasted 22 hours. With John Jawanda taking it down. Damn, that's crazy.
Glad we aren't commentating that one.
Yeah, can you imagine? Wonder if they got paid overtime for that.
I would hope so. After this brief little stint, I'm very for commentator rights.
It's like you win the lottery and suddenly start voting Republican. And you're like, oh, yeah, it should be lower taxes for rich people. I've suddenly had a massive change of heart. Look at this. Jam from Queen 7. Katie also with the Queen 7. It's going to be a tough spot from her.
Spot. I think you just have to fold.
Yeah, probably just going to be a fold.
That other short stack looming. talking this is the power of being the chip leader, right?
Well, table when the
Difficult
Playlive
things.
mains lasted longer, played 24 hours straight. They most certainly did not. Not allowed to do that. We do send our staff home eventually. Sometimes keep them here very late, 4 or 5 in the morning. Not too often, but 24 hours I think is going to be a bit over the line. Do like a bit of hyperbole though, so don't mind spreading the legend that this final table took 30 hours or something. Get the sleeping bags out. Don't think you guys will be leaving.
Desmond waking up with a real hand here. Oh, he's talking about the.
Yeah. I knew that the reference was. It was nowhere near 24 hours though.
Okay.
I think it was something like 16 or 17 hours.
Yeah. That caused a change in the TNCs after that one happened.
That did indeed. That's why we have the cutoff rule.
Yeah.
But again, I don't see these players taking advantage of it. I know in Jose, he'll
He does just go for the open jam here. I personally like inducing with a hand like ace-10 suited just because it plays so well post-flop. So when the big blind does defend, you have like a really nice playable hand. That being said, it just takes the shove. Knowing that both Katie and Rick cannot call off very wide there at all, given the short stacks involved in the final table.
24.8K locked up for all the players. 93,109. Where did that $9 come from? I almost feel like that's a typo and it's just 93,100.
There's just $9 left over in the prize pool. They just had to.
Has to go to someone, I guess. Desmond, the real hand here.
This is a hand I like shoving.
Yep, from the equity cash outs. That's a good shout. Ooh, tricky spot for Katie here with 6.5 bigs. Queen 9 suited.
Just have to pitch this one and try to let the other short stack bust, I think. But might be feeling that you've just got enough equity against him. You know he hasn't got the top of his range there. So
That's a very nice fold from Katie Lowe.
Rick in the blender. He folds the 10 and Ratul. Not much you can do.
With the Queen 8. Just gonna put that one in the bin. Yeah, that main event was indeed won by Daniel Desmond.
So he's no stranger to
He'll have been here for the 2 longest final tables in Playlive history. Look at him, man. I mean, he doesn't even look tired. He just looks like he's here to win.
Yep.
The Great Wall of Desmond ever growing. Taking a fully green color on. 46 bigs for Desmond. 20 bigs for Shen, and then 6.5 and 7.9. So it's going to be a game of 4th place chicken amongst the short stacks.
And this is kind of what I was saying earlier, where Desmond's now really separated himself from the pack, and he can really put the pressure on.
Still really good spirits at the table. Like seeing people smiling, still chatting a little bit. This has been a tremendous final table. Really good play from all of these players.
Yep, I've been very impressed.
1.2.
City raises 1.2 million score.
No, it's not.
Oh, sorry.
Got me excited.
Eight
Rick
six spades.
Goes for the open. It's tough to open this in the chip leader, but he's playing to win. But this is a spot where Desmond can really start turning the screws. You've got 2 sub 8 big blind stacks, and you've got 20 big blinds. Him getting stacked by you and losing all his chips doesn't really affect his stack that much in the sense of like coming. He's probably going to come second or first no matter what.
No matter what, yeah.
Yeah, even if you do double through him. So he's got kind of carte blanche to go ham. Even a hand like 10-8 here, it looks like he might be able to make a play. I guess we'll see how he's feeling.
He looked more tired when he was in the blender with Kings. Yeah.
Yeah, well.
Again, shout outs to Katie for that sick bluff. Do expect to see that turned into some content. I say that like someone other than me is going to do that. I do expect to spend some of my time turning that into content.
Desmond does just let him live.
Lives to fight another day. If you're Shen, could even consider folding that pre.
I think folding pre would be the right play there, just because even if you get jammed on, like you would have to call off an extremely tight range there, such that having too many raise folds in your hand really gives that chip leader that incentive to go even more ham on you than he might be supposed to otherwise. So I think just folding there and just letting the short stacks kind of bust each other and trying to get a nice ladder is probably the play, but it ended up working out for him. So there's a reason why we're sitting in the booth.
Yeah.
C2 raises 1.2 million.
Yep, sign me up, buddy.
Yeah, absolutely.
I am having a lot of fun on the stream.
Can definitely expect to see Lukey in the booth with me and hopefully without me as well.
Not sure if I'm ready for that yet.
I wouldn't chuck you in here solo. We'd get you someone fun.
Yeah, I need some color.
Maybe a little Berkey action.
Mm-hmm.
The sensei. What is the opposite of sensei? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
the
yeah.
disciple. We still have any Japanese people in the chat? I know the senpai kohai dynamic perhaps could be applicable in this scenario. But yes, definitely expect to see Lukey again in the booth. Oh, sweet. Deshi.
600 gold.
Deshi is like the disciple.
Oh,
The more you know.
C4 folds.
The famed 10-6 suited.
Desmond is just getting all the right spots. Sometimes it feels that way when you chip leader, huh?
Yeah. When things are going smoothly.
Mm. I think he's just gonna.
C5 raises.
Yeah, see,
1.8 million.
this is interesting because I definitely. Oh.
Oh, and look
Katie
at
wakes up with
this.
ace-jack suited.
Katie Lowe is going to be flipping for tournament life.
Yep. There's no getting away from this one. I would have liked to have seen an open jam from Desmond, particularly because he open jammed the.
Oh, and look at this.
Oh.
Shen with fives. Now, if he does decide to call, okay,
Fold to get the ladder.
does let it go. If he did decide to call and Katie busted, even if he lost, he would still get the ladder. But it is going to be Katie Lowe at risk.
Can't blame him for folding, that's for sure.
Chat definitely pulling hard for Katie.
Yeah.
Oh, and a 3 in the window.
It would have been set over set too. Wow.
She's going to need running clubs.
It's not looking good.
Or backdoor into the wheel.
Okay.
Does pick up some outs.
It's better than nothing.
Gonna need a king on the river.
Hey,
That's gonna be the 9 of spades.
GG's.
GG's to Katie Lowe. Played spectacularly
She played
this final
amazing.
table.
I am very proud of the way that she played.
Congratulations are definitely gonna be in order. 24.8K for her trouble though. Not a bad
Not
payday.
a bad score at all. Not a bad. She's had some good results this series. I think she's cashed like 3 or 4 tournaments.
Yeah, I believe got 4th place in the
Fourth
PLO
in the
as well.
PLO, 4th in this one. She cashed the Nightcrawler off. She bagged
Alright, boys. Standard
slightly
gamble.
less than start stack for day 2 in the money, and she even made a ladder off that half a stack.
I believe it was one big blind.
Yep, and then she also cashed the opening as well, which came 18th.
No, but
So she's having quite the cracker series. She's definitely can't. I know she'll be disappointed, but what can you do? That's Tawny sometimes.
I got unlucky. If she could have held with the 10s, And that multi-way
I
all in.
know,
This could have been a very different story.
All the sevens.
Yeah,
Just
sevens
a lot of
flip as
a
well.
lot of different hands. Like she just got cut down in a lot of different small spots.
If you're low, though, you got to reflect on this final table and feel like you did just about everything right. Maybe one small misstep with the Jack-6 suited, but other than that, I mean, just took every spot, took a lot of spots I think even competent professionals would not be able to find.
Yeah.
Oh, and look at this.
Need a copy.
I'll have to take a second off glazing Katie because there is an all-in.
Gonna be an all-in a call. So if Chen can spike a king or a 10 here, might go straight into heads-up play. This feels like one of those final tables that might drag and then all of a sudden just be a bloodbath.
Yeah. King in the
Oh, and look at that king in the window. And no hearts to be found.
It's a brick.
Gonna need an ace or a jack. And that is a deuce. And we are going to heads up play.
Retool.
So both the chip leaders throughout the final table, third and fourth.
I think Retool came in with the chip lead.
I see.
Look at this.
He goes, wait, Desmond.
What are you doing?
He,
Sorry, I forgot you wrong side.
Rick Shen from 3 big blinds at one point. All the way to heads up. Daniel Desmond, Playlive main event champion in a previous series.
both these guys had a really funny story of like the FT, right? Like there was just so many swings and
Yeah, it looked like Desmond might be out in 7th or
yeah,
something.
at one point, right? And then he's got that double up and he just didn't really look back. He won almost every pot he came into. So
Now
it'd be cool to see how
57.6k.
this heads up goes.
Wow.
They're playing for a lot of money. What's the difference exactly?
So 57.6 to 93.1.
It's like 38k or something.
Good luck, my friend.
28. It's getting late, guys.
It is, yeah. 30 would be 87, so 34k.
34.
$34,000 heads up match.
Don't know how often these guys would do that in their own time, but they're doing it
Yeah.
now.
And look at this. Playlive Spade coming out.
Yeah, almost cold.
And of course, the custom water bottle. The water bottles are one of one. They do say the name of the event and champion on them. Sort of like a secondary trophy, a bit of a tradition we're building. Chen King, Queen of Diamonds. Wow, just
Straight up.
starting off the heads up match hot.
1.3.
Say two raises, 1.3 million.
No way. No way. It's
Gotta stop that
1.3.
at 1.9.
1.3.
1.3 million.
Not gonna make a tip because all my tips have been eliminated. Don't want to muzz either player.
Wow.
Oh.
This might just go in right now.
Could this just be the match?
This is quite the cooler heads up. Desmond, I think 3-bet is the play here, and then Rick can either call or he can jam. There's no world in which either of these players is folding at any point. Desmond could even just shove over the top of this.
Yeah, we did see Eric Baldwin employ that strategy with the ace blocker.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I'd want to use a suited hand for that necessarily, but it's definitely a fine play. Really interested to see what he does here. Even call, I mean, call is obviously a fine option as well. Keep in, your hand plays really well post flop, obviously, but he is going to try to get some value out of his top like 10% hand or whatever it is. Looks like he's going to make it 4.5. That's my guess. Let's see. Have I got the Desmond?
Looks like
That's
you're
been
gonna be
pretty
right
bad.
on the money. Is gonna be 4 million.
No, it's 4.9.
4.9.
This is a pretty huge pot. You should be feeling pretty good as Rick, but it's a tough spot to know what to do here between jamming and calling. I think calling is probably the better play. Keeping some dominated bluffs. I think when someone 3-bets on the first hands of a heads-up match, I know this sounds silly, but they're just less likely to be bluffing. just because, you know, but you can look down at Queen 5-0 and just take a 3-bet on the very first hand heads up. It's hard to do that. You have to be quite the...
Desmond is a sicko, though.
He is.
He does announce all in.
He does. Wow.
I do think Desmond's gonna call.
I think he is.
This might be a $35,000 one-hand long heads-up match. If Desmond calls, he will be getting it in good.
I don't think you're 3-betting hand like this to fold it, so...
Watch the dealer put out a chop.
Involved, I suppose.
If Jose deals out a chop, he's getting a pay cut.
Because we're ready for bed.
4:22 in the morning.
Sorry, what? No, he's got way more than that. They're in 2 million.
Oh, sorry, 17, yeah.
Went for 3 bust outs at 3 hands. Yeah, it was just slow, and then just straight action. These players aren't even short. I mean, we're talking 40 big blind average.
Yep.
20,700,000.
18 million, 700,000, 9 stacks.
Oh, we do have a special guest in the booth with us right now.
Miss Katie Lowe.
She's just done her walk of sadness, and she's come up here to join us in the commentary booth for a little bit.
GG's.
GG's, well played. Played amazing. Very unlucky. You want to say anything to the stream? She does not want to say anything to the stream.
Don't blame her.
Yep, she hates you all.
Still in good spirits.
She is. I think she knows that she played great. So.
GG Katie from the tech team. Shout out to the guy.
Yep. You really played unreal. I felt so proud.
That Deuces was absolutely awesome. Yeah.
That was pretty sick. And he does call.
He does call.
He does
is
call,
announced.
and now this is it.
And this could be it. Daniel Desmond, if he can hold
This could be
here,
it.
is going to be your mini main event champion. If he holds here and wins this mini main, I think
you might
he'll
have to put Desmond in the old Hall of Fame, buddy.
yeah,
If he
absolutely.
wins this one.
would be Playlive's first candidate, no question.
On the window. That's a
5-3 deuce.
nice
That's a pretty
clean
good
flop.
start.
Oh,
Oh, but a queen on the turn. And the match
and
is
all
not
of a sudden,
over.
wow,
Rick Shen
that is a monstrous pot. Okay,
now takes a 4-1 lead.
damn. Poker's brutal sometimes, huh? I won't feel too sorry for him. They have locked up. 36,
Quite a
whatever it
nice
is,
payday.
but, man, he makes the correct call and gets punished for it. And with Rick, I mean, I can't fault him for 4-bet jamming his hand. It's just such a nice hand, heads up. And
Both players with very strong hands,
Exactly,
right? Heads up
yeah.
range is so wide.
Mhm.
Only one other person to battle up against.
yeah, I'm pretty just comfortable calling that a cooler and saying unlucky fellas, or unlucky Desmond anyway. Is that Foster on the rail?
Looks like it might be.
Same.
Railing his homie, or supposedly his student, according to someone in the chat earlier. Apparently, Josh coaches Desmond. I'm sure he'll be getting a few more messages after this.
I wonder if Desmond's a baseball fan or just likes the Yankee hat. Obviously, Yankee hat has a bit of its own, a life of its own outside of baseball. Do see it around the world quite a bit. A lot of people, I think, just think it's a New York City hat, which I always get a kick out of. Very sad for all the Mets fans out there. Their brand has not proliferated internationally in the same way.
Big blind, small blind, please.
We're hearing from Guy here that Desmond apparently has a Boston hat as well. So definitely not going to be a real Yankee fan then.
Is that sacrilege?
Absolutely. Fun fact, in high school, I did carve my name into the foul pole at Fenway Park in Boston. I believe it's still on there. Have that on my old Facebook photos.
Rick here with a very nice looking hand, heads up. Question of whether the check back here, jam or raise small is always a difficult one. Your hand is so good against a random card, random hand, but getting jammed on is quite unfortunate. Side to ISO.
Hold in.
He does decide to jam.
Does decide to jam.
Mhm.
It's going to get through.
Yeah. Me personally, I usually like checking your hand like that, check your hand like that back at this exact stack size, just so you have some nice hands in your check back range, some nice strong hands. Oh, sorry. Yes, sorry everybody.
Oh, that's some genius metagaming. Katie coming into the booth that meant the heads up. Well, actually, the heads up match could have been over. Because she could have come up here regardless.
Yeah, because we're not we're not seeing it live. We are on the half an hour delay.
Yeah, we're the ones who don't know. Hand 124 of this final table. It's been an absolute battle. I do like that metagaming though. That's very clever.
You would have gotten us if we were watching it live. Mr. Marco?
That's always the irony as a commentator. We know less about what's happening than everybody else.
That's another game integrity thing, right? Just
Absolutely. Don't ever want to have stream operators, commentators have any advanced knowledge. When they operate the stream, they can't see the cards. Very important for integrity. Something we take really, really seriously here.
I think he just had a little bit too many bigs to call off the Queen 7 there. And Rick gets it through again. I think Rick is feeling the momentum right now.
I don't know if anyone picked this guy to win. Good on him for battling. Yeah, very true. He was short for a huge portion of this final table.
His supportive girlfriend definitely picked him to win. She's been sitting there the whole time.
Yeah, respect to her, man.
Oh, apparently we're hearing from a guy that Rick max late reg this on 1D, and he's doing this off one bullet.
Wow.
That's the dream. Max out.
Max late reg, one bullet, $600, potentially into $93,000. 93 lacquer, as we learned from Mr. Berkey because of the lacquer bands.
Desmond limps here. Rick has been playing quite aggressively pre-flop here. Let's see what he decides to do. He does check it back.
Does choose to check it back.
Desmond just trying to get the max out of his ace heads up. Obviously a very strong hand. And he's going to flop a little bit too much, I think. Unfortunately for him.
Are you ever checking back here if you're Desmond? Give your opponent a little bit of room to catch up?
I don't think so. I think I'm just pretty good. I might even decide to see bet my whole range here once I limp and it goes check check, just because I have all the ace X and he doesn't. And some of the floats that Rick is going to have to make here to make a range bet unprofitable is it's very tricky for a human to find some of them.
Yeah, very computery.
Exactly. You know, he might have to peel 7-6 spades and stuff like that, which a person isn't doing.
Shouldn't be allowed to wear that jacket. You haven't lost the hand since you put it on. I'm telling Alan.
I know.
The lucky jacket. I imagine someone might offer to buy that off him.
Is that Isaac on the rail as well?
I do believe that is.
Another one of those young grinders.
Just sending some hearts in the chat.
Mega scam.
Oh, no.
Yep.
Not
Proof,
working.
yeah, it is working. It popped up. The hearts popped
All the
up.
parts were popping
Yeah.
up.
Proof that we are on a half an hour delay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh wow. Okay, this is it. He's gonna call.
Oh, and this is gonna be it.
Yeah. We're gonna see what happens.
King Queen again. Can he do it to him twice? If King Queen can be ace high 2 times in a row, Rick Shen is gonna be your champion.
This is giving me PTSD for my Bahamas run. King Queen did ruin my
Ace in the window.
Wow.
Oh, King of
What a
Spades
turn.
on the turn.
Spade.
And he
And
does
he
it
thinks it.
in the most brutal fashion
Wow.
possible.
Oh
Trips
my
no
God.
good.
Flops. Some of the hands that Desmond has faced. Credit to him. He came second. Congratulations. Credit to Rick. Job well done. I quite personally will say that I'm happy that the board ran out that way because I am ready to go to sleep.
An unbelievable performance from Rick Shen. Was short for a huge portion of the final table, and he is going to be your champion. He's going to take home
Congratulations.
$93,109.
And he's going to pick up that nice water bottle.
That water bottle, and of course, the very sexy Playlive Spade. Gonna look good on his trophy case. One of the biggest prize pools we've ever had here.
I guess we're going to have to put Desmond's Hall of Fame picture on hold.
I
He's going to have to win another tourney.
think that's pretty reasonable.
I losing?
Well, if you made it all the way to the end with us, you're just an absolute legend and a half. We appreciate you guys all so much for being here.
Thanks a lot, everybody.
We are going to skip the sign-off ceremony and let him take the photos, but you can see those up on social media tomorrow. 4:35 tomorrow. We got the 5K. Come check it out. See you guys soon. Good night.
It's not about this.
Good job, man.
But I'm not.
One more.